Or he framed you? How? What happened? What happened on the server while I was gone? What happened on the technicals SMP? Well, let me tweet out. I'm going live. Alright, there we go. He stole your diamonds? Damn, how does it feel? Oh, he made- no, this is the technicals SMP. The Bread Kingdom. How many gifted subs to let me train you in Ultimate? Dude, you... You could do that for free. Oh my god, bots. So, from this channel. Yeah, I need the ult training. I gotta diversify the games I play. I can't just be playing like 1 or 2 games. I gotta be playing. Is what is it like? I play Melee. Okay, I haven't played Melee in forever, so that's a thing, I guess. Bro, I'm just looking at the NYC Melee chat, and they're like, Hax is staging a coup. Bro, they hate him so much. The Armada Mango thing, it just looks like dumb, salty beef between the two. So I'ma just... Amanda? No, that's whatchamacallit. Lauren is her name. Leffen has cocksuckers in NYC, apparently so. They love some good old big left. You lost due to my ping distracting you guys. Lost in what? What are you guys playing? Hold on. Bro, they're really saying don't discuss Hax's ban in chat. Look, I get it. Like you want to avoid the drama, but at the same time, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. People are gonna talk about it, so you might as well just let them. You know. Congrats on the pregnancy. I swear, if I get banned from chat, there's no way they'll ban me from chat. Oh, you don't know why Hax was banned in the first place for friggin' Smash Community's dumb. He made these like really crazy videos on Leffen, but a lot of them, like the stuff he was saying, like at its core, wasn't necessarily wrong. It was just poorly presented and like poorly characterized, and it was presented in an extremely in an extreme manner that like you can't really get behind. Like he quoted Hitler within like the first 4 minutes of the video. But like a lot of the stuff he said held water. It's not like he was just like saying BS. Like, you know, I think yeah, it's how he went about it. Not like a lot of his criticisms and a lot of the stuff he said. I mean, if you remove the quote, it wasn't that. All right. He also said Leffen was like stalking him by wearing the shirt, and then saying that what else? It's just like sexual predators can live among us, the dark triad can live among us. It was those are some fire. That's what we should do. That's what we should do. I have the stream queued up. When Hax starts playing, we can obviously watch Hax play. But we should watch .zip too, just for fun. How does that sound? Should we watch .zip too, just for S and giggles? What do you guys think? .zip too. I want to go over like where I personally think he's wrong, but where I also think he's right. This is one of the greatest videos to ever touch the internet. Yeah, there are re-uploads of it, Orangabang. I just want to watch some Hax money, that's it. Armada tweet? I don't care about the Armada thing, that's just beef between him and Mango. Okay. Alright, boys, so this was the... Oh, I have this liked. That's crazy. This was the 2-hour, 30-minute God tier video known as evidence.zip2 that... This is what got Hax banned, essentially. This video plus kind of doubling down on a lot of the stuff, and it upset people, basically. So we're gonna go over this together. What I think he got right, what I think he got wrong. Yeah, evidence.drip. Yeah, evidence.drip is the real video. That's the real video that we should actually listen to evidence.drip. What do you guys think? Yeah, here's the game. See, oh, who's this? Oh boy. Any updates? I mean, no, I don't really know. All I know is he was allowed at Apex and we watched him play at Apex. Alright, let's watch this. Like, in the first 10 seconds, you're calling... Like, he's speaking in extreme, very extreme language here. And that's one of the biggest issues, is how extreme and hyperbolic it is. I'm making this video in order to intercept propaganda that is slated to broadcast this weekend. That's in reference to the featured Leffen episode of the metagame documentary that Samox ended up going back to add because he felt he wasn't being charitable to Leffen, which is fair. I think, for those that don't know, I'm not sure if he interviewed Leffen or he didn't use any of the interview footage. If he did, I forget. I don't remember seeing Leffen in the original metagame documentary, but and when he was introduced, it was mainly discussing the .zip stuff, and the people that he kind of wronged, like Rocky, Mike Hager, mainly those guys got the spotlight to talk about their experiences with Leffen, but not really giving Leffen a chance to kind of give his side of the story or defend himself, which I think is fair. If you want to give... Leffen should have a chance to, like, respond to that and give his side and his stance on everything. But that's not... What ended up happening was Leffen just complained about it the whole time. He's like, this is slander, this is like a conspiracy, this is AIDS. And Samox went back and said, okay, I'm gonna cut that part of the documentary out. Basically pressured Samox to censor his documentary, which I think is pretty messed up, and then give him a featured episode that would... I'm pretty sure is narrated by Leffen. I've never seen it, but is like dude, that's just overkill. That's overcorrection in my opinion. If you want to give the victims, I guess, their let them share their side of the story, and then also let Leffen share his side of the story, and take a more neutral, objective approach, that would be, I think that's reasonable. I think that's a completely fair. And let the viewer decide on what who to side with, who they believe more or whatever. I think that would have been more reasonable than just cutting out the people he's wronged and then just only having Leffen. So that's where I disagree. That's basically what he means by intercept propaganda. Was the featured Leffen episode that Samox went back to make. And then he says the last thing the Smash scene needs is propaganda that will send it further down the path of dystopia. Like again, it's this extreme language that kind of hurts the message and made people think, oh, he needs to get help or whatever. But a lot of the stuff he's saying isn't like false or wrong. A PDF. Welcome back, Hax, indeed. Honestly. Hold on, let me put the Twitch stream up here so I can check it. Also, let me pop out chat so I can read chat while watching the stream. Oh, Hax is about to play. Okay, never mind. Let's watch Hax. Hax money. Hax money.
Alright, I'll do this one. I gotta do it for the boy. It's fine. Yo, Drew, can you give me some water?
Oh my god, look at him.
Wait, actually no. Pass my
Look at him, he's
You're
here.
good, you're good.
Let me mute the comms. I don't want to... Let me turn the music back on. This is so exciting, dude. This is so exciting, dude. I'm so happy. Let me fix the screen. Just screen. There we go. Bro, I'm so excited. I gotta type I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, dude. Yeah, he's only unbanned from NYC, but that's huge. Because TOs aren't gonna unban him before his local scene. This is incredibly exciting. Granted, I know he hasn't played in forever. Because he's dealing with some hand stuff. So that's gonna be... This might be rough, I just realized, but hopefully he can dominate. I'm so excited. Alright. Come on. Come on, Hax. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Backer. Ah, he went the other way. All right, grab. Okay, he missed the shorten. Let's go. Let's go. Grab. Drill grab. Oh, the pivot grab. Oh, the shine. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. I'm so happy, dude. Oh, the nair. Oh, he almost had that. That was almost a gimp right there. Ah, he gets it there. Come on, Hax. Come on, Hax. Come on, Hax. Oh, gets the shine out of shield. Oh, forward air. Oh, what a recovery. He's got those on lock. He's the best player in the world. Oh, kill him off that. Oh, no, you gotta up air there. You gotta up air that, because he's not gonna get knocked down from the bear. Oh, nice nair. Just controlling that space. Look at him! Look at him just scrapping and not getting a single follow-up. Ah, it's covered by the straight angle. Yay. We got Hax money on stage. Let's go. Alright, take this last one. Take this last one, Hax. Come on, Hax. Nice shine. Nice up air. Oh, you should have shined there. You should have shined. Oh, doesn't get the downwards forward tilt. Oh, but gets the drill shine. He's went for that high nair on the platform. I'm pretty sure that would like cover him jumping. Oh, you could have back aired. You could react to that in back air. Ah, he gets that though. When they air dodge like that, you have so much time to just react in back air. Imagine he gets top. Yeah, he's not going to Genesis. They're already like, nah. They're already not letting him. Let me full screen. No, let's not full screen. I just want to be able to make the viewer count visible. Let's put it right here. God damn. Did Leffen block you on Twitter? Of course he did. I'm so happy. People they won't realize how much they... Oh, that's a shine every day of the week. Once you get him in that... And that's... Once you get Falco there... Oh, the hack shine! That's what I call it. When you get the... What's it called? The downbound shine setup that Hack showed off. I call that a hack shine. Yeah, see, you can react to that air dodge and just back air. Yeah, it's just NYC Melee events. So, like, nightclub. But the thing is, that's big because, oh... They're not... Realistically, no TO's gonna unban him before his local scenes, so the fact that his local scene unbanned him... Also, I know there are, just behind the scenes stuff, there are a lot of TOs who are sympathetic to Hax. Let's go, Hax. So, I think there are a few tournaments that he can get this year. Hopefully he can get stuff like Battle of BC, Pound, those kind of events. Hopefully Big House, maybe. That would be cool. Just end the year off. What other events are there? Gommel? Is that still a thing? Leffen has been outspoken against goom waves and fobs on Twitter though. Yeah, I don't like modded controllers at all. So that's one of the things that I actually agree with Leffen on. I don't like modded controllers. Because a lot of the times, people who complain about boxes and stuff use a modded controller, so it's like, your controller's broken too! Like, why are you complaining? You know? Alright, let's go back to watching Hax Money the movie. Oh, let me... this up here. Sorry, I got this whole setup. Alright, let's watch this. If you see slurs, you're banning on site based. Today we're gonna be incredibly PC and brand friendly because we don't want hacks to get banned again. Okay, this video is like 2 hours and a half. What is it? Yeah, they gotta start using 1.03. That's the only solution. That's the only solution to the... That's the only solution, really. Because, think about it. Right now, controller fixes, it's a paywall. That's the only way... It's the only way you can get your controller to be, like, usable. Or at least on par with everyone else's. I think it's stupid they have to pay money just to get a decent controller. Like, obviously you should have to pay money for a decent controller, but like, these controllers are going for several hundreds of dollars just for a controller. And they break, too. They break, they degrade. Apparently fobs like break all the time with goom waves. The potentiometers break down. There are issues with the code. Apparently goom waves just straight up cheat. Like apparently it literally will correct your inputs. I think OEM is original uh something something. No, that's not a solution. You need, it's either 1.03 or bust at this point. Because removing 1.03 and removing mods, then controllers just suck. Like in Melee, dashback is 1 frame, and there's a bug that makes your controller just randomly have a half frame of latency. So you're going to miss dashbacks. And even then, it's still controller dependent, because some controllers have like what is it called, faulty stick boxes or like POD or something that causes them to dash back a lot easier. So even then there's still going to be a discrepancy in controllers, even if you remove boxes, remove goom waves, remove fobs, remove UCF. There's still no controller parity. That's the entire reason we have UCF, is because there's is to create controller parity. Anyways, this is a dark video, blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. Let's watch this.
Hey everyone, it's Hax. Today I'm going to tell you some dark secrets about the Melee community because I think it's about time for people to hear them. Unlike
Let
most of my videos,
me times 2 speed this so we can get through this faster.
today's video is not going to be addressed toward just the Melee community, but rather the esports community as a whole. That's because I value a safe future for everybody in esports, and I happen to know that the Melee community is currently engaging in a pattern of behavior that threatens not only itself, but the rest of the esports world as well. Unfortunately, I've watched my entire community be subjugated by this threat over the years, and it doesn't seem that anyone else sees what I see anymore. If they do, then they're either too paralyzed with fear to make an impact, or they lack the platform to do so. At first, I didn't want to get the esports.
That's kind of true, because a lot of people, like, you'd be surprised how many people, like, in the community don't have an issue, like, personally with my content, but they, in fact, a lot of people support it. They just don't want to, like, speak up because, you know, it's drama, and they don't like that. So yeah, a lot of people just, and sometimes you're at risk because you're sponsored and other stuff. Social media is just dumb. But yeah, he's kind of right on that, like, in terms of fear of speaking out, or just they don't have a platform to do so. So yeah, he's pretty right on that.
Sports world, the red pill on what was going on within the Melee community. I saw that people were living happily in ignorance, and I didn't want to change that. But it seems that every year that goes by, the situation only gets worse. What drew the line for me was when I saw that the filmmaker Sam recently announced that he'd be releasing an edited version of the metagame documentary, which is
this is what I was talking about earlier about how he revised metagame just because Leffen like pressured him to do so. Obviously, if you want to revise it and just add like a section giving Leffen like a chance to talk about the .zip, the original .zip, I think that's fair. But yeah, Mr. E did lose a sponsor, his sponsor about the twit longer on anti. So yeah, like that's a tangible example right there. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, how Samlock's revised metagame, because to remove not only to remove the victim testimonies and that kind of stuff, their interviews, and then give Leffen a featured episode that shows a clear bias towards Leffen, whereas I think it's more important to be neutral on this thing or just report the truth, you know? So yeah.
this weekend. I'm eventually going to explain why it should actually be illegal for this documentary to air, and why the Melee community needs to wake up to what's going on.
See, that it's stuff like that ruins his case, where he says it should be illegal to air. It's stuff like that.
For those who don't know me, let me introduce myself and explain why you should trust this video. I've been in the Melee community for 16 years, having been a top player for many of those years. Throughout my career, I've proved myself to not only be a top player, but also a top influencer for the community. Although I only have a moderate following, I hope the Melee
Is Hax finally unbanned? Yes, he is. We just watched him play.
An ergonomic controller called Box, which thousands of Melee players now use in order to avoid injuring their hands and wrists. But I've also done several other things. In 2017, I advocated for in-game software mods that gave quality of life improvements to GameCube controller users. These were adopted later that year. Then in 2019, I explained why Melee needed an anti-stalling rule called the ledge grab limit. This rule set change was approved shortly afterward as well. Later in 2019, I started hosting a weekly tournament series called Hax Is which showed people that it was viable to play Melee on LCD monitors. Through the use of the latest technology, my tournament series gave people a glimpse of what Melee might look like in the future. And finally, starting in 2020, I began making educational videos that taught people about intricate Melee mechanics. All my videos went into great detail about mechanics that people had never heard of before and were fact-checked several times for accuracy. I recommend checking out those videos if you haven't already, because today's video will be somewhat similar. Something to know about all the innovations.
That's also a problem. Like, you can't present like your case against another player in the same way that you'd present video about tech.
Because they all went against the grain. These were all radical ideas at first, but I helped show they were the right direction for the community to go in. Today's video will go against the grain as well. However, today's video will have to do with politics rather than technology. People may not realize this, but the Melee community's politics are in shambles right now. There's something unthinkably evil going on right in front of our eyes here within the Melee community, and I have the evidence to prove it. Today's video will be tough to stomach, but the longer people remain ignorant, the worse the situation will get, so we don't have a choice anymore. The most difficult part about this video will be accepting that the evil I'm referring to is being perpetrated by a community leader. There's a quote that goes, the greater the crime perpetrated by the leadership, the less likely that people will ever believe their leader is capable of perpetrating such an event. That is unfortunately a Hitler quote, but it's one that's very applicable to the current situation. There's a community leader who has caused this community to be filled with hatred, corruption, and greed, which are all things that the Smash community once didn't have. These things have become so normalized that the current generation of players doesn't even seem to realize what's going on, and that things weren't this way before. People are genuinely clueless that
I've made so many jokes on this channel about this. In like every video I make, I joke about it. There's a quote that goes,
The darkness has been cast over the entire Smash community, but hopefully this video will change that. Before I go any further, let me be clear about the magnitude of this video. This video is the final line of defense against someone who will continue to threaten the well-being of the Smash community, as well as surrounding esports communities if he isn't stopped. The situation will endlessly get worse to the point that it'll become comparable to a reign of terror within esports. I know this to be true based on 3 factors. The first one is psychology. I studied psychology extensively in order to bring you this video, and I know exactly what type of cloth this person is cut from. I'll be explaining what
this is
constitutes
also a problem with the video, is that he's not really qualified to talk about psychology because he's a Smash player. He doesn't have like a degree or anything. If he got like a doctor or something to analyze Leffen's behavior or whatever and come to that conclusion, it would have, then I could understand like going over psychology and stuff, but he's not qualified to talk about this. So like to do this armchair diagnosis is, again, it's stuff like this that hurts the case and gives people like sound bites and stuff that they could just nitpick and focus on instead of, you know, just the evidence and like the actual claims that have like substance to them, you know? So yeah.
The evil person, as well as how to spot one. I'll also be going over proven strategies for manipulating people, especially large crowds of people that have been used on several occasions. While it's bad that I'll be showing you how to manipulate people, it's worse for you not to know how the Smash community has repeatedly been manipulated. Finally, I'll be explaining how people with these personality traits view their so-called fans and supporters, and even some of the people who think that they're their friends. The next factor is history. I'm studying history so that I can show you that what is happening in the Smash community is one-to-one with what happened in societies that collapsed. We're setting ourselves up for a dystopia in more ways than people know, and an entire culture
It's like stuff like this is why this video failed. This is too extreme. It's just too extreme. You can't comparing the collapse of the Smash community to the collapse of dystopian societies. Like you're just gonna turn people off when you say stuff like this, you know. Like he's not wrong. It's just this is not the comparison you should be making, you know. And this again, it hurts your case.
Be necessary to fix things. Finally, I'll piece everything together with classified information that nobody else has access to. Most importantly, you need to know the truth about evidence.zip, which is a collection of documents that was put together 8 years ago.
This was important because like the actual testimonies and stuff weren't public until this, and that contained a lot of the serious stuff, a lot of the stuff that people were talking about in the documentary. Have you ever talked to Hax personally? Yeah. A lot of the stuff in the documentary is about this stuff that was not ever released to the public. So yeah, that's also part of it. That's also why you know, it's kind of important that Samux didn't remove it, but it is what it is.
Evidence.zip is the red pill because it reveals an MO that hasn't changed and has only
It's the red pill.
evolved as time has gone on. The press has continuously lied to you about evidence.zip, and so you'll need to drop everything you currently know about.
Also, he keeps saying the press, and that just upset a bunch of people. Like, when it comes to, because they were like, oh, you're referring to Samux as the press, so therefore you're wrong. Okay, replace the press with Samux. His point stays the same, and it's a good argument. Like, Samux shouldn't have revised the documentary like that. Like, is this a new... No, this isn't new. This is this is the old... This is what got him banned. That's what we're watching.
Evidence.zip will reveal that several events that have occurred in recent years were politically motivated in ways that the Smash community didn't realize, and that there was an agenda in motion the entire time. I'll also be backing everything up with my own personal experiences. I've been withholding a ton of information for this inevitable moment, and it's time to release all of it. Something I want to apologize in advance for is the fact that I'm going to betray several people's trust in me in order to bring you the full truth today. Private information must be leaked in order to tell the full story, and so I'm sorry to everyone who that affects.
Thing is, you probably should have, like, asked for permission to do that. That's also something big. So, yeah. If the video was 10 to... Yeah, exactly. It didn't need to be 2.5 hours. I mean, 2.5 hours. It could have been 1 hour max, and it would have been much better, especially trimming down the BS. That's kind of what my video did. So yeah, go watch my video. It's the greatest video ever made. I actually came to a realization that I'm probably Leffen's least favorite YouTuber. I'm probably his least favorite person. This video is a movie and I loved every minute. Oh, that was a nice angle. Alright.
I want to go over is why I believe this is a groundbreaking video. This video is a case study for how a community can be uprooted without even realizing it. It will show how platforms such as Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube can be weaponized in the modern day era of social media, and how laws should be implemented to ban certain strategies when it comes to these platforms. Similarly, this video will show how...
It's like, you lose me when you say laws should be implemented to, like, ban stuff. The strategy he's talking about here is blocking people on Twitter. That's what he's referring to when he says these are strategies that should be banned. It's blocking people on Twitter that disagree with you. That's what he's saying. We should make a law, implement laws to ban. Leffen's most popular video has less views than your Leffen. I'm literally his dad. Orangutan. I'm literally his dad. Like, I don't get why you're surprised. I don't think Leffen's ever talked about me. I'm pretty sure I'm banned in his chat. Well, I'm banned, but I think saying franchise will like get you auto banned. All right.
We as a society underestimate the impact of political and psychological crimes, and how we can't underestimate crimes that affect socioeconomics and people's mental health. It will also show how the esports universe provides the perfect platform for criminology. By constantly using the excuse that someone is a heel, they become able to exploit their community endlessly without ever being held accountable. All these things are injustices that call for reform. Most notably, this video calls for an entire community to undo its way of thinking. There's a cult of personality that needs to be broken up within the Smash community.
That is true. Leffen has a freaking like absurd cult of personality. Not even. It's just people suck him off way too hard for being good at video games.
I have a feeling it will be after people find out what they become a part of. This is a story of political and psychological warfare that took place in front of your very eyes over the course of the past decade. As the only person in the entire world capable of telling you the story, I know that I have to, as it has the potential to change the timeline we live in. 2 years ago, Esam emerged as a whistleblower who stated that he was tired of Leffen shaping the discourse wherever he went within the Smash community and having people blindly follow him as well. Esam's posted incredibly well on Twitter and Reddit. They were clearly representative of something that lots of people had felt but may not have had the platform or the courage to express. For those who don't know, Esam is an ultimate player with about 150,000 followers nowadays, making him a notable influencer. Meanwhile, Leffen is a melee player with about 300,000 followers, making him the current biggest influencer in the Smash community. Leffen's influence is the biggest when you consider not only his follower count, but also the credibility that's been assigned to him. It seems that whenever Leffen speaks, his opinions are regarded as factual, which is what led to Esam's frustrations. Unfortunately, Esam's feud with Leffen would eventually fizzle out. The two would become somewhat cordial with each other, and the concerns Esam raised would be forgotten. This is standard when you look at how a lot of feuds with Leffen go. One day someone will be beefing with Leffen, and then a few months later they'll be subjugated by him. This leads to awkward relationships with Leffen that feel very forced. The reason this happens is because people eventually realize that beefing with Leffen will cause you to be at war for the rest of your life, and so they give up. Leffen then gets his way, and the cycle of abuse repeats itself. In Esam's case, a whistleblower who raised very valid concerns was lost when he decided that he wasn't willing to keep going. Because time is running out for the Smash community, I'd like to reopen the case. In this video, I'm going to explain to you why Leffen is a disease that can be expected to fully erode the Smash community, as well as several other esports
Leffen's a disease. You gotta get vaccinated, boys. You gotta get vaccinated.
Communities within the next 10 years. I say this as someone who has known Leffen for exactly 10 years and knows exactly how predictable his trajectory is in terms of both scope and malicious intent. The Smash community simply doesn't understand the crimes that Leffen has already gotten away with and will continue to get away with if the status quo is upheld. If you've read up on why Leffen was banned back in 2013, then it should be obvious there's something fishy going on within the Smash community. When Armada issued Leffen's ban back then, he described Leffen as a chronic liar with no credibility whatsoever, and he encouraged people to always assume that Leffen is lying when he speaks badly of other people. Yet 6 years later, and Leffen was able to terrorize the Ultimate community with opinions that people treated as factual. In the melee community, there's a similarly strange disconnect. On one hand, there's a widespread belief that Leffen is a former villain who emerged as a hero, yet on the other hand, Leffen has clearly instilled fear into the current generation of players. This fear is entirely warranted when you consider that Leffen randomly attacks people with small follower counts, even going as far as to ignore their requests to be left alone. There seems to be no one truly safe from Leffen's wrath anymore, and so it makes sense for people to be on their toes.
I forgot about this. Chapter 1, totalitarianism. I forgot about this. But yeah, what he was saying is basically true. Like how people give Leffen this credibility as like this god of fighting games, when half the time he's not even good at the games he's playing. So obviously there's that. And then, like, this reformed villain. Like, I ask people, like, why do you think that? And they're like, oh, well, he stood up for victims during Me Too. And it's like, yeah, he lied about half the shit. so it's like, yeah.
There's only one type of society in which these disconnects exist, and that is a totalitarian society. Under totalitarianism, it may not be entirely clear whether those in charge are truthful and heroic or not. This is because while they give their citizens a place to live, totalitarians deprive their citizens of basic rights by controlling the press, performing mass surveillance, and resorting to state terrorism, which is when the state attacks its own citizens in order to instill
Oh yeah,
fear.
state terrorism is what he called blocking people. And was it blocking people? I don't know.
The reality is that totalitarians are neither truthful nor heroic, but they make their citizens think they are in order to mobilize them. This is done through either manipulation or force. What totalitarians will commonly do
Like,
is craft
what
false
he's
hero
saying here is like, on a certain level, it's kind of right. That's the problem. On a certain level, he's not completely wrong about this. Like, Leffen, people are like, oh, Leffen's some, like, reformed hero. And, like, he has, like, he's, like, this god of fighting games. He gets people to think, like, he's, how did he phrase it?
performing mass surveillance, and resorting to state terrorism, which is when the state attacks its own citizens in order to instill fear. The reality is that totalitarians are neither truthful nor heroic, but they make their citizens think they are in order to mobilize them.
Yeah. Like, people think, oh, Leffen was a hero during Me Too, but he wasn't. He straight up wasn't. There's no way he wasn't exploiting it just for his own gain, dude.
This is done through either manipulation or force. What totalitarians will commonly do is craft false hero narratives through the vilification of others. They'll create a problem and then they'll solve it for you in order to create the illusion that they're heroic. This is why it's important to take a look at where someone's hero status came from, as it could very well be a facade. In Leffen's case, what you'll eventually find is that his hero status was entirely self-engineered. Everything Leffen is remembered as a hero for was a political heist in ways that people didn't consider, and his motivations are much darker than people realized. In general, people don't oscillate between being villainous and heroic in the real world, and if you ever see a disconnect like this one, then it probably means that you've been duped. What happened here is a villain realized that hero status would be beneficial, and so he made it his goal to obtain it. If you look at the current state of the Smash community, it is in line with the totalitarian regime, and that is entirely because of Leffen.
Because he blocks people. That's the totalitarianism, is that he blocks people.
It's obvious that Leffen wants full control over the community based on several of his tendencies. A dead giveaway of Leffen's intentions is the fact that he blocks anyone who disobeys him on Twitter, to the point that he probably has thousands of people blocked. This strategy isn't being used by some random person either. It's being used by the person with the highest follower count in the community. When you think about how dangerous this strategy can become over time, it should actually be illegal, and I'll explain why.
Yeah, it's dumb stuff like that. Oh yeah, I remember.
how few followers you have, you can always make an impact. This is because when someone makes a bad tweet, you can always make a very visible reply to it, which is why you see low follower accounts ratioing high follower accounts all the time.
This isn't a ratio. Like, if you're gonna show, oh, people can get ratioed all the time. This is not an example of a ratio.
When enough people reply negatively to a tweet, the tweet can end up looking terrible. To the person with a high follower account, people replying are like pests in this case. They're practically latching onto the tweet with a hookshot, and when enough of them do this, it can have a huge impact. However, what the person with the high follower account can do in response is block every single person who dissents from their tweets. I call this strategy pest control. Over time, pest control has a damaging effect on the population because of the way crowd psychology works. Let's say there are 10 Leffen supporters and 10 Leffen dissenters to begin with. All 20 of these people have an equal right to free speech, and so Leffen's tweets are met with equal discourse on both sides. As time goes on, Leffen makes it clear that he will block every single person he views as a pest. The first thing this does is it scatters the Leffen dissenters. They can no longer reply to Leffen's tweets, which causes them to lose their power in numbers. Because the dissenters' personal profiles are powerless on their own, the supporters are now at an unfair advantage. At this point, the dissenters can choose to do one of three things.
I get. Alright, here's the thing. I get what he was trying to say. Cause like when Leffen blocks you, right? You can't interact with his tweets. You can't see what he's saying. If you disagree with him, right? So he's kind of right in a way that it kind of makes it hard to refute what he's saying. Like, he's talking about Leffen developing an echo chamber. But the thing about that is that echo chambers aren't necessarily wrong. Like, you could argue that my stream right now is an echo chamber. You know? The problem is, like, if I banned anyone who when obviously, if Leffen blocks you, you can't interact with his tweets, right? You can't see what he's tweeting out. You can't refute what he's saying. So it obviously is going to control, like, the discourse surrounding those tweets. But at the same time, if another top player, like, talks about it, you can see that other top players tweet. I don't know. This is dumb. I don't think this should have been in the video.
On their personal profiles, which, like I just said, has no impact. This leads to the second thing they can do, which is give up and stop tweeting. It is highly likely for a dissenter to choose this option once they realize that they will most likely just get harassed if they keep tweeting from their personal profiles. Unfortunately, this leads to the third option. If a dissenter wants to remain involved in the conversation, then they only have one real option, and that is to turn to the dark side. By mutinying into a supporter, the dissenter is able to regain power in numbers and avoid social isolation. When you think about the effect pest control has on crowd psychology, it deserves to be illegal. It is a mass manipulation strategy that looks to encroach on people's free speech, and the only reason we didn't realize it earlier is because social media is still new to us. The reality is that by performing pest control, someone with a large following can filter out anyone who disagrees with them and turn their social media account into a cult gathering. Pest control is nothing more than a censorship tool, and the fact that Leffen seems to have pioneered it speaks volumes. The next sign that Leffen wants control has to do with something called a preemptive defense. I'll eventually show you the article this excerpt comes from, but a preemptive defense is when someone goes out of their way to assure you that they're kind or trustworthy without any provocation from you whatsoever. Leffen happens to do this in his Twitch bio, where he states that he is honest to a fault. This is a preemptive defense that creates.
Like, this is such a reach. Like, generally very honest to a fault sometimes.
Between Leffen and his viewers, which he can then exploit. Another troubling statement in Leffen's bio is that he won't hesitate to ban trolls or idiots, which is nothing more than a delusion. In Leffen's mind, a troll or idiot is anyone who disagrees with him, which isn't normally what makes someone a troll or an idiot. The worst part is that Leffen even goes as far as to make the people he views as pests fill out unbanned forms if they want to return to his sanctuary. By forcing people to display obedience, Leffen is able to corrode the minds of the masses even further. These types of crowds.
See, that I kind of agree with that too. I mentioned this in my video about how Leffen will just block people for just like he'll ban people from his Twitch chat for just giving him advice. Because it kind of threatens his reputation as, like, the god of fighting games or whatever. So I see what he's saying here when he says, like, oh, he bans trolls or idiots. What does he say again?
Delusion. In Leffen's mind, a troll or idiot is which he can then exploit. Another troubling statement in Leffen's bio is that he won't hesitate to ban trolls or idiots, which is nothing more than a delusion. In Leffen's mind, a troll or idiot is anyone who disagrees with him, which isn't normally what makes someone a troll or an idiot.
Yeah, basically. And he'll ban you from, like, his ego's insane. He's, like, a massive narcissist. Like, if he had just said, Leffen's a massive narcissist, yeah, that would have been a lot better than saying totalitarianism and corroding the minds of idiots. Yeah, exactly.
As far as to make the people he views as pests fill out unbanned forms if they want to return to his sanctuary. By forcing people to display obedience, Leffen is able to corrode the minds of the masses even further. These types of crowd psychology tactics have a dangerous effect over time, and are responsible for the disconnect I showed you earlier. Over the course of a few years, it is possible for someone using these tactics to go from being a pathological liar to being widely considered trustworthy. In addition to manipulating large crowds, Leffen also hunts down anyone who disagrees with him. These types of crowd psychology tactics have a dangerous effect.
Like, the tweet that Esam made. Like, Esam's actually spitting here. Like, think about how this applies to pretty much every other game Leffen touches. Like Tekken, Guilty Gear. Like, I brought this up in my video. It's the same thing. He'll talk bad about the game, be like, this is one of the worst games, this is cheesy. Tekken sucks, even though he's bad at the game. And then people take his word. Because, once again, what I said in my video, when Leffen joins, just plays any game on stream, he essentially becomes one of, if not the largest figure in that community. Because a lot of these FGC communities are very niche, not very big. So when Leffen talks about it, or plays the games, a lot of people are going to be brought in to reciprocate that stuff, what he says. And if a lot of his stuff is wrong, or talking negatively, it's going to hurt the community. So yeah.
Effect over time and are responsible for the disconnect I showed you earlier. Over the course of a few years, it is possible for someone using.
And then it doesn't help when he bans anyone who disagrees with him. So it's just an echo. So you join, and it's an echo chamber, and everyone's agreeing with him. It's like it gives off the illusion that he's right when he's just bad at the game.
These tactics to go from being a pathological liar to being widely considered trustworthy. In addition to manipulating large crowds, Levin also hunts down anyone who disagrees with him on practically anything. He's known to quote retweet people with microscopic followings as to embarrass them and pressure them to delete tweets that speak negative.
No, this is hilarious. This is funny.
It is rumored that he even name searches himself in order to find these people. In 2016, Levin showed how ridiculous.
No, he 100% name searches people. Like he name searched like Tech 3 times and someone else in his search. So yeah, he does that, and it's kind of weird. But yeah, I don't think quote retweeting people with small followings to make fun of them, like that's a dumb point.
Ridiculously far, he was willing to go to censor people when a content creator named Magic Scrumpy made a video called Nerfing Fox. The video didn't even necessarily imply the Fox needed nerfs, it just explained what they would theoretically look like if they happened. When Levin saw that Magic Scrumpy had even suggested that Levin's melee character was overpowered, he immediately began tweeting and streaming to turn his fanbase against Magic Scrumpy. This led to long-lasting beef in which Levin seemed to want to discredit Magic Scrumpy as a content creator entirely and push him out of the melee community. Yet another thing I've noticed about Levin is his Discord screen name, which is 2 dashes. This gives him alphabetical priority over everyone else. In this private netplay server, for example, everyone uses their regular screen name, but Levin uses a strategic one to make people aware that he's present. Similarly, if you've ever watched some online melee events, then you probably noticed that Levin's always commentating from a TV screen that is front and center. It seems that no matter where you go these days, Levin is always watching, and everybody knows it.
That's right. Yeah, funny enough, yeah. I think that the scariest thing was when I did the pivot forward smash, because like I immediately thought, oh no, Levin's doing commentary.
Finally, the premier melee podcast is called the 6-4 Podcast, which is named after propaganda that Levin has pushed onto the melee community. He hosts this podcast alongside Mango and Zane, so you don't have much of a choice but to watch it if you want to hear what they have to say. There's something fishy going on in the melee community, and no one wants to talk about it. When you consider how ridiculous the lengths to which Levin has gone to control community rhetoric are, it truly feels like a surveillance program. All this happened gradually, but surely enough, it happened. The fact is not.
Like he's not wrong. Like I feel like Levin does kind of control rhetoric in a lot of the communities that he's in because he's the biggest guy, and we just kind of put up with him. Like, think about why controllers are the hot topic right now, because Levin complained about him. Why do you think Puff, we needed a ledge grab limit? Because Levin went on to the comms at the Ludwig Invitational and started complaining about it. Like, he literally controls discourse in this community. When Levin complained... Why did people want box nerfs to begin with? Because at Summit 12, he complained about... people complained... I don't know if Levin complained, but people complained about how Levin's up air wasn't working on Swift. And almost lost. It's like, yeah, he does control rhetoric in a lot of the communities he's in. Because, once again, especially with some of these FGC games like Tekken, Guilty Gear, when he streams those games, he's the biggest figure in those communities. And he brings in his audience and, most likely, anybody who's interested in getting into the game in the first place. So when he says dumb stuff, because he's personally is bad at the game, it hurts the community. Because, once again, people are going to listen to... Especially with his reputation as, like, the god of fighting games or whatever. And being, like, a knowledgeable person across all games. You know? Where's Hax? He's not playing right now. We saw him play earlier. He destroyed a Falco.
Not many people notice it happening shouldn't surprise you either when you consider that it's standard for totalitarianism to creep up on you. As the author Pat Miller explained in the book Willfully Ignorant, the best way to take control over people and control them utterly is to take a little of their freedom at a time, to erode rights by 1,000 tiny and almost imperceptible reductions. In this way, the people will not see those rights and freedoms being removed until past the point at which these changes cannot be reversed. This quote describes exactly what happened to the melee community.
But also, the counter to that is, like, you could also argue that this is true with any prominent figure in the community, right? In a community. The problem is, like, Levin's probably the biggest, and he's not always arguing in good faith with everything, and he's usually just being salty about being bad, you know? But people always take him seriously. And it's also just, like, all top figures, you know? I feel, in a way. I don't know, what do y'all think? I'm just watching on the NYC Melee stream. Kind of crazy how all this was spun to completely exile Hax from the community. I mean, it's an unhinged video. He reaches a lot. So I don't blame them for saying, like, yeah, this is harassment or whatever, but to call it defamation is stupid. Like, nothing he said thus far is defamatory. Nothing he said is defamatory. It's just mean. That's it. Could a lot of the criticism... Yeah, exactly. A lot could be said about Mango. Especially when he's talking about all these controller issues. And that's a problem that... like, look, I'll criticize Levin for it, I'll criticize Mango for it. Because Mango doesn't know what he's talking about. Mango doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to controllers. He's not an authority to speak on them. But with Levin, we give him this pseudo, like, authority to talk on anything fighting games. So yeah.
Aside from controlled rhetoric and surveillance, the status quo of Melee is totalitarian in several other ways. The state terrorism I mentioned earlier serves a purpose, and that purpose is to instill fear in a population. As explained by an article titled The Manufacturing of Mass Psychosis, fear destabilizes a population and makes them easier to control. By instilling fear, the population is primed for the crime of menticide, which means the killing of the mind. The best way to do this is to use waves of terror, which when periods of fear are staggered with periods of calm in order to keep people on their toes. The article also warns that never before in history has there existed such effective technology for mass manipulation. Nowadays, social media allows people to quickly censor the flow of unwanted information. The same people who instilled fear can then offer a return to normalcy through a never-ending stream of propaganda. However, this comes at the expense of people's freedom. Once you realize that all the strategies I just listed are emanating from the same person, it becomes clear that a handbook is being followed. Leffen's inevitable tendency to feud with people at random has given him a hostile aura that people tend to want to steer clear of. The same exact person then floods the community with censorship, propaganda, and surveillance that we've come to accept as the norm. This pattern of behavior has only ever meant one thing historically, and none of it is a coincidence. Leffen gives off so many red flags that he's attempting totalitarianism that they're almost too easy to find. For example, one of his very first social media bios expressed genetic superiority, which is often a sign of a cruel and dehumanizing leader. Another example is the fact that Leffen has no respect for authority. He has in fact looked to embarrass authority on several occasions, despite the fact that we wouldn't have a scene without them.
He's honestly right about that.
But I'm not happy until every aspect of godhood is torn away, and there's only one god, and that's me.
When interviewed in 2015, Leffen made it clear that he was intent on becoming the one true god of Melee, and that he wouldn't be satisfied until every aspect of godhood was torn to shreds. This made for great entertainment at the time, and so people didn't stop to consider the real meaning behind it. The biggest red flag of all, however, is something that no one would have ever guessed.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Social media avatar. If you think about the process that goes into choosing an avatar,
Oh
this is
my
obviously
God.
true. People will often use avatars of anime characters that represent their inner beliefs, which is why I need to raise an issue with something. Why did Leffen used to use an avatar of Light Yagami from Death Note back in 2016? If you understand who Light Yagami is, then it makes all too much sense when you consider everything else that I've told you. Light is a brilliant high school student on the outside, but an infamous political criminal on the inside, whose goal is to become the god of the new world. He's able to remain undetected for many years by outwitting everyone in his way. Essentially, Death Note is the story of a totalitarian regime that ends up casting darkness over the entire planet. The story that's unraveling right before our very eyes is strikingly similar to Death Note. The Death Note is a book that can be used to issue death sentences simply by writing someone else's name down. Should this tool fall into the wrong hands, it would terrorize an entire society. The funny thing is, Leffen is basically trying to turn his phone into the Death Note through the use of modern technology and
I love this part. I love this part. He's gonna turn his phone into the Death Note. Like, look, if this was in court, you would still mention the stuff about, oh, look at this data about profile pictures. Like, why else would he pick the profile picture that has... Because, actually, think about it for a second. Why would you like a character like him unless you... Like, obviously, it's one thing to like him and think he's a well-written character or something. Or, like, you enjoyed watching him. But to, like, have him as your profile picture and almost, like, idolize him, it's weird. It's weird, I will say. It's kind of weird. So, like, in court, you would still bring this up. But then to say he's turning his phone into the Death Note... It's stuff like this that gets people to turn their brains off and just meme on you. Just make fun of you. Because it's funny. Later, he talks about, like, sexual predators living among us. And there's Among Us on the screen. It is so good.
good understanding of crowd psychology. It's actually possible to create a Death Note nowadays, and people need to be wary of that.
The Dark Triad, this gets great.
If you look at the avatars and professional photos that Leffen has used over the years, there's something in common with many of them. They're pitch black in terms of not only color, but tone as well. He has used avatars of demonic characters and pictures of himself grinning deviously, facing away from the camera while wearing a long black trench coat, being covered in shadows, etc. The Smash community lets Leffen play this off as though it's a villain persona, but what they fail to realize is that this all started long before Leffen was anyone relevant in the scene. Ever since Leffen's very first Smash Boards avatar, he has presented himself this way. You might be wondering why all of these troubling signs seem to be coming from the same person, so I'll give you the clinical explanation. In psychology, there's...
See, this is the problem. Like, he's not qualified to talk about... He's not qualified to talk about, like, psychology, so... Him talking about psychology just ruins his case.
concept called the Dark Triad that consists of three antisocial...
Like, you don't need to talk about this. You just need to say Leffen does bad things, and that's all you have to do.
personality traits: narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. These traits are strictly malevolent and can be thought of as the very definition of evil itself. They will compel people to commit crimes, and they're bound to result in social distress and severe problems for an organization, especially if the Dark Triad is given a leadership position. This is because Dark Triads are ruthless manipulators who will claw their way to the top at anyone's expense. They're also interpersonally skilled, which means that while they themselves are cold, Dark Triads are good at understanding other people's emotions and thought processes. The next thing to know is that Leffen is technically not a Dark Triad, but a Dark Tetrad. The Dark Tetrad is a slightly modified form of the Triad that doesn't get talked about as much. The difference is that it adds sadism to the list. Sadism refers to the tendency to derive pleasure from inflicting pain, suffering, or humiliation onto others. Not all Dark Triads are sadists, but Leffen certainly is. This is obvious based on his fake yawns and patronizing pats on the back, as well as the way he conducts himself online on a regular basis. In 2012, Leffen openly confessed to sadism when he stated that he acts like a douche on the internet because he enjoys seeing other people rage, and that doing so colors these empty words. So how do I know that Leffen isn't just a sadist, but a Dark Triad as well? There are a lot of ways to tell. For one, the Dark Triad is the motivating factor behind the totalitarian behavior I described earlier. There's also the fact that studies have shown that trolling and debating issues when posting online signal not only sadism, but also the Dark Triad. Leffen constantly engages...
Debating and trolling doesn't... I'm sorry. There's no way. There's just no way. There's just no way that you do a little bit of trolling and that makes you evil, dude.
Correlation skyrockets with trolling in particular, which is what Leffen was originally known for. Part of what this video will do is blow the doors open on the fact that this isn't just a villain persona, but who Leffen really is, and so you'll need to understand the Dark Triad. The Smash community needs to hear this information, because at this rate, it'll continue to funnel resources into Leffen, and so people need to know who they're supporting. As I said earlier, the dark triad consists of 3 traits: narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. Although these traits are often depicted as a triangle, it is more accurate to depict them as a Venn diagram since they all have overlapping qualities. Furthermore, having even one of these traits makes it much more likely to have the rest. The way the dark triad works is as follows. Narcissism isn't too malevolent on its own, but it mixes horribly with the other 2 traits, making it highly malevolent in the end. This is because narcissism can be thought of as self-admiration.
This Leffen 100% is narcissistic, and I don't think there's a single person in this community who, if anyone disagrees with you on this, they're lying. They're just straight up lying.
Narcissists need to be the center of attention at all times, and will go to great lengths to make sure it happens. They can't take any form of criticism either, and are highly insecure about their appearance. Narcissists will also...
Okay, this is true about Leffen. This is kind of true. Yeah. I don't know. Yes, 100%.
Arguments just to abuse people. They will use faulty argumentation and lies as much as necessary to avoid losing an argument.
Yes.
The next trait is psychopathy, which is the most malevolent of the 3 traits. Psychopathy is characterized by antisocial behavior, which means behavior that violates...
They're spamming... No, they're saying fuck Nintendo. I don't see anyone saying, like... I don't see anybody talking about hacks in here. Maybe I'm just wrong, but I don't see anybody in the chat saying anything about hacks. Scroll up, let me see. Scroll up, where's hacks? Yeah, I don't see anyone spamming it. Yeah, I don't... Alright, let's go back to the video. We'll take some screenies, okay.
...the rights of other people and disrupt society. Psychopaths are also impulsive, selfish, unemotional, and remorseless.
Okay, impulsive. I don't know. Unemotional? I don't know. He was pretty emotional after this. Remorseless? Yeah, he's pretty remorseless. Antisocial behavior. Violates other people's rights, disrupts society. That's what you could argue, yeah.
Finally, Machiavellianism refers to an ends justifies the means philosophy that involves exploiting and manipulating people in order to gain power. Machiavellians are absent in morality and have a high degree of self-interest. They believe in status over everything and will go to unbelievable lengths in order to obtain it. Machiavellianism is the most important trait to keep in mind throughout this video because if you think about it, it's the only one that isn't visible. Everything else on this list is visible if you know what to look for, but you wouldn't know how someone like Leffen has exploited the Smash community in order to serve his own interests. Among all of these traits, there are several things they have in common. Dark triads are low in agreeableness and extremely neurotic, which means they're constantly moody and angry. They also lack consciousness and empathy, which means they can't put themselves in the shoes of other people. The most important trait by far, though, is that dark triads are pathological liars. This is because all their overarching traits benefit from lying.
Leffen is definitely a pathological liar.
Defense, which Leffen does by stating that he is truthful to a fault in his Twitch bio. The article his excerpt is from is titled 20 Diversion Tactics Highly Manipulative Narcissists, Sociopaths, and Psychopaths Use to Silence You. The article lists plenty of strategies Leffen uses on a regular basis if you scroll through his Twitter feed. These include gaslighting, nonsensical conversations, generalizations, misrepresentations, aggressive jabs described as jokes, a condescending and patronizing tone, and shaming. I'm not going to provide examples of these because you can easily find them by scrolling through Leffen's Twitter feed for even a few seconds. However, there's something called projection that I want to take a moment to go over since it's a little more complicated. Projection or psychological projection is when someone insults other people by displacing things that they know to be true about themselves. Projection is a defense mechanism that is used to avoid accountability, and in the case of truly horrific people, it can be very abusive. This is why when Leffen called Magic Scrumpy a cheater, he didn't just call him a cheater. He called him a cheater with a victim complex. It's also why Leffen told Isan that he only cares about things that benefit him, why he called Hungrybox a sociopath, and why he's referred to me as his stalker. Every single one of these tweets needs to be interpreted in the reverse direction because they're all projections. And once you understand that, it becomes clear how wicked of a person Leffen really is. The problem is that not everyone is familiar with projection, and so people actually side with Leffen when he says these things. As you can see, the signs that Leffen is a dark triad.
Again, you're not qualified to talk about psychology, so it's like you shouldn't. You shouldn't be doing that. You don't need to do this.
I'll show you some examples of each of the 3 dark triad traits, starting with Machiavellianism.
Hey guys, it's Leffen here again. I forgot to mention that I'm going to be...
Hey guys, it's Leffen here. Hey guys, it's me. Today we're gonna be
doing a charity stream this Friday. It's gonna be for RAIN, which is the biggest anti-sexual violence charity in the United States.
The video you're watching is blatantly...
Dude. Just look at him. Just look at him. He's staring dead into the camera. Hey guys. Oh, is it too fast? Let me do it a little slower.
Starting with Machiavellianism.
Hey guys, it's Leffen here again. I forgot to mention that I'm going to be doing a charity stream.
It's so blatant. It's so blatant. Hey guys. Hold on, let me. Hey guys, it's thefranChise. Today we're gonna be doing a charity stream. Today we're gonna be doing charity stream. Charity stream. I don't know what day it is. It's Wednesday now, but we're not doing it today. Hopefully you guys support the charity. I did.
Stream this Friday. It's gonna be for RAIN, which is the biggest anti-sexual violence charity in the United States.
The video you're watching is blatantly insincere just based on the way Leffen raises his voice. He's speaking in a high-pitched voice because he knows that he needs to appear friendly and charitable in this moment, and he doesn't actually feel those emotions. We can't forget this is the same person who was once banned for being a chronic liar with a manipulative personality, and that this slip-up isn't merely a coincidence. Moving on to narcissism, take a look at this post Leffen made in 2011. Someone had listed a bunch of melee sets they recommended watching, and they just so happened to sort Leffen's sets individually rather than grouping them. Leffen then commented that he liked how the way the sets were sorted placed more emphasis on himself, which is an extremely narcissistic comment to make. Additionally, Leffen refers to himself as an icon in his Twitter bio and has several heavily edited photos of himself that uphold that belief. Lastly, I'll show you an example of psychopathy. The fact that Leffen used to state that he is really mean in his social media bio is an indicator of psychopathy in itself, but I want to give you a real-world example. When I beat Leffen at Genesis 7, I was wearing a red pair of Adidas pants.
Oh my god, this is the most iconic one.
These pants would become synonymous, but I want to give you a real-world example. When I beat Leffen at Genesis 7, I was wearing a red pair of Adidas pants with white stripes on them. These pants would become synonymous with my run at that tournament. A few months after Genesis 7, someone sent me a picture they took of Leffen streaming. Leffen was wearing a red Adidas shirt with white stripes on its sleeves while editing a digital controller's button layout. Again, this wasn't a coincidence. It was a psychopath's way of showing that he wants revenge. Needless to say, the behaviors you're going to find in this video are completely bizarre, but you might be wondering why I'm making this video now. I'm making this video now because the status quo of Melee is becoming increasingly dystopian, and I've been growing increasingly discontent with it. It seems that instead of opposing the Dark Triad, we've actually embraced it as part of our culture. When Leffen randomly attacks people from other gaming communities, for example, we watch and laugh. Then, our content creators turn it into the latest news. This leads to other communities telling us to take Leffen back to the shithole he came from. Even worse is the fact that we built a bot off of Leffen's AI and used it to broadcast his mindset to thousands of people. Once you realize why the people behind Deep Leffen Bot found Leffen's personality so fascinating, it's actually a lot more dystopian than it looks. Above all else, though,
where was he wrong there? Where was he wrong? Let me replay that. He's actually just straight spitting here.
Becoming increasingly dystopian, and I've been growing increasingly discontent with it. It seems that instead of opposing the Dark Triad, we've actually embraced it as part of our culture. When Leffen randomly attacks people from other gaming communities, for example, we watch and laugh. Then, our content creators turn it into the latest news. This leads to other communities telling us to take Leffen back to the shithole he came from. Even worse is the fact that we built a bot off of Leffen's AI and used it to broadcast his mindset to thousands of people. Once you realize why the people behind Deep Leffen Bot found Leffen's personality so fascinating, it's actually a lot more dystopian than it looks.
Like, obviously, say, like, oh, it's the Dark Triad, it's dystopian. Obviously, like, yeah, that's extreme, but where's he wrong there? Like, actually, like, where's he wrong? Like, they literally they turned it into a meme. They turned Leffen being a toxic and having a terrible personality into a meme with Deep Leffen Bot. Like, it's just become so, like, normal that it's normal.
Above all else, though, there was something that happened recently that drew the line for me, and it had to do with a filmmaker named Samox. For those who don't know, Samox is the director behind the original Smash Bros. Documentary that turned Melee into a major esport back in 2013. In 2020, Samox returned to us with a new documentary called Metagame, which covered the newer generation of Melee players. However, Metagame wasn't received nearly as well, largely due to what people viewed as Leffen's character assassination. Samox had chosen to show footage of Swedes who knew about evidence.zip, and Leffen didn't like that. Even though Metagame didn't reveal too much about evidence.zip, it was still the current generation's only glimpse at the truth, and Leffen made it clear that he wanted it taken down. At first, Leffen complimented the first few episodes of Metagame for how incredible they were, but when the episodes that talked about evidence.zip aired the next day, everything changed. Leffen frantically began to tweet about Metagame every several minutes. His tweet suggested that evidence.zip was a conspiracy, and that Metagame was a terrible documentary for assassinating his character. Leffen tweeted so frequently that he seemingly went insane. He just went on and on and on, and it felt like there was no end. The next terms I'm going to introduce are called narcissistic injury and narcissistic rage. Narcissistic injury occurs when a narcissist perceives...
That's true. Everything you said there is true. Hold on. Like, nothing he said there is wrong. It's like, okay, even the parts of this that were, like, bad, what part of this is, like, defamatory, you know? It's like, they banned him for harassment, which, okay, I guess, like, this video, like, obviously, it's targeted towards Leffen. It's negative. Obviously, I guess you could argue that, but say it's defamatory, like, nothing he said thus far is defamation. It's just a lot of, like, unhinged speculation at worst. But that's not defamatory, dude.
Perceive something as a serious threat to their self-esteem. It will happen if the narcissist feels that their true self has been revealed, and the people have caught onto their hidden behaviors and motivations. This triggers narcissistic rage, which when a narcissist goes insane, it becomes extremely violent. Narcissistic rage happens at the end of Death Note when the police force finally close in on Light Yagami, the mastermind behind years of political crimes that terrorized the world. After realizing that he's been caught, Light begins to laugh like a maniac and contort his body in strange ways while the police force watch in awe. In real life, the way narcissistic rage works is it has two phases. The first phase is an angry outburst, and the second phase is a self-aimed wrath. This means that the narcissist will actually degrade themselves, as to suggest the way they've been insulted is preposterous. Leffen did this toward the very end of his rage when he tweeted a picture of his face edited onto a Dementor, which is a creature from Harry Potter that drains peace, hope, and happiness from the world around it. Although people saw this tweet as sarcastic, it was actually a lot more telling than they realized. The way Leffen responded to Metagame rallied the community in back of him, which put extreme pressure on Samox. Just a few hours after these episodes aired, Samox had already been forced to issue an apology statement assuring people that re-releases of Metagame would be censored to remove all evidence.zip footage. Many people call this out as revisionist history, but their voices were ultimately drowned out.
Yeah.
The problem with this entire situation is that if you think about it, Samox was screwed ever since the moment he decided to cover Leffen at all. This is because Samox could have gone in one of two directions with Metagame. The first one was to tell the truth, which is what he did. Samox is a professional filmmaker who's probably never not told the truth in his career, and so he approached the situation the same way as usual. But what Samox didn't know is that he was catering to an audience that had never heard the truth about Leffen before and couldn't believe
like the only issue with this is I think you should also give Leffen a chance to like speak his piece too. But that's not what he did. He then censored the original part and then made it like only Leffen, you know?
When they heard it, this caused Samox to break his obligations as a filmmaker by agreeing to censor the truth. On On April 24th, Sandbox doubled down by announcing that he'd be returning in June with a new episode of Metagame that would focus on Leffen, as well as new interview footage. In other words, propaganda. This announcement is the pinnacle of how dystopian the Melee community has become. Rather than hear the truth, we prefer to rewrite history.
Where can we find OG Metagame episodes? I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I pirated them. Which is how I was able to get the footage for my video. I didn't pirate them, I downloaded someone else pirated it. I did not pirate it. I did not pirate it. Alright? Someone else did, and I just downloaded their video. Alright, and I'm pretty sure I don't even have it anymore.
A way that glorifies people who don't deserve it. It's gotten to the point that we'll ostracize filmmakers who try to do the right thing for us and make them come crawling back to us with propaganda in order to redeem themselves. After seeing what happened to Sandbox, I realized that this community was desperately in need of some factual information, and so I decided to make this video. The way this generation got here in the first place was through propaganda. TSM and Red Bull committed one of the biggest sins in esports history when they decided to erase the truth about evidence.zip.
It's like saying, oh, this is one of the biggest sins in esports history. It's stuff like this that gets people to just think you're crazy. Instead of just saying, hey, this is bad. You don't need to say, oh, it's one of the worst crimes in esports history.
And lie to people instead. The documentaries, interviews, and articles that these companies have put out in the past several years are nothing short of the most aggressive brainwashing campaign I've ever witnessed. It's almost as if nothing the media has told you is true. Leffen sponsors have made it seem as though he's a cheerful and positive role model, and they've had friends and family members testify on his behalf as well. This false narrative is amplified by interviews with other community members who know nothing about the truth either. Red Bull even titled their documentary series Evidence.zip and portrayed Leffen's ban as a hero story, as if he was a phoenix rising from the ashes. It gets worse when you consider that Leffen surely influenced the narrative of these documentaries and had final say over all of them. Now we're somehow at the point where I'm the last one left in Smash who knows.
He's right, but to say it's one of the worst sins in the history of the world is like, yeah.
I promise you that after I tell you the truth, every single piece these companies have ever put out about Leffen will be remembered as political terrorism. Back when I showed you the quote that explains how
I'm saying political terror, it's like, dude, you don't need to do this. You can just say, hey, Leffen bad, here's why. You don't need to say, oh, dark triad, political terrorism. You don't need to do that.
Gradually encroach on human rights. There was an implication that things can reach the point where it's too late. This is why the quote reads, until past the point at which these changes cannot be reversed. If you look at the current state of the media, the Smash community is rapidly approaching a checkmate situation. Leffen has professional propaganda, a social media sanctuary they created by blocking thousands of people, and a podcast named after his rhetoric. He will mob you on Twitter if you speak his name, and he has successfully defamed YouTubers whose views weren't in line with his. He's also on your TV screen when you tune into tournaments he isn't playing. What the community is now agreeing to do is erase the one shot they had at learning the truth and replace it with propaganda instead. The situation Sandbox has been forced into in order to appeal to this community is catastrophic and goes to show how corroded we've become.
Alright, so this is like TSM and Red Bull. Social, I guess, with blocking people, that's kind of a reach at the same time. This is kind of dumb. I mean, 6'4" is just kind of a meme at this point. A lot of people believe this at the time. So that's weird. Will mob those who speak negatively of him? Yes. I mean, I don't think he mobs them. He kind of just, he'll block them. But yeah, I see what he means. Has defamed yeah, basically. With like, he brought up, Magic Scrumpy. Seemingly always on your TV screen. Yeah, kind of true. And then, yeah. They replaced the metagame now.
Been pressured to succumb to totalitarianism, but people don't realize that. People don't realize that they're witnessing the death of their free speech. Totalitarianism.
And also to call it like the death of free speech is kind of dumb.
Thought of as building a car. The goal is to create an empire in which everything is automated, but the hardest part is giving that empire 4 wheels and an engine. The empire needs things like a brainwashed population, means of instilling fear, loyalty, and the abolition of free press. From there, it can operate smoothly. There's no doubt that the abolition of free press is one of the most necessary steps toward these types of societies. The first thing people need to realize is that none of this is a drill. Leffen is attempting totalitarianism, and that's going to become clearer and clearer as this video goes on. The second thing people need to realize is that there's still time. Leffen may have conquered the press, but he can't undo the information I'll be giving you in this video. Once people find out what the Smash community has become, I'm hopeful that things will change. For now, I'll be listing totalitarianism as the first of many charges against Leffen.
It's like, okay, I mentioned this before, like how people just like parrot what Leffen says and like, oh, well, other prominent influencers in the community. But as I said in my video, like, yeah, Leffen he's entitled to his opinions. He's a very opinionated player, and it's his right to be able to say whatever he wants on the game. But so is people like M2K. Yet you never hear people complain about M2K and his opinions on Smash. You never heard that. Or like, you never had people say like, oh, him and his fans are toxic. Like, you never heard that. It was always Leffen. It's always Leffen. Almost never anyone else. There's a reason for that. This is where he talks about
I'm now going to tell you the true story behind Evidence.zip. I'm violating multiple people's privacy by doing this, but there's no other choice. 10 years ago, I made a thread on Smash Wars that advocated for a ledge grab limit being added to the Melee rule set. I knew this rule needed to be implemented for a lot of reasons, but at the time, people didn't realize that. I assured people that one day they'd realize that I wasn't kidding. The same day I made my thread, a user named Leffen went well out of his way to destroy it. Leffen and I didn't even know each other, but he came across as incredibly angry and determined to undermine my credibility. He insulted me many times and told me that I was a moron for thinking the camping ledge is broken. 8 years later, Leffen would be begging tournament organizers to implement a ledge grab limit because of how broken camping ledges is, according to his own words. Players like HBox and Mewtwo King had shown that ledge camping needed to be banned by then, and so Leffen was now in agreement with what I've been saying since 2011. Luckily for Leffen, I was working on a YouTube video about ledge camping around that same time. My video went in depth about why ledge red limit was needed, and would end up convincing the community that I was right all along. Leffen had no choice but to endorse my video at that point, but you can see how even then, he did so in a reluctant tone. The problem with today's situation is that when Leffen throws a narcissistic tantrum like the one he threw in 2011, thousands of people will actually listen to him in a reluctant tone.
This is really funny. This is a funny screenshot.
The problem with today's situation is that when Leffen throws a narcissistic tantrum like the one he threw in 2011, thousands of people will actually listen to him. Back then, this wasn't as much of an issue, but it was still a huge one. As time went on, Leffen would destroy many of my threads, even though I'd never done anything to him, and it began to intrude on my free speech pretty severely.
He's not intruding on your free speech, he's just being toxic.
In 2012, I'd had enough, and so I condemned Leffen in a post that told him to never use my name again. I also let him know that he was a menace who would inevitably cause the community problems in the future. After I made my post, Leffen's harassment didn't
Wait, hold up. You'd think Rocky's post would have given this sick clue. I swear to God, Leffen's parents used to hit him in the back of the head as a kid because he, by far, the most bitter. So, yeah. All right, let's
I also let him know that
continue.
he was a menace who would inevitably cause the community problems in the future. After I made my post, Leffen's harassment didn't just get worse. It turned into stalking. I couldn't really go anywhere on boards without Leffen being there, and it began to affect me a lot as a teenager. Smashwords was the only form of social media back then, and so this reached the point of me not wanting to sign on to social media at all. By early 2013, things had gotten to the point where I knew that Leffen needed to be banned from the community, and so I reached out to Armada. What Armada told me in response caught me by surprise. Armada told me that there was already a team of Swedes working to ban Leffen, that I was welcome to join them. This is how I became involved with evidence.zip. When Armada declared Leffen's ban official on February...
Like, the fact that they were already in the works of banning him should give you it should tell you everything you need to know about, like, what he was like back then.
9, 2013, we published some, but not all of evidence.zip. This is because evidence.zip consisted of two parts, public forum posts and private testimonies. What you're looking at is the folder that was originally distributed to the public, which contained the forum posts. I'm the one who compiled the document with Leffen's Smashwords forum posts, which is why some people think I created evidence.zip. I didn't necessarily create evidence.zip, because other than that, I was just another person who testified. However, it is true that I bridged the gap between Sweden and North America. The private testimonies within evidence.zip were never released due to their private nature. I'm going to betray several of my friends by showing them to you, because the world needs to see them. Evidence.zip consisted of 3 Swedish players, 3 Swedish TOs, and 3 American players. One of the American players and all 3 of the Swedish players are what we'll call prospects. These were people who felt that Leffen had made it his goal to remove them from the Smash community. I just so happened to be the sole American prospect. Other than that, there were 5 more people who felt that what they witnessed was more than enough to warrant banning Leffen. Armada was one of those 5 people. There's also a 10th document titled Letter to Genesis 3 staff that was written by the Swedes collectively. Genesis 3 was originally supposed to happen in summer 2013, hence the title of the letter. There's only one document I can't show you, and that is the 3rd Swedish Smasher's testimony. There are reasons I can't get into this testimony.
Genesis 3 didn't happen until 2016.
So I'll be skipping it. Other than that, I'll be showing you excerpts from each of these testimonies.
Alright, we don't need to watch this. Basically, Leffen bad.
After reading these testimonies, it should be clear why I've been telling you that this community will be destroyed in another 10 years. We've been on a time bomb this entire time, and the press has done nothing but cover it up. Several of the people who testified for evidence.zip were able to predict that Leffen had the potential to fully erode the Smash community, even internationally, if he wasn't banned. That was 8 years ago. The fact that I can look at the state of Smash in 2021 and reasonably compare it to totalitarianism means that the prophecy has become all too real.
Wait, I need to...
8 years ago. The fact that I can look at the state of Smash in 2021 and reasonably compare it to totalitarianism
Reasonably compared to totalitarianism.
means that the prophecy has become all too real.
The prophecy.
Throughout his career, Leffen has lied about the origins of evidence.zip. Clearly, it wasn't the conspiracy he wants you to
This is true. He has lied about .zip too. I mean, .zip 1, the original.
believe it was. Evidence.zip was a collective warning that Leffen is a dark tetrad with the potential to fully erode the Smash community, and the fact that this was kept hidden from people is nothing short of a travesty. An especially important quote from evidence.zip that I want to highlight is one from Armada's testimony. This is the quote that states, "At one point, Leffen basically told me and another Swedish Smasher that he thinks humans shouldn't show as much respect toward each other as they do most of the time." This quote reveals that Leffen is not only a Machiavellian, but high on the Machiavellian scale.
And he's also a kid at the time. Which is the excuse a lot of people use. They're like, oh, he's changed. He's changed. He was just a salty kid. But he's, like, still doing this stuff. And, like, he still had his whole hate campaign against the HBox. He still... The whole Me Too thing. It's like, dude.
He believes that empathy is naive and that deception is necessary in order to get ahead. Essentially, high mocks view people as chess pieces that can and should be used in order to serve one's self-interests. I'm pointing this out because, as I told you earlier, Machiavellianism is the most important dark triad trait to keep in mind. It is the trait that will cause us to have to go back and reinvestigate several of the things that Leffen has done in order to determine how they may have been politically motivated. As you'll eventually find out, you should never underestimate.
He's saying they may have been. Like, this isn't defamation. This clearly isn't defamation, dude. Defamation is statements of fact, provable statements of fact that are false. And a lot of these aren't necessarily false or provable.
The degree of bad faith and pathological lying that high mocks such as Leffen will utilize. Another important aspect of evidence.zip is that it reveals Leffen's MO. From an early age, Leffen showed that he would latch onto prospects who he'd choose on a whim, then hunt them down until their careers were over. He would go to any lengths necessary to defraud these prospects, using strategies such as blackmail, gaslighting, and rumor spreading in order to ruin them. At first, these prospects seemed to be limited to those with physical or mental handicaps, but as time went on, Leffen began to target people for political reasons as well. I know this because I was the first person he chose for these purposes. In my case, Leffen seemed to dislike the fact that I respected opinions that could potentially challenge his rhetoric, and so he wanted me gone. Unsurprisingly, Leffen has continued to target people who could challenge his market share for similar reasons in recent years. This would happen right in front of everyone's eyes, but it was well disguised, and so people failed to realize that there was a pattern. You should also know about what happened directly after evidence.zip, because the press has lied to you about that too. Directly after Leffen was banned, he made it clear that evidence.zip was a conspiracy and that he'd been wronged. He even said that he wanted to leave his past behind and cut ties with the Smash community. But on March 21st, 2013, Leffen had a change of heart. He suddenly decided that he was sorry for everything, and he confessed to several of the things that he had done, citing depression and anxiety as the motivating factors. The apology Leffen issued got covered by the Score Esports' documentary on him from 2018, which has 1.5 million views. It's the apology that people cite to this day, and the one that people believe is real. What the people who read Leffen's apology didn't know was that they had been manipulated. On the exact same day Leffen issued his apology to North America, he also issued statements on the Swedish forums that warned them that they had defied him. Last year I talked with one of the Swedes who testified for evidence.zip about the fact that Leffen's apology was insincere. Although the Swedish forums are no longer accessible, he confirmed that Leffen's apology was fake. This is made even more obvious by an excerpt from the letter of apology to North America. Leffen issued got covered by the Score Esports' documentary on him from 2018, which has 1.5 million views. It's the apology that people cite to this day, and the one that people believe is real. What the people who read Leffen's apology didn't know was that they had been manipulated. On the exact same day Leffen issued his apology to North America, he also issued statements on Swedish forums that warned them that they had defied him. Last year I talked with one of the Swedes who testified for evidence.zip about the fact that Leffen's apology was insincere. Although the Swedish forums are no longer accessible, he confirmed that Leffen's apology was fake. This is made even more obvious by
he didn't have proof of that, but you know.
An excerpt from the letter to Genesis 3 staff, which explains how Leffen initially responded to being banned over in Sweden.
The fact that he's saying like the whole ban is a conspiracy now, or like all the claims are slanderous or whatever, when he's apologized for them himself, it's stupid.
Yeah. The excerpt explains that Leffen had condemned the Swedes to the point that he seemed to want to take revenge on them. The excerpt also warns the reader that Leffen is someone who will endlessly claim victim status in order to evade accountability, which is exactly what he did in his fake apology. 2 weeks after Leffen's fake apology, a tournament called Beast 3 was held in Sweden. Beast 3 was the first notable tournament that Leffen was banned from, and so the Swedes who'd been abused by him were looking forward to their first Leffen-free tournament. But what people don't know is that Leffen actually showed up to this tournament in person and tried to convince the TOs to let him in. Leffen didn't seem to understand that he was actually banned from Beast 3, and so the TOs had to physically deny him entry. Around the same time, I was emailing Mr. Wizard about banning Leffen from EVO 2013. I was transparent about the fact that this was a complicated case and that it wasn't going to be easy to convey why a ban was necessary. Unfortunately, the EVO staff would end up rejecting the case on the basis of no physical assault, which is exactly what I feared would happen. A few months later, I flew to Vegas for EVO 2013. The first night I got there, I dropped my bags off in my hotel room and went to the Rio Hotel, which was nearby. I went to the Rio because the World Series of Poker was taking place there that year, and I wanted to watch people participate in it. I ended up spending a couple.
Yeah, Hax tried to get back into poker. He's too scared to play me, guys. So if you can go on his Twitter or in his Discord and just spam him saying play franchise in poker, that would be greatly. Oh yeah, he also needs to drop the mixtape. He also got to drop the mixtape that he's been hiding.
Back to my hotel room to grab my phone charger, at which point I called my friend Cody, who I was staying with. When I called Cody, I told him that I'd be heading back to the hotel to grab my charger. Cody then said to me, sure, but just so you know, Leffen's playing Melee in our hotel room. When Cody needed to head back to my hotel room to grab my phone charger, at which point I called my friend Cody, who I was staying with. When I called Cody, I told him that I'd be heading back to the hotel to grab my charger. Cody then said to me, sure, but just so you know, Leffen's playing Melee in our hotel room. When Cody said that to me, it was one of the weirdest things I'd ever heard. A lot of people vaguely knew that Leffen and I had beef, but people didn't know that this was the same person I had just tried to ban from the tournament we were at. Of all the people who could have ended up in my hotel room, the fact that it was Leffen wasn't a coincidence. He wanted to cause some sort of disturbance, and he succeeded. When I got back to the hotel, I didn't actually enter my room. Instead, I had Cody hand me my phone charger at the door. Leffen sat inside my hotel room while all of this happened. These are logs showing that I discussed the situation with Cody last year. Later that weekend, something similar happened. I had spent a lot of EVO 2013 with my childhood friend J-Man, who was approaching retirement from Melee around that time. What I noticed is that during certain parts of the weekend, Leffen would make efforts to befriend J-Man, which led to lots of awkward moments where I didn't want to approach J-Man because he was with Leffen. This exact strategy was described by one of the Swedes who testified for evidence.zip, who stated that after he began avoiding Leffen looked to finish him by taking his friends away from him, which caused issues in his social life. These types of interactions show the ridiculous lengths Leffen will go to torment people once they're on his hit list. As you can see, Leffen never actually expressed remorse for the actions that got him banned. In fact, he did the opposite. He made no efforts to change either, which should have been obvious based on the way he barked when he took games off of Armada at Beast 4 in 2014. The problem is that 8 years have passed since evidence.zip, and Leffen now has the entire Smash community in his back pocket. Someone with a dark triad mentality is able to severely disrupt society when given this much power, and Leffen has done exactly that. However, people haven't been viewing things from this angle, and so they never saw any of it. As I said earlier, Leffen would eventually transition into a full-fledged political con artist. The goal of his cons can be summed up in one phrase: socioeconomic resource transfer. Leffen is a Machiavellian who will do anything to get ahead socioeconomically, which means he'll go to unthinkable lengths to acquire fame and fortune. Between these two things, fame is Leffen's priority. He wants people to be controlled.
Dude, I'm just trying to get through this. Because we're just watching this until Hax is on stream again.
And underneath him so that he can continue to broaden his influence. I'll be showing you how Leffen has exploited the Smash community many times in order to achieve this. Another term you should be familiar with is socioeconomic resource drain. This term is appropriate because it describes the fact that Leffen often targets people such as myself who he...
Also, I'm trying to just get through the BS and only talk about the important stuff.
...views as political adversaries. Leffen's goal here is to drain his adversaries socioeconomically in order to further secure his position. This is a standard strategy for achieving totalitarianism. In Nazi Germany, for example, Hitler purged a large group within the Nazi Party in 1934. He viewed the people within this group as potential threats to his ascent, and so he needed them gone.
Like, comparing Leffen to Hitler... Like, do I really need to say why that's dumb? Like, do I have to really be like, yeah, that's bad, guys, by the way. Oh, let me fix the lighting. Alright, there we go. Like, do I really need to sit here and tell you guys, hey, Hax comparing Leffen to Hitler, that's bad. Like, do I really have to do that?
Surely enough, this scheme was instrumental in Hitler's rise. Finally, social parasite is the term we'll use to describe someone who resorts to either of these strategies. In Smash, or any community for that matter, it's an unspoken rule that your success shouldn't come at the expense of others. Social parasites like Leffen don't believe in this mentality, and so they'll gladly exploit their community and their fellow competitors in order to ascend. Unfortunately, this opens the door for all sorts of immoral ways of getting ahead that people wouldn't normally consider, which have largely contributed to where Leffen is today.
Why Levo exists. This was kind of like one of the weaker points, I think. But at the same time, it's kind of sus. It's kind of sus, honestly.
Now that the stage is set, I'm going to begin listing manipulation tactics that Leffen uses on a regular basis. The first one is called the totalitarian tiptoe, or tiptoeing for short. Tiptoeing is used to get large groups of people to agree to terms that they would normally reject. This is the term that describes Leffen's gradual encroachment of free speech that I talked about earlier. As the Pat Miller quote explained, the best way to take control over a people and control them utterly is to take a little of their freedom at a time, to erode rights by 1,000 tiny and almost imperceptible reductions. In this way, the people will not see those rights and freedoms being removed until past the point at which these changes cannot be reversed. The idea here is that the best way to erode people's rights is to do it gradually so that nothing happens abruptly enough to raise eyebrows. Over time, this can cause people to fail to realize that they've agreed to massively disadvantageous terms, such as the fact that Leffen is on the verge of reaching full censorship. Basically, don't skip from A to Z or else people will notice. Instead, advance a couple of letters at a time. Now that you know about tiptoeing, I want to start by showing you that nothing has changed since evidence.zip and that Leffen is still the same malicious person in the year 2021. At the very end of last year, I announced that I'd be hosting an online version of my tournament series Hax Is Nightclub starting on January 2nd, 2021. The trailer stated that I'd be hosting a tournament every Saturday that didn't already have a tournament happening on that date. This is standard practice in the Smash community. We host tournaments for the good of the community, and so we don't overrun each other's tournaments. On January 2nd, my staff and I hosted Hax Is Nightclub. There were 567 entrants, and the event was a huge success. But what a lot of people didn't understand is why Hax Is Nightclub never happened again after that date. The real reason is very complicated. On January 3rd, the day after I hosted Hax Is Nightclub, Leffen announced that he'd be starting up a weekly tournament series called Levo. To enter Levo, people would have to subscribe to Leffen on Twitch. Levo was going to happen every Saturday, which normally would have meant that it was overrunning Hax Is Nightclub. The catch, though, is that Levo was a European event, and so no one batted an eye. Not even my staff saw what Leffen had just done, but I knew precisely what this meant. Leffen was tiptoeing, and he would soon look to overrun Hax Is Nightclub entirely. If Leffen had announced the North American event on Saturdays, it would have raised too many eyebrows, so what he needed to do instead was take baby steps. Within a few weeks, he was inevitably going to expand Levo to North America. Once I saw this, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I was going to trade my entire tournament series to mount my case against Leffen, and so I shut down Hax Is Nightclub. The interesting thing, though, is that nobody knew there wasn't going to be another event. Not even my own staff knew the truth. I'd begun to lie to everybody by telling them that the next event would be on January 23rd.
This was dumb.
I even announced this in the Hax Is Nightclub Discord server. The reason I announced January 23rd as the next date was because there were upcoming tournaments on the next 2 weekends, and so if I was actually going to host another event, then I would have had to schedule around them. But I was only looking for one thing here, and that was to make Leffen take the next step on January 23rd. I would then be able to show this to people later. The tournament that happened the week after my event was called Galint. I ran fake ads at Galint because I needed to be absolutely sure that Leffen would see them. The ad said that the next Hax Is Nightclub would fall on January 23rd. Then, on January 14th, the inevitable happened when Leffen announced that the Levo he'd be hosting on January 23rd would have a North American bracket. Because of how inconspicuously Leffen slipped this in, no one even noticed that he had just overrun another tournament. January 23rd is also when Leffen would start calling it Saturday Night Levo, which is a direct shot at Hax Is Nightclub. Before I go any further, let me explain why this is so significant. Leffen wanted to overrun my tournament in order to weaken his longtime adversary. However, he knew that if his original announcement on January 3rd said that he'd be hosting a North American tournament on Saturdays, people would have brought up the fact that the East Coast had just gotten a major tournament series and he was blatantly overrunning it. So instead, Leffen started by hosting an EU-only tournament. Then, 2 weeks later, he slipped in an announcement that he'd be adding...
Yeah, exactly. Why not just call people... Yeah, why not call him out on Twitter for that? Why not just say, like, hey, or, like, say, like, hey, you're overrunning my tournament. Like, I already had a tournament hosted here. Like, announced and ready. So, yeah.
This allowed Leffen to overrun Hax Is Nightclub without anyone noticing. The steps Leffen took reveal a high degree of Machiavellianism. Not only does this show that Leffen has the capacity to manipulate the community, but it also shows complete disregard for the community. Whereas Hax Is Nightclub was a free event, Vivo requires you to sub to Leffen on Twitch, which means Leffen was willing to take a free event away from the community. This also shows the capacity for resource transfer, resource drain, and socially parasitic behavior. Leffen's con may have been directed at me, but he was willing to exploit the community in order to execute it. One of the reasons I shut down Hax Is Nightclub completely was because I wanted to see how Leffen would lie to people afterward. This would end up happening a month later. On February 27th and 28th, there was going to be a major European event called The Upset. The Upset was being held by Poilon, a company that had recently gotten into Smash. The Upset singles bracket was going to take place on Sunday, February 28th, while Leffen would host Levo on Saturday the 27th. A few days before that weekend, Leffen's narcissism kicked into full gear. He started criticizing The Upset for starting a Sunday bracket at 11 a.m., as this would make it difficult for him to host Levo, then sleep, and enter The Upset the next day. He started to make lots of other criticisms as well. Things got to the point that The Upset's head TO had to step in and tell Leffen to stop shitting on his team's hard work, and that no one was forcing Leffen to enter The Upset. The TO also accused Leffen of overrunning his event, since it would have been common courtesy for Leffen to not host Levo at all that week, so that the first day of The Upset could do better. Leffen then flat out lied to the TO's face by acting as though he cares about not conflicting with other events. We know this is a lie because Leffen actually created Levo with the intention of overrunning Hax Is Nightclub.
Like, I think this is a decent point. Actually, like, looking back, this is actually kind of a decent point. But at the same time, I don't think Hax went about it the right way.
On the official qualifier for Summit's online events, whereas it's entirely possible that Hax Is Nightclub would receive this partnership if not for Levo overrunning it. Like I said though, I was willing to trade my tournament series so that I could show you this. The moment I saw Leffen's announcement on January 3rd, I knew that I had the opportunity to catch him in a string of lies.
This one was kind of dumb.
The crazy part is that in January, Leffen launched not one, but 2 political cons at me. While all this was going on, there was another con aimed at the box, which is the ergonomic controller that I sell. The con began on January 5th when Leffen tweeted that he'd be live streaming a review of a box he just got in the mail. This was yet another tiptoe. Just like when Leffen tiptoed by announcing Levo, he was now tiptoeing once again. To show you how obvious it is this was a tiptoe, consider this Instagram post that Leffen made in 2017 in which he claimed he'd be showcasing notched GameCube controllers. Leffen then posted his so-called notch showcase to YouTube and started to say things like these within the first few minutes.
Right, so first off, one common thing that people say is like, oh, you know, the fact that the box or the hitbox controller is a digital input gives you perfect wave meshes isn't a big deal. You can just notch your controller to get perfect wave meshes. This, even with notches, this literally never happens. Truck Jitsu said, this isn't a good reason. You can just make the box, you can just modify the box as less than perfect. No, you can't. It's not really that they're objectively better. It's that it's 100% consistent. It's perfect. It's far more important to be 100% consistent than 100% perfect in Melee. And that's the inherent problem with having digital input. You play outside of the rules.
Leffen's notch showcase wasn't even about notches. It was a video intended to convince you that the box needed to be banned. The only reason Leffen used a different title was to trick people into watching the video. This is why when you see Leffen claiming that he'll be reviewing the box 4 years later, he's obviously being deceptive here as well.
I mean, to be fair, he was reviewing all the box controllers at this time. He also reviewed the Frame 1 at this time. So, to be fair to Leffen.
But I think the box is worse. For the hand position for this one, I actually feel like these buttons are like too high up, but I have never seen this many cuts on anything ever. It has a billion small cuts.
Within the first few minutes of Leffen's review, it becomes
Here's the thing. Okay.
High up, but I have never seen this many cuts on
the box 4 years later. He's obviously being deceptive here as well.
They both are kind of fingerprint magnets, but I think the box is worse. For the hand position for this one, I actually feel like these buttons are like too high up, but I have never...
Okay. He says the buttons are too high up on the box. He doesn't criticize the Frame 1 for that, even though the buttons are the same distance apart. So it's really weird how you'd criticize the box for that, but not the Frame 1, which is literally the exact same thing. It's the same controller. The Frame 1's just a box clone. So I don't get why he'd roast the box, but not the Frame 1. It's almost as if there's this guy named Hax who made one of them and not the other, you know?
Never seen this many cuts on anything ever. It has a billion small cuts.
Within the first few minutes of Leffen's review, it becomes pretty obvious that he's tricked people into watching a stream of him ripping into the box the entire time. I don't actually care about the comments you heard him making just now, but the comments that came afterward are the ones that would end up causing huge problems.
For me, I might actually swap so that this button is Z, so I can grab like this, and so that I can L cancel with R. Because I think L canceling with R is better than with light. A lot of people will not agree with me, but I am very sure about it.
Leffen had begun to spout factually incorrect information about L canceling in Melee. He was then using that information to tell people that the box is designed incorrectly and that 2 of its button locations should be swapped. To show you what I mean, here's a diagram of the box's button layout.
Yeah,
The
this
8
whole
buttons being
thing was
highlighted in
kind of
blue are
dumb.
called home row buttons because they're the ones that you rest your fingers on. As you can see, the Z button is on the home row. This is a crucial design decision that Leffen was contesting by telling people that Z should be swapped with R. The reason you heard him give for this is that digital L cancels, which are performed with L or R, are allegedly better than analog L cancels, which are performed by lightly pressing L or R or pressing Z. Therefore, there should be a digital L cancel button on the home row, according to Leffen. As the person who spent 4 years designing this controller, I'm going to explain in detail why Leffen's button layout should never be used. The first thing to know is that Leffen is incorrect in telling you that digital L cancels are better than analog L cancels. It's actually the other way around. I ended up having to make a YouTube video about this in February because of how much misinformation Leffen would end up spreading. There have also been other YouTube videos about why you should analog L cancel, such as the one Mike Hayes made a few years ago. Since I don't expect everyone to have seen these videos, I'll give you a brief rundown of why analog L cancels are better. Analog L canceling is better than digital L canceling because it doesn't force you to pair your L cancel input with a tech input. Even without much of an understanding of Melee, it already isn't hard to tell why analog L canceling is better. It's rarely ever best to tech at the exact same time you L cancel, and even if you wanted that, you could just manually input a tech. The first reason it's better to separate your L cancels and techs is because it increases your L cancel window. This is because when your character enters hit lag, you can input an L cancel just fine, but a tech input will actually cause a tech lockout. Meaning, if Fox presses L during hit lag in this situation, it'll become impossible for him to tech the shine that he gets hit with, and so he shouldn't do so. What Fox should do instead is analog L cancel by pressing Z during hit lag, then input a tech afterward. This lets Fox take advantage of perfectly good hit lag frames for his L cancel input. The second reason you should separate your L cancels and techs is because it increases your tech window as well. This is because if you digital L cancel, then you have to press L or R by the first landing lag frame at the latest, otherwise you won't L cancel. However, if you analog L cancel, then you become able to tech after the first landing lag frame. Since you often don't get punished until several frames after you land, this means you increase your tech window. The explanation I just gave can be visualized with this graph, which shows that analog L cancels let you take advantage of hit lag frames for L canceling without locking yourself out of tech, and landing lag frames for teching. This will always result in equal or bigger windows for both of these techniques. The reason this is significant is because Leffen had begun to tell people that his layout had the better L canceling method on its home row, which was false. The default layout has the better L canceling method. Additionally, there are several other reasons for why you should never use Leffen's layout. For one, the only actual benefit his layout gives is that it puts wave dashing on the home row, but this is practically cancelled out by the fact that grab isn't on the home row. Then there's the fact that wave dashing out of light shield is unviable with Leffen's layout. This is because if you're holding the light shield button down with your ring finger on his layout, then you have to pick your ring finger back up in order to wave dash. I tested Leffen's layout a bunch and found that you lose about 5 frames whenever you do this, which isn't an option in a real match. Believe it or not, those aren't even the most egregious things about Leffen's layout. The worst thing about Leffen's layout is that it creates 2 unergonomic motions, which defeats the entire purpose of the box in the first place. The first one is analog L canceling, and the second one is jump cancel shine followed by wave dash, which is a common motion for Fox and Falco. On the default layout, you can analog L cancel your aerials while keeping your wrist in one place, but on Leffen's layout, you have to quickly shift to the top row in order to analog L cancel, which will cause pain in the back of your wrist. Similarly, on the default layout, you can comfortably JC shine, then wave dash by pianoing to the left twice. But on Leffen's layout, you have to piano to the left, then to the right, which will irritate your ring finger. This will happen because the middle ring fingers are the only fingers that don't have their own independent muscles, which is why it's difficult to move them without moving some of your other fingers. It's bad practice for a button layout to make these fingers work against each other when they need to work with each other.
Yeah, I can say for sure, like, the motion to JC grab on box, because it's on box it's what, B button jump grab, so to JC grab going from middle finger to ring finger, it's not, I don't like it.
They're on a biological level. When you compare the list
So, yeah,
of pros and cons
he's
to these layouts
right
combined,
about
it becomes obvious that
having
Leffen's
to-
layout should never be used. Telling people to use this layout is like telling them to uninstall System 32 from their PC. It's something they should never do unless they willingly want to use a defective product. The problem is that Leffen's narcissism compelled him to find something wrong with the box at all costs. He couldn't just conform to using the box. He needed to coin his own layout.
And the funny thing about this is that he didn't criticize the Frame 1 at all. He doesn't criticize Frame 1. Obviously, he says it's broken and stuff, like when he complains about box controllers. But when he says, like, the product's designed bad or whatever, like, he loves the Frame 1. Like, if he picked a controller to use, he would use the Frame 1. And he won't criticize it for that kind of stuff, but he'll do it with the box.
If it meant misleading people about Melee, Leffen would end up doing this by insisting that digital L cancels are better than analog L cancels, as this would give him the angle that his layout has the better L canceling method on its home row. Over the course of the next few weeks, Leffen would display the willful and malicious intent to lie about this game mechanic. After Leffen began broadcasting on January 5th, the false claim he had made about L canceling quickly made its way to the Box Discord server. A moderator named Haystack immediately pointed out that Leffen's L canceling argument was faulty because analog L cancels give you the choice over when to tech, which means they're always equal or better than digital L cancels. Haystack was correct. However, the belief that digital L cancels are better would begin to gain traction just because Leffen had said so. The first attempt to correct Leffen was made just a few minutes later. No one in Leffen's chat had contested what Leffen was saying despite it being wrong, so a Box moderator named Slamis felt the need to intervene. He told Leffen that analog L cancels are better than digital L cancels. Take a look what ended up happening to him.
User Slamis. On time like this, that's about right. Melee is not for the average person. Light press, hard press? Yeah, I mean, this guy's full of shit.
Leffen and Slamis ended up getting into an argument over the subject. Leffen then began roasting Slamis in front of over 1,000 people as to make an example out of anyone who questioned his word. Meanwhile, Leffen's chat laughed and continued to adopt false information.
I'm not saying, to be clear, that I know the best layout. I'm saying that letting you rebind things is an objectively huge positive. You have to be an absolute fucking moron to try to say that not being able to remap is better because your overlord said so. But yeah, hard pressing with L cancel is in general better because it options select attack.
Leffen would end up banning Slamis. Then Leffen began to refer to me as an evil overlord, which shows how personally invested he was in proving me wrong. The argument you just heard Leffen give about option selected text is incorrect as well. At the time Leffen said this, he didn't know that you get locked out of tech if you press L or R during hit lag. Because of this mechanic, you're supposed to perform the option select he's referring to by analog L canceling during hit lag.
I mean, here's the thing with the remapping thing. There might also be like balance reasons as to why the layout is the way it is. Because if you can remap like buttons to give yourself an advantage, like people already complain about the box being broken. There's probably like a superior layout that's like way more broken than what the box does. Like allows you to do like more broken tech and stuff. So yeah,
afterwards,
maybe that's the reason.
6
like
hours later, Leffen was still spreading the same misinformation.
See the tech? That shows that this man is a wise man that uses hard press to L cancel. Probably means he's on a game control too. Since most of the box players seem to think that hard press is bad.
This time, another box moderator named Altimore went into Leffen's chat to try to stop the bleeding. Altimore pointed out that what Leffen just said didn't make sense, since you can always analog L cancel, then manually tech whenever you want to.
You can always manually tech afterwards Z? Yeah, but that's unergonomic as fuck. Because you have to like press an extra button, and it's really fucking hard.
Leffen was unwilling to forfeit the argument, and so he made the ridiculous claim that analog L canceling is worse because it makes you press an extra button to tech, which is unergonomic. Altimore quickly pointed out that this didn't make sense either, as you can easily just press the L button. Altimore added that Leffen's layout is in fact the unergonomic one, as it forces you to shift your wrist between rows in order to analog L cancel. Altimore then explained to Leffen that a big part of the reason digital L cancels are worse is because if you input them during hit lag, you'll get locked out of tech.
Like if you do an air and it's 5 frame hit, like and you press L there, and then you can tech 5 frames after the L cancel, it doesn't give you a tech.
Leffen had to ask Altimore for clarification about why this tech lockout occurs. Altimore then clarified that when you input a tech during hit lag,
it's like with this clearly Leffen. Here's the thing: clearly Leffen doesn't know what he's talking about. If he has to ask for a clarification on like how a mechanic works, like he doesn't know how tech lockouts work, but he's trying to act like he's an authority on them. Because we as a community just kind of like propped him up as like this god of the game, when he himself doesn't know what he's talking about. Because, like, he'll even ban you from his chat just for, like, giving him advice and stuff. So, even when he doesn't know what he's talking about, he still needs to be like, oh, well, I'm right, and here's why. Or just ban you.
Tech multiple times, which causes a lockout. Take a look at how Leffen responded.
Why would that not give you a tech, though? If you're saying that you can't get a tech if you mash... Can't mash tech.
Leffen's response revealed that he didn't know one of the most basic rules of teching, which is that you'll get locked out of tech if you mash the input. Another person in Leffen's chat even intervened to correct him about this detail. At this point, Leffen absolutely needs to forfeit the argument. He flat out doesn't know what he's talking about and needs to educate himself on several mechanics before continuing. Any normal person would realize that they're in the wrong by now, but take a look at what Leffen does instead.
But yeah, exactly, but that means you're landing the move. I don't get it. Yeah, thinking more to it, that means you're landing the move, dude.
Leffen takes 10 seconds to come up with his next faulty argument, which is that being locked out of tech doesn't matter because if your attack
like he's just arguing, like, to argue.
False statement because there are tons of situations in Melee where the attacker is framed negative. If Fox nairs another Fox who ASDIs down, for example, then the first Fox will get shined. Similarly, if Fox drills another Fox who's in shield, then the first Fox will get shined out of shield. In both of these situations, the attacker should extend their tech window by analog L canceling. Altimore and Leffen would end up going in circles for the rest of the night. Eventually, Altimore gave up on trying to get Leffen to stop misinforming people. Then the next day, Leffen continued to broadcast the idea that digital L cancels are better.
So that's a left layout. Also, it makes L canceling with hard press a lot easier, which I think is clearly optimal.
Leffen was refusing to face the facts just so he could coin his own button layout, and he was taking its toll. The misinformation he was spreading would start to cause mass confusion. Less experienced players were rapidly beginning to believe that the box was designed incorrectly, and that they should L cancel the wrong way as well. It was eerily similar to when ESAM complained that Ultimate players were treating Leffen's word as law. A week later, another moderator named Otak began to take serious issue with what Leffen was doing. Otak said it was weird for a player as good as Leffen to use such a bad button layout, and that he was actively misleading box users into thinking that there was something wrong with their product. Otak added that it was even worse that Leffen was misinforming people about L canceling, as this would damage the entire Melee player base. On January 18th, Left started to take his fraudulent rhetoric to Twitter. He posted a Twitch clip which explicitly stated that digital L cancels are better than analog L cancels in its title for all 300,000 of his followers to see. By this point, Left had also implemented chat commands to ramp up the rate at which people would be misinformed. It seemed that the more we tried to educate Left, the more we saw that we were growing frustrated, and so he retaliated with even more.
The best part is he put a chat command for that was exclamation point hero, and it was like, I am not a hero. The heroes are the ones who bravely spoke out against their it's like, dude, why are you putting a hero command? Oh my god, dude.
Lies.
It's so funny.
At this point, OTAC had seen enough, and so he confronted Leffin in a separate Discord server about the misinformation he'd been spreading. This would mark the third attempt to get Leffin to stop lying. Just like with Baltimore, OTAC's conversation with Leffin went nowhere. Leffin would insult OTAC multiple times and make generalizations that kept things going in circles endlessly. After Leffin continued to refuse to see OTAC's points, OTAC gave up on trying to talk to him, and ended the conversation by saying that there's no world in which digital L cancel should be viewed as a silver bullet solution. In OTAC's own words, a much more reasonable stance would be to analog L cancel, then consciously choose when to attack. These words unfortunately never made their way through to Leffin. Leffin's rhetoric would end up causing an indescribable amount of damage over the course of January. I would estimate that hundreds of Melee players began to L-cancel incorrectly and believe that the box was designed incorrectly during this time period. After working on the box for 4 years, witnessing this happen to my community was incredibly disheartening. At first, I would give descriptive responses to customers who asked questions about what Leffin was saying, but as time went on, I began to lose my tolerance, and it showed in my responses. On January 1st, a customer named Treelock said that he was trying out the R and Z swap because it had been recommended by not only Leffin, but another Swedish player named Pipsqueak as well.
Pipsqueak is Leffin's bitch. Pipsqueak is Leffin's bitch.
I responded by saying that Pipsqueak is Leffin's bitch, as to him.
There we go. There we go. Exactly. He's spitting there. He's literally true. It's literally true. He's literally right.
That Pipsqueak would simply parrot anything that Leffin said, and that it didn't make the R and Z swap any better. Pipsqueak then cherry-picked this statement and took it to Twitter on February 4th, which made me look like a bad person for saying this about him. His tweet provided no context, but it began to get decent traction. I had now somehow managed.
Oh, hold on. To sum all my complex emotions up. My complex emotions. My complex emotions, guys. Oh my god. Oh, somebody called me a Leffin bot? Oh my god. I can't believe it, guys. I can't believe it, guys. I can't believe it, guys. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What will I ever do? What will I ever do? I need to suck Leffin's dick harder. I gotta suck it harder. That's right. Jesus, why am I out of breath from that?
February 4th, which made me look like a bad person for saying this about him. His tweet provided no context.
Okay, you kind of are. We kind of are bad people for this, but it's true. It is true.
But it began to get decent traction. I had now somehow managed to find myself in a bad PR situation because of Leffin's lies. When I saw.
Okay, you found yourself in a bad PR situation because you called Pipsqueak Leffin's bitch, dude. That's the problem. Not somehow. All right. Like, look. Oh my god, dude. You guys don't even understand how much of a sheep Pipsqueak is. You guys don't even understand it.
Saw Pipsqueak's tweet.
Like, he actually doesn't think for himself. He doesn't have a brain. He has Leffin, like, plug in a USB keyboard into his brain and just type out all his thoughts. That's literally what happens. He doesn't have any original opinions, no original thoughts. He's literally just the definition of it. He's pip sheep. There we go. Pip sheep. Pip sheep. Damn, that's hard to say. Yeah, that's basically. Yeah.
The tweet that I've since deleted. The tweet read, I mean, frauds like you and Leffin are actively damaging the box community by advising people to swap the locations of R and Z. If you're going to advise people to use a bad button layout, then you've got blood on your hands. Deal with it. I'm sure people still remember this tweet because it gets referenced to this day. No, my tweet.
This is funny.
It wasn't polite whatsoever, but that's because my company had been getting defrauded for the past month by a pathological liar.
Yeah, again, they call it defrauding. It's kind
Unfortunately,
of.
Twitter didn't see things this way, so I ended up getting ripped on for several weeks. Pipsqueak would make follow-up tweets suggesting that people should stop listening to me, and other people made tweets that joked about how much I had taken offense to a button swap. Yet as I've shown you, swapping certain button locations can completely destroy the box, and I was simply trying to protect my customer base. After I deleted my tweet on February 4th, I issued an apology statement in which I said that I'd acted unprofessionally. My apology was insincere and was only meant to perform damage control.
That is a really dumb thing to say. That is a really dumb thing to say.
I'd done absolutely nothing wrong, and I shouldn't have ever been in this situation. I consider
okay, you kind of did something wrong. Alright, hold up. Hax is on stream. Let's watch him. The return of the shmoney man. Let's put on the music. Alright. I'm so happy, dude. Who's ePoodle? I'm so happy he's back. Nothing will ever be evidence.drip though. Exactly. What's up, Sam the Bag? Let's play evidence.drip while Hax plays. Listen up, because I'm making this quick. But nothing is making me sick.
Call the train. I'm gonna help you. I'm helping. Come on, I'm gonna call the train.
Yo, listen up, I'm making this quick. Thinking about Leffen is making me sick. Conspired with you, so you sound like a simp. You read the role and you still couldn't hit. Damn. This is as bad as it gets. Add to the list of the crimes you commit.
This is such a banger.
Nice with the stick. You're getting dropped, call it Genesis 6. You listen up, cause I'm making this quick. Thinking about Leffen is making me sick. Conspired with you, so you sound like a simp.
Well, let me move the viewer count.
This is as bad as it gets. Add to the list of the crimes you commit. They call me Zane cause I'm nice with the stick. You're getting dropped, call it Genesis 6. Laughing ain't nothing I'm saying is new, so why are you acting surprised? Bro, ain't nobody mad that you made fun of Rocky. We're mad at the fact that you lied. You lied about Hungry Box, Sandbox, and Zero Man. There ain't nowhere you can hide. But when you got confronted about everything that you did, you disabled replies. You have an ego that's bigger than K-Rool, man. You need to lower your pride. You're firing shots and trying to be petty. Well, I got the tech on my side. I stay strapped with the tech on my side. When I pull up, I hop off the ledge with the lasers. But you gonna ignore me cause you try to block us like Miles Turner on the Pacers. Duck when I aim at your crouch cancel. Taking the hits but you won't answer. Dodging the questions you dashed answer. Well, okay, I'm going too hard here. The yes men are riding your dick, put a saddle on in. The gold diggers be grabbing on. Let off the slug, I hit you with the gastrodon.
Damn, Pipsqueak's been catching strays since last year.
My bars are fire like Roy when you press B, so you don't want to.
I got washed by his Roy.
Always getting the bread, I got plenty. Man, your pockets look empty.
Alright, Hax.
I'm in the back of your head living rent free. I'm
Nice.
destroying you mentally.
Nice!
I put
It's
a
the back
hole in
air.
the box, now
Just
you're
reset.
like roadkill. Your channel dying like Bojo.
He doubles
You ain't
down
a
with the
goddamn
down tilt
coward with
to
no
work
chill.
out.
And you're as slimy as oatmeal. All that you got is beyond
That's nice.
defensible.
The shallow drill. Oh, that's a. Oh. I thought you could up air
When
again.
nothing you're doing is ethical.
Yo, let them
God
grab
slayer
ledge.
with a God complex. Hacks at you begging for pity.
Let's go.
Think the community likes you when
They say they need you. They're talking about Johnny and Wizzy.
Playing the victim is honestly silly. Criticize left and he's not even listening. Acting oppressed where you gotta be kidding.
Come on, get the kill.
Down on Ken,
Up air.
so I'm punching up like Reed.
Okay, nice.
I help teach begin.
Doesn't get the shine back air. Doesn't get the shine there. No! Oh, what an angle!
They were just a mistake. I just trusted G, so you guys, I'll tell you how her tits taste.
I'm pretty sure he jumped there.
I'm making this quick. Thinking about left
Yeah.
is making me sick. Inspired with G, so you sound like a simp. You read the room, you still couldn't hit. Damn.
What song? Oh, this is evidence.drip. It's on my channel.
They call me Zane cause I'm nice with the stick. You're getting drop, call it Genesis 6. You listen up,
Nice.
I'm making this quick. Thinking about left and it's making me sick. Inspired with G, so you sound like a simp. You read the room, you still couldn't hit. Come on! This is as bad as it gets. Add to the list of the crimes you commit. They call me Zane cause I'm nice with the stick. You're getting drop, call it Genesis 6.
What an amazing song. What an amazing song. Alright. Back to the match. Alright, Hax. Nice tag. Tournament winners there. Nice shorten. Nice back air. Oh, you could have jumped up and hit him. You see that side B, you gotta jump. Oh, you should back air. Come on, Hax. Down there. Side B? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Come on, Hax. I love just seeing him do aerials. There's a bunch of them. And scrapping. Because they're so fast. Back air. Come on, get this edge guard. No, he's dead. Oh! Oh, he's not dead yet! Oh, let's go. Nah, that's just a... You're just asking to get grabbed. Shine back air. Shine? Come on. Yeah, you can just back air those. He's dropping these edge guards. fastest never in play spam in the league. Come on. Come on, Hax. No! Come on, you got this. No. Easy! Oh! Come on, get this edge guard. Oh, you keep messing these up. No. No! No! Oh! Come on! Come on! Let's go! Oh my god. Alright, that was close. That was close. Oh my god. Going to stadium here. Nice. Doesn't get the follow-up. There. Neutral air. Dash attack. Oh, what a combo. I would have shined him off stage. It gets the kill. There you go. There you go. Yeah, he's crusty because he's been dealing with hand stuff recently, so he hasn't been playing. It's also why he hasn't been streaming. But he still hacks money. Alright, look at that. Look at this man. Clean. Clean! Okay, that wasn't clean. Gets that. It's that. Oh, don't dash attack there. You know he's gonna dash back. That's the one thing Marth's like, is they're gonna dash back. That's something I get caught with, so I know it's not gonna work. Okay, that time you get it. But you know they're just gonna dash back, so you might as well just, like, take the space. Oh, able to barely catch him there. Let's go! No! Come on, Hax. Oh, you see him air dodge, just go. See, there's so many things you could be reacting to. Nice. Nice. Nice! Oh, barely. That would have been the set right there. Nice. Up here? There you go. GG's. Let's go, Hax. Let's go, Hax. Oh, I didn't turn the music back on. Let's go easy. 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 Let's go. Where are you at? Best player in the world, dude. Best player in the world. Best player in the world, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, they took Nightclub from a boy. Let's go back to this. Oh, I move this down.
Apology very similar to Samox's statement from December, in which he apologized for telling you the truth without evidence. We're at the point where companies and filmmakers can find themselves in bad PR situations if they don't conform to Levin's lies.
I mean, I don't think this is a fair comparison, like, at all. I don't think this is a good comparison at all.
It's incredibly dystopian, but it's also the reality. After seeing me end up in a bad PR situation, Otak actually quit the Melee community that same night. I later asked him if he was really done, and he confirmed that he was, because according to him, Levin had ruined the community. Otak compared Levin to Trump in the sense that they both cultivate ignorance in their audiences and plan out everything politically in ways that people don't see. Even after February 4th, Levin would continue to spread his rhetoric, but now Levin wasn't just going after L canceling. He was completing the con by going after the box's layout.
But I was thinking that, like, you know for the layout stuff, like for the box layout, it's actually crazy how much better my layout is. The more I play and the more I think about things, the more I realize like how bad the default one is.
Remember when I said that if Leffen were to throw a narcissistic
But he
tantrum
won't
like this
say
one
that
nowadays, it would
about
cause serious
frame one.
problems? Now you know that I wasn't kidding.
He won't say
Leffen
that
chose to
about
stream
frame
every
one.
day and knowingly lie about game mechanics in a way that would damage my company's customer base and PR. I even ended up having to make a YouTube video to debunk the lies he was spreading, but it's not like my video undid nearly all of the damage. After I made my video, Hax contacted me in private to thank me for making it. He said that he didn't know why so many people had been L canceling the wrong way lately, so I told him it was because Leffen had been lying to people. He lied to people day after day after day, and abused the fact that a lie told often enough becomes the truth.
Quoting Lenin.
Back in 2013, evidence.zip told us that Leffen was a dark triad who would engage in this type of deceptive behavior. We're now in 2021, and clearly nothing has changed. So the question is, what did Leffen do between 2013 and 2021 that had dark motivations people weren't considering? As it turns out, he did a lot.
This one's a lot more.
In my opinion, Leffen's political cons began in 2017, and they all started with when I needed to legalize the box controller I've been designing. The box has gone on to help thousands of Melee players in need of an ergonomic controller, and so thousands of careers were on the line back when its legality was being decided. But Leffen didn't care about that. He wanted me gone, and so he was going to get the box banned at any cost. On January 19, 2017, I announced to the Melee community that I'd be returning on a controller called the Box. I had just spent a few years away from the game due to hand and wrist injuries, and people were happy to see that I'd not only be coming back, but helping out other Melee players in need as well. Then, the exact same day I made my announcement, Leffen hosted a stream in which he made the following comments.
There's absolutely nothing. There's no proof or even anecdotal evidence that Smashbox is better for your hands. I feel like there's a real concern that other top players could develop severe hand issues as well. Well, his was like, it feels like it's genetic. He has like arthritis and stuff like that. And Hax was honestly his own. Like, yes, I do worry that other people get hand issues, but I also think that it's 95% at least their own fault, and then like 5% the GameCube controller, whatever.
Everything you just heard Leffen say is false. You just heard him say that there's no proof that keyboard controllers are more ergonomic than GameCube controllers, which everyone knows is untrue. He also lied about my hand injuries by claiming that I have genetic arthritis, which I don't. I have osteoarthritis, which is from wear and tear. The fact that Leffen felt the need to make these lies on the exact day of my announcement made it obvious what was to come. 2 months later, I would encounter Leffen at Summit 4, which took place between March 2nd and 5th, 2017. When I first got to the venue, I saw SFAT, PPU, Ice, and Leffen playing teams, so I said hi to all of them. Then, within 5 minutes of my arrival, Leffen got up and asked me to speak with him about the box, so I obliged. Him and I then went into a different room. My conversation with Leffen would end up being an interrogation in which he tried to get me to commit to certain lines of logic about how the box would be legalized. Leffen kept asking me questions about GameCube controller mods and in-game mechanics that the box's legality might affect. A week after I got home from Summit, Leffen began to flood Twitter with misrepresentations of everything I had told him. He even spread these misrepresentations to TOs such as Javeli and Mr. Wizard to try to reach a ban verdict as quickly as possible. When people asked Leffen what I thought about his tweets, he would clarify that I was in agreement with him, which wasn't true. And so I told Leffen that he was acting maliciously by putting words in my mouth. This was when things got even weirder. Leffen clarified that he had no malicious intent, but that he had made contact with the engineer who I was working with at the time.
This was weird.
To be clear, Leffen lives in Sweden, and my engineer lives.
This was weird. Like how he's contacting his engineer without like telling Hax. It's kind of weird. Well, let's play. Why?
An hour away from me in New Jersey.
Continue.
When I saw Leffen's tweet, I realized that he had formed a strategic friendship, as he usually does. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but it would end up coming into play later. A week later, Leffen began to flood YouTube with anti-box propaganda. The first video he made was released on March 21st, 2017. It was only a minute long, and it was called Box Controller Exposed. The video focused on a mechanic called 1.0 Cardinal, which is a mechanic in Melee that causes your analog stick value to increase by about 1% if you can pinpoint the final value along the cardinal. This improves things such as dash speed and DI by about 1%. Since the box is a digital controller, it can pinpoint this value every time, whereas GameCube controllers may struggle to do so. That being said, 1.0 Cardinal is a touchy subject, and it's easy to misconstrue certain things about it through the use of crappy language.
It also affects up or down. It also affects air speeds. It also affects even smash DI and normal DI. So you can literally DI further on a keyboard or digital input. Do what you will with this information.
Leffen's video is incredibly disingenuous for several reasons, but the public didn't realize this. For one, the fact that Leffen's video is only a minute long and ends with "do what you will with this information" means it isn't intended to educate people, but to spread fear.
That's a reach.
There are several arguments Leffen's video doesn't mention, such as the fact that 1.0 is a microscopic advantage that would never warrant banning a controller. Then there's the fact that some GameCube controllers are way better than others at pinpointing 1.0 due to hardware differences, yet those controllers aren't banned. There's also the fact that 1.0 should be fixed on UCF, at which point it isn't even a discussion anymore. Leffen's video wasn't intended to be truthful about any of these things. The very next day, Leffen followed up with another video called Digital Input DI Meta Incoming. What Leffen shows in this video is that if Peach up throws Fox and he DIs away with 1.0, he will escape her down smash, which he can't do with the value before that. But what Leffen doesn't show you is that this is only true at exactly 0%. Starting at 1%, the value before 1.0 is enough to get Fox out of this combo. Another thing Leffen doesn't show you is that even when Peach up throws Fox at 0%, she still needs a frame perfect down smash input in order to hit Fox on the frame before he lands. If Peach is even a frame late, then her down smash will miss. This means that what Leffen shows in his video is practically irrelevant because it needs not one, but two very precise conditionals. Releasing these types of deceptive videos when my career was on the line wasn't a joke, but Leffen's intention wasn't to be honest. It was identical to when you saw him lie about L canceling for political purposes earlier this year. 2 days later, a tournament called Royal Flush announced that I'd be competing at their upcoming event. Royal Flush had invited me to play on the box, and so I accepted. However, within 2 hours of Royal Flush announcing that I'd be in attendance, Leffen hounded the TOs about redoing their controller rule set. This caused Royal Flush to rescind their invite.
That's so dumb. That is like actually dumb. And like this just goes ignored. Like that Leffen just did that. Like they invited him specifically to play on the box, and then he gets banned from playing on the box. It's because of Leffen.
When Royal Flush rescinded their invite, I didn't care too much, as my engineer and I were mostly focused on a separate project at the time. Our separate project was called the Arduino. This was an electrical mod that gave the GameCube controller improved capabilities such as dashback, shield drop, and 1.0. While it isn't talked about too much anymore, the Arduino is largely what paved the way for UCF. Even though I was banned from competing in Royal Flush, I was still going to go so that I could see people demo the Arduino for the first time. What I didn't know is that while I was working on the Arduino, Leffen had secretly been making arrangements with my engineer for an Arduino to be given to him at Royal Flush. My engineer had never told me this because he had no idea that Leffen was malicious. However, when I met up with my engineer at Royal Flush, he revealed to me that he'd be giving an Arduino to Leffen later that weekend. Once my engineer told me this, I literally began to shake him by his shoulders. He refused to believe me that we were being sabotaged. I still remember my engineer saying, "I'm sure he just wants to try it out," as if Leffen was just another customer. I had to make it clear to my engineer that he didn't know who the fuck he was dealing with. I then forced him to give me the art.
It's like, how is Leffen not acting maliciously here? To go to his engineer for the controller, not Hax. Like, go behind Hax's back and go for, talk to his engineer instead of Hax. Because he knows if he talks to Hax, he's not going to get the controller. So he talks to his engineer instead, without telling Hax. While in the process of making all these videos, like shitting on the box, gets his invitation rescinded from Royal Flush. Like, how is Leffen not acting, like, maliciously or with bad faith here? It's just so obvious. It's so obvious.
Arduino back. The strategy Leffen employed here is called triangulation, also known as divide and conquer. This is a manipulation tactic that works by infiltrating a social circle as a third party who disrupts communications. Triangulation can be used to engineer rivalry between people or create confusion, which is what you just saw. We've already seen Leffen triangulate multiple times throughout this video, but this was probably his most strategic one yet, as it brought him close to seizing a device that played a role in legalizing the box. Later that day at Royal Flush, I found myself sitting next to Leffen in the friendlies room. Armada, Mike Hayes, and Captain Smuckers were there as well. Between everything Leffen was doing, I'd begun to reach my limits. I confronted Leffen about the fact that he'd been pumping out propaganda on YouTube, but the moment I did this, he started screaming belligerently to muffle my voice. Leffen then ripped his controller out of the setup he was playing at and started to walk toward the exit door as to avoid having a conversation with me. This got me heated since it showed that Leffen's only goal was to spread lies on social media, and so I screamed back at him to let him know that I knew exactly what he was doing. Leffen later retold this story as though I'd screamed at him for no reason, which has tricked people into thinking that I'm harassive toward Leffen. The same exact day, Leffen had the audacity to come back into the friendlies room to ask me if he could have the Arduino. He found out that I'd taken it away from my engineer, and so he approached me with a smile and a polite voice. When Leffen did this, I told him to fuck off. Leffen then said verbatim, "That Arduino was supposed to be mine." I told him to fuck off again. As Leffen angrily left the friendlies room, I noticed that he had his phone out. I already knew what this meant, so I followed him out of the friendlies room and into the hallway. I started to tell Leffen that I would have given him the Arduino if he had good intentions, but he didn't. He was still the same person he was back during evidence.zip. The entire time I tried to talk to Leffen, he kept his face buried in his phone. He didn't even turn his head to look at me. He then began pacing away from me as he typed something. At first, I tried to keep up with Leffen, but he eventually began pacing so fast that I wasn't going to bother anymore. After I let Leffen get away, I checked his Twitter account, and surely enough, I found a tweet that suggested that I'd done something wrong by not giving him the Arduino. Leffen had typed that tweet out right in front of my face as I tried to get his attention. Later that week, Leffen would also host streams that talked about how I hadn't given him an Arduino that was supposed to be his. This caused my engineer to realize that I was right about Leffen all along. Leffen would continue to flood YouTube with anti-box propaganda during this time. All of his videos were intended to fearmonger and spread misinformation. He would misconstrue several game mechanics and continue to challenge the fact that ergonomic controllers were even necessary. The lengths he was going to destroy me were unbelievable. Eventually, I couldn't take any more of Leffen's abuse. At Smash and Splash 3, I saw him lose to Zane, which was a major upset at the time. This led to me taking a shot at Leffen on Twitter. I called him out for losing despite the fact that he had notches, which he had constantly been misrepresenting in order to get the box banned. At first, Leffen didn't respond to my tweet for a while, but later that night, he blew things insanely out of proportion. Leffen posted logs of a private conversation I had with him in 2016, in which I came to him with a confession.
This is messed up. This is actually messed up.
Suffering from PTSD for 3 years at the time, and I needed help. This PTSD resulted from the chronic harassment and stalking I'd been subject to in 2011 and 2012, and it had been causing me severe insomnia. The reason I used to have PTSD is because I didn't understand psychopathy back when I was a teenager, and so I didn't understand why someone was stalking me so obsessively. Apparently, when I gave Leffen this information, he viewed it as a way to stalk me again in the future while blackmailing me. It's still probably the most evil thing I've ever witnessed. After Leffen posted these logs, he tweeted that he had tried to be nice to me despite how terrible I'd been to him. I know it's hard to believe.
Like, you posted the logs. Like, how is Hax being terrible? You posted the logs. Like, dude.
But Leffen really did tweet that. Tons of people then told Leffen to take the logs down, so he did. However, when someone told Leffen that he shouldn't have posted the logs under any circumstance,
yeah, he shouldn't have posted them in the first place. Then he says, "Oh, you're harassing me."
Leffen claimed victim status and told him that he couldn't take my harassment anymore.
Like,
to be clear, I never harassed Leffen during this entire time period. I only ever confronted him because he was trying to end my career. The same person then pressed Leffen about the fact that it still wasn't okay. This was when Leffen referred to me as his stalker.
If your stalker started harassing you,
it's very important to realize
he
that
says
this
he's
was
like,
protection, and Leffen was openly confessing to the fact that he stalks me,
where he said
confessing
he's like
several of
the
his other flaws
victim.
back when I showed you some of his other insults. After Leffen projected, he told the person that he...
Yeah, he says, like, you're victim blaming. Like, you posted the logs. Like, you're not sorry. You weren't sorry for it if you're gonna be saying, "Oh, well, I'm the victim here." Like, you're not sorry for posting the logs, and then you brought it up again the night of metagame. You brought up Hax's insomnia then. You're not sorry about this. Like, still.
He was done speaking with them since they insisted on victim blaming. This interaction shows exactly why evidence.zip urged the reader to understand that Leffen will always claim victim status, and that they need to be able to see through it. Less than a week after this all happened, I released my Arduino project to the general public. Leffen tweeted within a few hours to encourage people not to trust me and to view my work as if it was research funded by a cigarette company. When I released lengthy box documentation a year later, Leffen made the exact same tweet. Ironically, my box documentation contained nothing but factual information. There was even a long chapter on 1.0 Cardinal, the mechanic that Leffen had spread propaganda about in order to get the box banned. If not for Leffen, I never would have had to write this chapter, but I needed to debunk all the lies he'd been spreading. Leffen ultimately failed to ban the box, but his intentions were clear the whole way through. He wanted to remove me from the community at any cost, even if it meant banning a controller that thousands of people would end up needing. Looking back at it, Leffen's success would have been capped.
Notice how he doesn't say any of this stuff about frame blood. It's always the box. He loved the frame blood when he got his hands on it. He loved it so much.
Catastrophic. It would have cost so many players their careers. Between all the cons Leffen's launched at me, there's been a common denominator. He doesn't give a shit about this community. When Leffen wants to defraud someone, he will do it no matter how much collateral damage it causes. So far, you've seen him overrun a free tournament series, teach people to L-cancel the wrong way, and convince people to desecrate their ergonomic controllers. 4 years prior to that, he tried to deny people the right to even use an ergonomic controller in the first place through blackmail and propaganda. Leffen was the only beneficiary in all of these situations. At this point, one of the biggest mysteries is surely how Leffen ever managed to attain hero status within the Smash community. He's done absolutely nothing heroic this far in the video, yet he somehow made people think this to be true of him. The way Leffen achieved hero status was through a series of political cons that would take place over the course of the next 3 years. This is because narcissists will strategically claim victim status and hero status in order to get ahead. Victim status, which you've already seen Leffen claim, allows the narcissist to evade accountability, while hero status allows the narcissist to mobilize people underneath them. But to obtain hero status, the narcissist must create a common enemy, which often comes at the expense of innocent people.
This chapter I think was okay.
Leffen's usage of the common enemy strategy began in 2017 when he realized how good of a target Hungrybox was. HBox's popularity had started to dip after the Big House 7 because of how much he'd been winning at the time, which made him vulnerable. Leffen had been knocked out of this tournament by HBox, but you could tell from his post-game interview that he had nothing but good things to say about it.
Lacked focus, and in those moments it just died every time, especially against Hungrybox. I played well overall, but then during edge guards and like when he just approached me with pound, I would just like let up for a second and then he destroys you. He's really amazing at like noticing your weak points and just instantly killing you for it.
Yeah, he's like.
Thing is, look at how Leffen's talking now. Yeah, Obby, I'm bald. Look at how Leffen's talking now. At this tournament, HBox was like, you know, after this win, I didn't really feel too good. Because, like, people were obviously hating him at this time. But look at what Leffen's saying. Leffen's like, wow, HBox, such a great player, yada yada. And then all of a sudden, like a month later, he full 180s.
People still seem to think that the Leffen HBox beef was just some run-of-the-mill beef, but there was so much more to it than that. The Leffen HBox beef was a calculated attempt to end HBox's career that took place right in front of everybody's eyes. It would also cause extreme damage to the community, as Leffen's cons usually do. I was able to recognize that all of this would happen from the start, having been on Leffen's hit list for years. The problem was that nobody else did.
Also, no, I'm not bald.
Like Leffen are opportunists who recognize that the right circumstances need to be there before they can pounce on someone. You saw this earlier when Leffen pounced on the box's legality after years of lying. As for the Leffen HBox beef, what happened here was Leffen decided that if he couldn't beat HBox, then a viable way to dispose of him was to destroy his reputation and push him out of the community. Most people would never consider such an immoral strategy.
It's just salty Twitter beef.
HBox's dip in popularity would allow Leffen to inflict serious mental damage by convincing people that he was the enemy. This would also heroize Leffen in addition to increasing his market share. From Leffen's perspective, it was arguably better than doing things the normal way.
Yeah, what he's saying about like market share is pretty accurate.
I just had my controller's legality conned by Leffen for an entire year. I knew exactly why HBox was being targeted at this juncture. Like I said, the first reason was his dip in popularity. Leffen is an opportunist who knows that the right circumstances need to be there, which they were. The second reason was envy. Just as Leffen never liked me because of the fact that I respected melee opinions, he couldn't stand the fact that HBox was in his way. And lastly, the third reason was blackmail. Leffen had been blackmailing people ever since the days of evidence.sit, and we all saw how he blackmailed me during the box legality process. In this case, Leffen's blackmail was the little known fact that HBox had cheated on his girlfriend. Everyone would find out about this a few years later, but at the time, not too many people knew about it, and we can assume HBox would prefer to keep things that way. A few weeks after the Big House 7, Leffen's con began when he abruptly decided that HBox was killing Melee. The same person who called Leffen out just a few months earlier for blackmailing me pointed out how much of a U-turn this was from everything Leffen had said about HBox in the past, including during Leffen's Big House 7 interview. I quickly saw how personal things were getting when Leffen tweeted that HBox is a miserable person and that everyone has a
And how the turns table.
Story of HBox being shitty toward them just a few days later. Leffen obviously had no business saying these things given how he's treated people, but by now you should know that there's no consistency among the things that Leffen says. Furthermore, neither of Leffen's statements about HBox were true. Having been a part of evidence.zip, I started to become very worried about where this was headed. A few days after Leffen's tweets, the tournament Summit 5 was held in California. Leffen, HBox, and I were all in attendance at this tournament. HBox has been a close friend of mine for many years, so I confronted Leffen on the very first day of Summit 5 to try to defuse their beef, but it was no use. I knew that HBox was being blackmailed, so I repeatedly told Leffen that HBox's sex life wasn't his business. I also made it clear to Leffen that HBox wasn't the only person guilty of cheating, and that Leffen would be a hypocrite if he continued to go after HBox specifically. Leffen blatantly didn't care about any of this. He spoke to me in a deadpan expression the entire time, and gave me responses that kept the conversation going in circles. I left Summit 5 knowing that Leffen was dead set on ruining HBox. As soon as we all got home from Summit 5, Leffen continued to spread rumors about HBox and misrepresent the way other pro players viewed him. When HBox got fed up and defended himself, Leffen immediately signaled to him that he was being blackmailed. This blackmail would keep HBox silent for the
Funny thing is, Leffen's still doing this now, like with the whole, we need an airtime limit, which is so dumb. Like, whenever he wins, it's always HBox played bad or he played well. Whenever he loses, it's the rules. it's the rules. We got to do something about the rules. And a lot of the stuff about the rules isn't even relevant to the game. Look, where's the... Hold up. Let me find it. HBox made a video about this, and it's kind of funny. HBox, Leffen. It's called My Response to Leffen. This is a funny video.
I actually want to see if the point... You gotta give everyone a chance. You gotta see if the points made are valid or full of air. We gotta see. I will say this, because people were asking me if this was true or not. When I put my phone to my ear to listen to what was going on, I legitimately think my playstyle towards Zane changed. And I subconsciously went a lot more aggressive than I meant to. That's the first time that's happened to me. It's my own fault because I shouldn't have been distracted by outside factors. But in hindsight, I thought to myself, man, I just should be more aggressive, because I don't want everyone breathing on my neck again. Just stupid. From the grave, Leffen still got me in the tournament. Anyways, that's what happened.
What's up? Can we please fix the rules?
What rules? What rules?
Can
Tell
we
us what rules.
please
You want to
fix
check the disc?
rules?
Hey, check the disc.
Yeah, like, for my main issue is simply, I don't think you should be allowed to not interact for 5 minutes straight, and then
Is it good? I think it's pretty good. Well, just stop you. I mean, he's fucking good, right? Sure.
He's just lasering.
Yeah.
This, I feel like this is the most like impressive. It's like, I don't know.
Moving on.
fight the last 2 minutes.
No, I understand what
You know what the problem is, Leffen? The problem is twofold. The problem is, one, you need a rule that's universally applicable and is successful in every single application of the rule.
No.
Yeah.
No, we banned.
Why does it look like I'm in
bomber
Hbox's
stalling.
room?
That's not perfect.
No, but that's a universal rule because beach bomber stalling is all. You know what I mean? Like that's
How many bomber stalls?
I've never had.
Peach bomber stalling and puff pound stall is banned because Peach can do it far under the stage to the point where it's not safe for any character to go down there. And doing it results in death. Puff pound stall on the very, very top of the stage is banned because no character can reach it. I was jumping around on the left side of FD, which is actually reachable by every character.
Well, it's just permaban. But like, there's not a thing.
But like, you can stall for Randall. That doesn't say that rule.
I don't think you
You
can.
can probably do a couple.
What would your rule
If it's
be?
5 seconds left on time.
Give me your dream rule. You are the chairman of Smash. What's the rule? By the way.
Oh, just like, we basically look at the campiest games of like most platform camping.
We are in another.
Hey, I mean,
You can go up there and unplug him. You are the god of this
I
tournament.
deadass think $100 does that because
Check the airtime limit. You implement an airtime limit. It doesn't
Airtime
have to be egregious.
here's the thing about this. Do you know the streamer Amaranth?
Yeah.
Now,
Wait.
yeah, you do.
Of course, like we will always skirt the line. I
Yes.
Think. Yeah.
Yes. Amaranth is successful at skirting the
But
line.
there's no
so let's
line.
Service.
What? How did we reach this tangent?
Hey, I wouldn't. Okay.
Not Ammo. Ammo's
no
not one of them.
line.
Ammo's a queen, God bless. But what I'm saying is that you are going to draw lines, and your lines will be. You're like with a marker chasing Hungry Box, and he will always find a new way.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't want Puff to be able to air camp? Like jump? Like I'm confused.
Yeah. Like it's like.
Exactly.
Phil was like, you don't want Puff to jump?
It's like with the
Oh.
it's like with people wanting to nerf the box. They're like, oh, the airtime travel time nerf. We gotta make it so that way you have like coding input lag into the box when you try to go like opposite cardinals or something. It's really dumb. It's like, dude, come on, dude. Giving the controller input lag. God damn.
Bro, he wants us to play Street Fighter. No wonder.
Imagine basketball. You can run the shot clock. That doesn't mean that having no shot clock is better because you can always run it.
Sure. But what do
I
you
think there should be something that at least makes things run on time. Past this year, I won't.
Makes things run on time. Let's see. Game 1 was over in...
greedy to weak?
Oh, that was air. That was bad.
Oh,
4 minutes?
Spot two. 2 for 2? Spot 2.
The one thing I know about these two is whoever wins game 1 is
Dude,
like
he keeps stacking it.
so likely to win.
Oh, I don't
Yo, Leffen been having these high percent battles.
Oh
bro.
my god.
That's best roll I've ever seen.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Up air is such a bad move though.
Oh, got him.
Game 1's over in 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Game 2 on Dreamland is over...
I deadass agree.
CCP up smash too.
Because then you can SDI up. Because you go higher, right? So you actually just go for
So like I do the same.
Under
Over
4
in less than
minutes.
4 minutes. FD Game 3 was over in...
Yeah.
Oh, scary.
Oh, wait.
4 minutes again.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And Game 4 was over in...
Damn.
3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Down and go F2? What am I looking at?
Oh, big knowledge, yeah.
Damn.
Did you see the handshake?
Yeah, we both.
So that point doesn't really stand.
Won't be competing in melee if there's no stalling rules.
I mean,
I think they've already, like, I think we're making progress, but the main thing is just, like, we've taken ledge off him to a degree. It's not, I don't think the rule is that good, but he actually didn't do it.
No, the ledge grab limit now doesn't work. The answer's just simple.
Put
In
the
Guilty
camera
Gear,
on
there's
Hungry
negative
Box.
penalty if you run away.
somebody put the camera on Hungry Box.
What's Juan doing?
And I think
put
that
the
should
camera
be.
Oh, he's listening to the stream.
You see, guys, am I crazy or is this real? It's like they were saying, this is real time goalpost pushing. You know what I mean? Phil
Real
said,
time
no,
cope.
there is a ledge grab limit. We did that for Hbox. We put on a ledge grab limit. And then
There it is.
Leffen's like, yeah, but that doesn't work anymore. We need something more now. Like, fuck, why?
I think that personally should be.
Become a member
implemented.
right now, Juan.
If you want a
It's
laser
only
limit or
$1.
anything, sure. I just want to fight.
I think what will.
Yo, can I say something?
Yeah.
I just think it should just be universal though, because I think your argument is the context against Puff, but like every character.
That's fine.
Obviously not to the degree of Puff.
I have your solution, and it's called branding. All right. So maybe your thoughts aren't wrong, but your thoughts can't be coming out of your mouth, especially after losing.
Oh, yeah.
Your thoughts need to be coming from a different source. So you need to Littlefinger. You need to find a plan. All right. You need to get in Cody's ear and be like, Cody, isn't this annoying?
I mean, like, that's just my opinion. I think there's a couple melee rules that are like really, really dumb. Like,
Give me
why
10K,
can we?
I'll scream.
Why can you play on the Smashbox? Why can you ledge plank? Why can you air stall? Here's another thing. There's no character in the game that can time out Puff.
Doing, discussing the Yoshi.
There's no character in the game that can time out Puff.
Not even trying to hit Puff. Step it. That's the only way.
Shows a character timing out Puff.
52% to
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You noticed the timer at 90 seconds left.
And I'm pretty. Thing is, Lod also timed out Puff. Lod timed out H-Box, so that's just patently false.
Play on the Smashbox. Why can you ledge plank? Why can you air stall? Here's another thing. There's no character in the game that can time out Puff.
3, 2, 1.
And Lod did it too.
You don't think Puff scam?
No, it's not even a viable strategy because even if you're up 2 stocks, you can get rested the last 20 seconds.
You know what?
Why would you ever?
Hey, good luck. I thought of the solution. There it is. Right now. We remove the timer. And
No,
then,
H-Box would just stall more.
yeah. But if he stalled into perpetuity, his brand and stock would go down so much. This is
That's already his brand.
No. Because if there wasn't a timeout, because the timer is kind of hype. If he did it for 30 minutes, I think this would be a branding issue, a branding gap, and then capitalism.
That's
would solve
motion in
it.
the ocean.
I'm a full libertarian. about this.
Let out here making bit. Yo, I'm trying to play my set. That's cool. Can we start?
Well, we can't start regardless because I got a video to hit you. I'll keep it a stack with you.
God damn.
Who was really stalling? Who was really stalling right there?
Very much ahead.
Come on.
We're doing amazing actually at this event. We're 8 p.m. and we're almost done. We're doing amazing. We're doing great things. Are you?
All right, I'm out.
God damn.
Good game, nice tournament.
This was after it was all said and done. After Zane's speech.
I'll give you 60 seconds.
You got a
Fair?
shot clock, Juan.
I'm gonna give you a shot clock of 60 seconds. This is the Juan reply to Leffen. I feel like Keemstar.
No. We're
Here
not,
we go.
We're not
And
filtered.
go.
Okay. All I'm gonna say is that that's the first time I beat Leffen in like 2 years, and every time he's beaten me and laser camped me and did everything, have I gone to the mic and said change the rule set? Have I gone to the mic and said the system's wrong? No. I said he's better and I'm worse and I'll get better. And then the one time I finally beat him, because I'm not even taking the ledge, I'm just playing my game. He comes here and says the reason I won the rule set. Left and anyone else, it's been years,
Bars.
it's been 16 years. We're all great at the game. We're all phenomenal,
Bars.
you included. I think we're both old enough and mature enough at this point to appreciate we're both very skilled at this game. It's not about abusing a rule set, it's about getting outplayed. Also, nice talk. That's about it. And we're gonna play a lot more melee. So that's it, man. We're both good at the game. Everyone's good at the game.
What would you
Bars.
say? That was great, concise.
Yeah.
45
Bars.
about the
I'm
general
gonna
issue, which didn't come
stand
up
that
I thought it
forever.
would when you were against
Bars.
Slug. You used to do this against Chudat, where game 1, game 2, maybe you
that
play a little
simple?
more aggressive. And then when you feel like your back is against the wall, you have the ability, not in a Fox Puff, but more so in a Puff Ices, to just go left platform to right platform. I'm thinking like, what was it, one of the Texas tournaments against Chudat where that would happen. It was like game 3, let's bring that out. You didn't do it against Slug. Is that a specific choice? Because you could.
I mean, he could chase me. I can like definitely air stall all, but with that pressure on there, one slip up and one wrong, landing on the platform, I have to come down eventually, right?
Sure.
So there's one more thing I forgot to say about this. People were saying, oh, against ice climbers, you can just camp the platforms and never come down. Here's the thing, guys. The Ices Puff matchup all comes down to who takes the first stock.
Yeah.
And if you take the first stock, yeah, you can jump around and wait for it too. The thing is, a player as proficient as Slug will catch you with up airs every time you jump down the platform.
Yeah.
And if he gets you with enough
Slug's
up
so
airs,
good.
that can lead to a kill. And he's really, really good at doing that. So he makes the platforms dangerous to jump. Now, yes, Puff obviously wins the matchup, but if Ices
No.
get the first stock-
That matchup is even. That matchup is so even. It's not. It's just extremely volatile. It's just whoever takes the first stock. Whoever takes the first stock wins, but up to that point, it's even. Because if Ices take the first stock, they win. Because like, what does Puff do against approaching to like Ices Blizzard? Their disjointed hammers, and Ices only need to get them to like 60 to kill.
Stock? I'm chasing him. It's his game, and he won every game.
And you
apart from
have
game
your
5,
lightning fast ground movement, so you can run away.
where he got the first stock. If you guys noticed that, I'm pretty sure. Again, if every Puff could do it, why aren't they doing it?
Sure.
There's a pounce. I actually invented that. There's like a ledge limit rule, but against him, he's so talented with his character. It can move so quickly.
That's Slug gap.
Yeah, I didn't feel it was actually like worth it. And also to your response, bad matchups exist. It's just part of fighting games.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's why Leffen goes, Sheik against Marth does pretty well. And yeah.
That's why J-Mook had a sad day.
Exactly. So let's like just give props to the player, and not blame the game so often.
Fair one. Was it in your head?
Yes. Ask Zane what set was the easiest for him to beat me. It was Grands by a landslide, and he knows it too. I was laughing. I was listening to this.
Grand finals, you weren't thinking about it?
Oh no, I was just kind of laughing in my head the whole time. I knew Zane was hot. We played like 3 sets, so he was adapting. So I didn't think I was gonna win this time.
All right, now, all right, that's enough. Let's go back to Hax money.
Remainder of the feud. In December 2017, Leffen posted a video of himself stabbing a pancake that had green Jigglypuff drawn on it. This video tells you that Leffen desperately wanted to get rid of HBox. It's identical to when he bought a red Adidas shirt shortly after losing to me at Genesis. Stalking and smear campaigning represents the highest level of desperation on the psychopath's end.
Here's the thing about the pancake thing. Okay. He drew Jigglypuff on it. Like, who else is this targeted towards? Like, it's when you first think about it, it's unhinged, but then you realize, okay, it's got the like the green headband here. It's clearly at least targeted towards HBox. So it's like I think this is a better like point than the Adidas thing. It's still kind of off, but still, like, what other purpose does this serve besides like a shot at HBox, especially in the context of him going after HBox constantly, you know? So it's kind of weird.
Leffen posted a video of himself stabbing a pancake that had green Jigglypuff drawn on it. This video tells you that Leffen desperately wanted to get rid of HBox. It's identical to when he bought a red Adidas shirt shortly after losing to me at Genesis. Stalking and smear campaigning represents the highest level of desperation on the psychopath's end, and it's exactly what Leffen did in both these situations. A month later, Leffen released propaganda in the form of a video called One of the Many Reasons to
Then
Dislike.
he does this! Then he does this! He makes the video! He does what I do! He pulled a me! He pulled the me! Only, I'm pretty sure the story of this video is false.
HBox. The video depicted HBox as the devil and received about 400,000 views. Unfortunately, not nearly enough people realized how malicious this video was. Within the video, an up-and-coming player named Snowy tells a story about how HBox had been rude to him when they met. Leffen sits next to Snowy and encourages him to keep going as he tells his story.
Yeah, the first time I met him, I asked him for a best of $5, popped it up, and when he found out that I was a puff, he went his secondaries, he took 2 games, and then after the second game, he was like, alright, I don't want to keep playing, and he takes my money, he walks away, and I was wearing the HBox shirt that he made, like the one with the cube. No! And he says to me, nice shirt.
Look at his chat goal. Censor HBox in chat, dude. But this isn't some like smear campaign. This totally isn't a smear. When I do it with 2k subs, less than 2k subs, and make a video on Leffen, that's a smear campaign. We gotta stop that. But when Leffen does it with his massive platform across multiple tweets with multiple videos, that's just, I mean, it's left. It's big left. You know, it's big left.
It was,
Are you, no, there's no way.
yeah, no, I had my friend there. My friend will be here tomorrow. You'll know. Like,
Dude, this is like a villain story.
No.
Guys, join the resistance.
Not only is the thought of Leffen accusing
Join
anyone of
the
being mean toward new
resistance.
players comical, but if you actually look into how Leffen treated Snowy behind the scenes, it becomes clear that Snowy was used. On July 19, 2018, Leffen referred to Snowy as his slave, and on February 7, 2019, Leffen looked to silence Snowy for speaking positively about Jigglypuff. When Snowy tried to defend himself, Leffen accused Snowy of lying. Snowy could also be seen begging Leffen to not influence the community to ban his character. I would end up meeting Snowy at a tournament called Don't Park on the Grass that took place at the end of 2018. I talked to Snowy about the video he starred in, and he told me that he never really meant what he said about HBox. Snowy was mostly starstruck by the chance to hang out with Leffen and wanted to impress him. Snowy also told me that Leffen was
Yeah,
highly
he
abusive
apologized. He said he always
toward him and would repeatedly call him retarded off camera. When I asked Snowy why he would take Leffen's abuse, he told me that being friends with Leffen gave him opportunities and that it let him talk to other top players in the scene. There's a term called flying monkeys, also known as abuse by proxy, that describes everything you just witnessed. Abuse by proxy is when a narcissistic abuser exploits another person to carry out their agenda, such as launching a smear campaign. Snowy was valuable for Leffen in this case because he gave credibility to Leffen's smear campaign, but after that, he wasn't needed. The reality is that narcissists don't value their proxies as human beings whatsoever.
It's
They
like-
typically dump them after there's no longer a good reason.
It's like he's still we just saw he's still doing this now. Like, oh, we need the ledge grab limit. We need the ledge grab limit.
To maintain the relationship. As you can tell by now, the Leffen HBox situation never made any sense. It was pot calling the kettle black. The most malicious person in the entire community had made up a narrative that someone else was an abuser, and people believed it. As 2018 went on, Leffen continued to do things like censor HBox's name in his Twitch chat and misrepresent their in-person interactions. When Leffen claimed that HBox begged him to be unblocked on Twitter, for example, I happen to know that HBox politely asked Leffen to settle their beef. Leffen then went and rephrased this in the most vindictive way possible.
And tell me about the synergy between these two, Scar.
So Leffen versus HBox has actually been, they've had a long rivalry, and it's kind of been personal at times.
It is
These guys
gotten
do
a
not
little
like each
bit
other. They don't, kind of oil and water a little bit.
Leffen frequently tweets about, such and such, like, I can't believe this terrible human being. He doesn't say terrible, player, he says terrible human being.
Yeah, it's gotten to that level.
It's gotten to that level. Is killing the game that I love, Leffen's maybe a little melodramatic about it, but,
Maybe a little, but that's what we like about him.
The false narrative
That's
that
what we
HBox
like
is the
about
horrible
him.
person eventually made its way to commentary slots and news outlets such as ESPN. You can tell from the way Scar and Toph spoke about Leffen
That's
that
what we
inciting
like
mass
about
hatred
him.
was a part of his brand at this point, and that the community would condone it too. Unfortunately, the average viewer wouldn't have seen things this
Jacob
way.
Wolf
These
is an
broadcasts alone
idiot.
probably brainwashed thousands of people into believing that Leffen was the hero. A week later at Super Smash Con, the social isolation that was destined to come for HBox had finally begun to manifest. The rank 1 player in the world was rapidly losing his support network, and he was starting to crack. There to capitalize on the situation was none other than Leffen, who subtly encouraged
God
people to deal
knows
with fetch and flow.
sympathy for
Like I said earlier, this
HBox.
was all a calculated attempt to crack. There to capitalization that was destined to come for HBox had finally begun to manifest. The rank 1 player in the world was rapidly losing his support network, and he was starting to crack.
I'm not sure if this. It says the tweet came before. But I'm not sure how like the time zones work, because obviously Sweden is ahead of time. So yeah.
Capitalize on the situation was none other than Leffen, who subtly encouraged people to deal the finishing blow. Like I said earlier, this was all a calculated attempt to end HBox's career, and it damn near succeeded. To show you how stealthy the manipulation that took place right in front of you was, let's juxtapose Genesis 5 and Genesis 6. At Genesis 5, which took place in 2018, Leffen gaslit HBox by refusing to give him a handshake after both of their sets. This was intended to push the narrative that HBox is deplorable. HBox can't be blamed at all for his reaction to it happening the first time, as he didn't deserve any of this. However, evoking that type of reaction was all part of Leffen's plan.
Oh, man. And a down smash from Hungry Box. Really solid 3-0 for him, man. We'll move on.
Ooh, and Hungry Box.
The winner's finals.
Winners finals? Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no.
Hey.
Hungry Box hit clean as usual.
That's not a good done.
A year later at Genesis 6, and the aftermath of Leffen's behavior was clear as day. Several competitors tweeted in good faith to let the community know that this type of hatred was unacceptable. However, there was a snake in the grass among them. After an entire year of spearheading the movement against HBox, Leffen trapdoored his way out of the chaos he created in order to boost his reputation. Hardly anyone called fraud on Leffen's tweet either, but HBox's mother sure did, and the fact that she of all people called fraud tells you everything you need to know. People don't realize this, but Leffen is the real reason HBox had a crab thrown at him at Pound 2019. Leffen incited violence without ever directly inciting violence. He puppeteered the HBox con from start to finish, and not enough people connected the dots. When Leffen told the crowd to roar, they roared, and when Leffen told the crowd to sit, they sat. The most incredible part is that Leffen ended up leveraging all of this into a hero narrative. The community either never realized that Leffen had
that's the
them.
craziest part. That's the craziest part. He's somehow a hero because of this. Like, oh, he 20 FF. He killed the Jigglypuff's killing the game, and he's gonna defeat HBox. It's like, bro.
Or never had the courage to speak up against it, and so they accepted his hatred as the new normal. Years of research is probably the con I'll catch the most flack for defending, but there's so much worth talking about here in terms of political angles that were never considered. When people look back at years of research, they don't seem to remember it correctly, so I want to share a different perspective. On December 7, 2018, a new Smash title would come out, which presented Leffen with yet another huge opportunity. Realizing how easy it had been to craft a hero narrative within the Melee community, Leffen would now repeat the process within the Ultimate community. Any other content creator would have simply created content to profit off.
Is this a re-upload? Yeah.
Leffen is always willing to take things a step further, and so what he needed was a new hero narrative. Because hero narratives always come at someone else's downfall, Leffen needed to pick a target. You're absolutely not supposed to say what I'm about to tell you, but Salem was conned by Leffen. I discussed this with King last year, and he agreed. The problem was that Salem went on to say things about the Melee community that couldn't be defended, as MGK put it. MGK and I agreed that Salem was just a nerd who'd been bullied and said things they probably didn't mean. They became part of Leffen's political agenda when Leffen started harassing them about their opinions on Ultimate with the intention of vilifying someone. None of the arguments Leffen made about Snake being a bad character would end up being correct, but that wasn't the point. Leffen needed to trigger someone quickly, and he would end up doing just that. After Salem posted years of research, they ended up losing their entire reputation over the course of 2 days. Normally, I wouldn't have listed Leffen's beef with Salem as a charge against Leffen, but you have to realize that we're now going on the 7th person whose career Leffen has looked to ruin. This is factoring in Chillin, who I put in the same category as Salem. Chillin and Salem weren't necessarily Leffen's political adversaries, but they were still instrumental in Leffen's ascension. Leffen's beef with Chillin was to instill fear and get sponsored more quickly, while his beef with Salem was to milk the Ultimate community of its resources. Salem actually referenced this in years of research when they said there were...
Obviously, his beef with Chillin, it's inconsequential. It's inconsequential. Like, obviously, it was just for fun, but it still served a purpose. Like, in the grand scheme of things, to, like, build his brand as, like, the villain of the community. And that he purposefully does this kind of stuff, like beefing with people. Bro, I'm watching Aklo on the stream, and bro, he just hit a nutty combo. He always does this escape where he jumps and side B edge cancels top plat. Oh yeah, Chillin. Go support Chillin. Let me fund me. He's actually doing a lot better. He streamed recently, so that's huge. Chillin, dude. Yeah, go support Chillin. Alright.
People who are only interested in profiting off of Ultimate. Salem also pointed out that Leffen's fan base grows alongside his malicious intent, which is completely accurate. Years of research had all sorts of other problems though, so these things got overlooked. A few months later, Salem lost their sponsor, and Leffen was there to celebrate. By that point, everyone had forgotten that Leffen instigated this beef in the first place, which just goes to show how effective it is to unite against the common enemy. When Leffen beat Salem,
how are you gonna celebrate him losing a sponsor? Like, how are you gonna celebrate that and then be like, oh yeah, I'm a great person, dude.
A year later at Super Smash Con, a sea of onlookers watched in awe as the supervillain of Ultimate was defeated.
Look at HBox popping off too. Is that E?
Was it the real?
I think that's Cosmos or D1. I'm racist.
The villain had just won. Watching this clip of the crowd is terrifying once you realize that Leffen was the mastermind here, and that Salem was nothing more than a scapegoat so that Leffen could mobilize these people. The situation was so one-sided that even HBox had no choice but to participate in it, despite being vilified by Leffen the year before. Leffen could have picked anyone as his target in this situation, but I'm almost positive I know why he picked Salem. If you look at who won Evo titles for Smash in the Mandalay Bay, the most recent winner at the time was Leffen. Before that, you had HBox, who Leffen had already gone after, and then you had Salem. When you consider the fact that Leffen has a god complex and will target people for trivial reasons like these, it makes perfect sense. Leffen may very well have taken offense to the fact that Salem once stepped foot on the same stage as him, and so he wanted to make it clear that only he was worthy of that stage. This is obviously nothing more than a theory, but it's something to keep in mind. The main reason I bring up the Salem theory is because it shows that certain patterns are being repeated, and those patterns are less innocent than people think. Within less than a year, Leffen vilified 2 different people in order to attain hero status and climb the social ladder. HBox was a political adversary who Leffen weakened, while Salem was a scapegoat for Leffen to mobilize people underneath him. Regardless of where you stand on these views, there's no denying that each of them served a purpose. Both times, Leffen was able to control crowds and walk away as the beneficiary without anybody realizing it. The point is that there is a political agenda, and soon you'll know why that agenda will spell the end of this community. Up until now, I've shown you that Leffen will approach every situation with the most profitable political angle he can come up with. He undeniably has a dark triad mentality that believes in exploiting others in order to ascend. But sometimes, exploiting others doesn't mean feuding with people. Depending on the situation, it may be appropriate to become a social justice activist overnight. Following the HBox and Salem feuds, Leffen had begun to transition from a villain to an anti-hero in the eyes of the community. The days of evidence.zip were over, not that anyone knew what evidence.zip was to begin with. After saving Smash from two separate problems that he created, Leffen was starting to be perceived as a role model, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Last summer, the Smash community witnessed its darkest point when it found out that many of its owners were sexual predators. People didn't know what to believe when the victims first started coming out, but before you knew it, the whole world was watching. Unfortunately, if there's anything last summer proved, it's that the Smash community is twice as naive as it thought it was. This is because just as sexual predators can live among us, the dark triad can live among us too.
Among Us. Oh, Hax is about to
how
play.
profitable a Me Too movement is from a business perspective. Most of us would never imagine that someone could.
Let me
be bold enough
stop
to do things
here
way,
because
but
this
it's
is
that
like the
little
beginning of the section. But yeah, Hax is about to play. Let's watch him. I'm so ready to see this. Oh, let me. So I should put the viewership counter. Alright, let's just wait for this. There he is. There he is. Let's go. Is this a best of 5? I think this is best of 5. Damn, I'm so excited. So happy, dude. I'm so I had to chat. Hax freaking money. Hax rules this matchup. No. Yep. No. No. Oh, let's go. Come on. Oh, come on. You had that. I hit that edge guard. Come on, Hax. There you go. He needs to stop jumping. Nice up smash. Let's go. Nice nair. Ooh! You can't drill grab. I thought you couldn't drill grab Falcon. Nice edge guard. No, just grab ledge. Just grab ledge. Hax. There you go. Nice shine. Nice! Nice! Okay, that was a bad edge guard, but hey. It is what it is. Come on. Nice! Nice! Nice. Let's go. And let's get this 3-0. Come on. No. Oh, nice. Nice reversal. No. These follow-ups are so sloppy. In the floppy. Don't you want to slide that off? And grab ledge? I feel like that would be better. I feel like you'd want to... You're near the ledge there. It's better to just slide off the down throw. This edge guard's free. Edge guarding Falcon's free. You gotta hit that back air. I hit that back air. Come on, Hax. He's gotta hit these edge guards. This character's free. There you go. No, just grab ledge. No, Hax. No. Oh, what an angle. Oh, come on, kill him. Kill him. Thank you. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. Hax, it should not be this hard. Even IBDW's roasted you. Yeah, that you'd... Exactly, these are literally free. I mean, my chat's blocking theirs, but... Bro, even IBDW knows he's missing these edge guards. Even I know these edge guards, dude. Bro! The pressure! This pressure is too... He's too fast! He's too fast! Hax is the most unique player. I can't wait for him to, like, win a major. He's so unique. We need someone to, like, do an analysis of, like, his playstyle. Alright, hit that. Nice. Just the way he thinks about the game is just so different. Like, he goes for a lot of scrapping and just throwing out a bunch of moves because he knows he's Fox and he can get away with it. A lot of jittery movement. A lot of aggressive pressure. Goes for those shines out of shield. I mean, JoJo's been getting these. You gotta... Nice. Oh! Alright. Come on, Hax. Take this game. No! Nice. It's bad. You had that. You had this game. You just messed up the edge guard. Come on, Hax. You have him. Should I gift subs? For the hype train? I almost don't want to. Let's go. Let's go. Like, this matchup is free. I'm not listening to the commentary, but they're saying he's like a Hax hater. What are they saying?
Falcon's frame data is just like not good enough. This is like this whole like Hax like thing where it's like, yeah, I mean, I played this character before. He can't do shit against this.
Brody!
Yeah, he's just walling him out so hard right now with like superior frame data.
That is the way.
Black air, no jump again.
That's why Hax plays Fox. Hax is a full believer.
Easy.
in
Easy, clean.
the
See,
endless potential
this
of
matchup's
Hax.
free.
And boy, are we seeing it. This is the Hax I grew up watching.
Yeah, I mean,
this is absolutely the Hax I grew up watching.
when Hax is comfortable, it looks like this. This is tough. Okay, he rolls in for the knee.
The crowd is chanting Red Adidas.
There are a lot of Red Adidas in here. It might be a little underlit to tell, but you can kind of see the red pants.
Dude, there are like actually 11 people here right now with Red Adidas pants on. There's a whole squad. I've seen people here
Red
I haven't
Adidas.
seen in a long time with Red Adidas pants on. They're here for Hax, man.
Come on, Hax, close this out.
Yeah.
Come on, Hax, please close this out. Please close this out. I swear to
Comeback,
God, if you
but
choke this.
It's a long hill. You just dove all the way there. All the way
That's
there.
the thing is, Falcon can zero to death Fox. Maybe not so much on this stage.
Yeah.
Nice combo.
And, not looking great right now. Once he gets pushed off stage, that's kind of curtains, but
Alright, close him out.
those
Don't
Hax
get grabbed.
stages, ironically, paying off for JoJo.
Let's go.
Yeah, and that's just death right there. Ooh.
Okay, let's go. Up 2-1. Come on, seal it. Close him out. Close him out, Brody. Close him out, boys. Let's go. Let's go! Nice! He's just such a better character. I love Hax playing this matchup. It's like poetic. It's so poetic. Oh, you can you need to I punish that in my sleep. Come on, Hax. And I'm not even good at this game. Well, Zane said I'm not bad. You guys ever see that clip? Did I show you that? Show you guys that? Let's go. Where Zane was like, that guy wasn't bad. Let's go, Hax. Oh, he doesn't get the punish. Oh! Doesn't get that tech roll away. This game's so fast. Tries to get the up tilt, the trades. How you punish that? Wave dash forward out of shield. His forward smash is so slow. Doesn't get the tech chase. Into what though? Dash grab? Or dash JC grab? He's getting these tech chases. There you go. Let's go! Let's go, Hax. Oh my god, they're wearing the pants! I love that they're wearing the pants. I love the pants. Alright, you gotta head out, Rebrim. Alright, see you, dude. Damn. Hax is back. I love the pants. I love the pants. Hax money's back. Yeah, Hax is back. Hax is back. He just finished playing. Alright, Warmer versus E-Poodle. Damn, I love Hax. I love watching him play. Alright, back to .zip. I have to run the Hax propaganda.
Allows the Dark Triad to gain the upper hand. The truth is, you should always be skeptical about the people who rush to the podium in these types of situations, especially when you consider how well suited the Dark Triad traits are for it. By taking the helm of a Me Too movement, narcissism is rewarded in the form of worldwide acclaim. Psychopathy allows one to remain unemotional throughout the whole process, and Machiavellianism allows one to take advantage of the scattered masses who need a leader. It's the perfect opportunity, but most people would never see it that way. So far, I've explained how Dark Triads strategically claim victim status and hero status in order to manipulate people. There's only one better status to claim than either of these, and it's called virtuous victimhood. This refers to when victim status and hero status are combined. Virtuous victimhood is the strongest signal one can emit because it combines the sympathy of victim status with the admiration of hero status, making it ideal for leeching resources. Virtuous victimhood can't be signaled in every situation, but it can certainly be signaled during a Me Too movement. A Dark Triad is able to emerge as someone who can resonate with victims while also coming across as a leader who victims should stand behind. This is why it was never a matter of if Leffen would show up, but rather a matter of when. Surely enough, Leffen would begin tweeting frequently on June 28th. The tweets he made over the course of the next few weeks gave victims hope and empowerment, and caused him to become the community's beacon. Leffen's actions were showered with praise by community leaders, and not a soul stopped to question his intentions. His ability to take the helm of Me Too so easily despite his dark past made me realize how wide the gap between perception and reality is within this community, and that the situation was worse than I thought. If you listen closely to what Leffen says in this clip that Rishi tweeted, you'll start to realize that something went wrong here.
Yeah, I also agree that saying you stand, while I appreciate it, if it's about me, I still think it's bad. You should hold me accountable. If I'm not entertaining, if I'm not doing shit like that, then
You should hold me accountable. We hold you accountable, and that's harassment. Oh my god, I can't believe it, dude. You guys should hold me accountable. And then you ban my name in your chat. Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude.
Don't fucking follow me. Don't watch me. I'm not your friend. I'm an entertainer. I'm a pro player. You shouldn't assume that I am a top. Just because I'm a top player, that I'm a top person, that I'm a great person, because you don't know me.
Sure. You're not a good person.
It's very easy as a streamer to do your bad shit during the hours you don't stream.
By July 2nd, the number of allegations had begun to ramp up, and so Leffen made a YouTube video in which he discussed the situation. He also made a second video on July 15th. These videos received over 1 million hits combined. I'll play a couple of quotes from them that I've selected.
The people these people hurt don't deserve to just be a summary and just to be like, these people overall have been abused, right? So I'm not going to try to do that here. People know about the evidence.zip, and although I do not think that was deserved, like being banned for it, I do definitely agree that I acted like a fucking jerk, and that I need to do I need to be much better going forward, is what I realized. Some people in this community, whether you like have some kind of power, whether it's being a top player, a TO, a just community figure, whatever it is, heck man, all it seems to take now is that, you know, like, it really does seem like people just take whatever they can and just use it to either abuse, blackmail, or try to hide what they have done. I have no doubt that we will be seeing more stories come out, and I'm incredibly proud of everyone speaking out. I'm not sure, honestly, that I've always been, you know, I would have been able to speak out on some of this. This is extremely serious stuff and can do very long, serious mental damage to people. Seeing what these people that I thought, you know, I thought they were my friends, or at least people I knew, do such disgusting things, right? Like, I never could have imagined that they would do such disgusting things. And then instead of apologizing or owning up to what they did, they try to lie and manipulate people instead. People have been praising me for speaking up and saying that I've been using my platform for the right thing, but I'm still not confident that I did everything correctly. In fact, I know I didn't. And I still feel like the real hero here isn't me.
This is... I don't think this section was good. Like, the way he's, like, playing these clips. Because these clips make Leffen look good. These clips make Leffen look good. You're supposed to make him look bad. Like, or not look bad, but you're saying, oh, he's, like, a bad person, and here's how he looks bad. And it's like, bro, he sounds good. This is what...
It's the people that were brave enough to speak up, knowing what harassment they would face. I don't think they get enough credit.
Like, talk about how he put exclamation point hero in his chat. That's what you should be focusing on.
And honestly, I've been struggling with feelings of guilt because I've gained a lot of subscribers, a lot of followers, and attention because of these awful things happening. And I know many people
Also, there's a clip that, like, during this whole thing, he showed me. Oh, let me see if I can find it.
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? Shut the fuck up, dude. Alright.
to lie.
Okay, so he's gonna say something along the lines of like, you should generally believe victims unless they, especially if they don't have a credible, if they have no reason to lie or something like that. Notice his body language when he says lie.
Brought up yet. That said, though, I do think in general, as a general, you need to believe victims, especially if they don't have a very credible reason to lie.
It's so obvious. He's like, lie. Look.
You need to believe victims, especially if they don't have a very credible reason to lie.
Lie. Just on the word lie. It's so funny. We gotta play it again.
You need to believe victims, especially if they don't have a very credible reason to lie. And
Sorry.
Even
all right,
with the same feelings.
With the information we have, none of these quotes make any sense coming from Leffen. The first quote is a projection because Leffen states that he won't summarize victims, then proceeds to summarize evidence.zip in about 10 seconds. As we know, evidence.zip deserves much more time than that. Similarly, the second quote is a projection because Leffen is regularly abusive and has used blackmail as one of his go-to strategies throughout his career. The third quote is also a projection because Leffen knows that he himself is aware of causing several people's mental health to decline. The fourth quote is a projection as well because after Leffen was banned through evidence.zip, he issued a fake apology that manipulated North Americans and the media. And finally, the fifth quote is a projection because we have Leffen on record for leeching money and fame from the Smash community on several occasions, including this one. These quotes aren't the focal points of Leffen's video. They're just scattered ones I wanted to show you. The focal point of Leffen's video is actually a victim testimony in which he talks about a road trip he took when he was younger in which he was allegedly physically abused. Before we listen to Leffen's testimony, I want to show you something he prefaces it with.
That said, though, I do think in general, as a general, you need to believe victims, especially if they don't have a very credible reason to lie. And even then, I generally think you should start out by believing them.
What Leffen just said is highly manipulative. By saying this, he conditions you to believe victims, which is horrible advice since victims can be just as deceptive as abusers.
that's a poor way of phrasing it, dude. You shouldn't be phrasing it like that.
A few minutes later, Leffen gives his victim testimony. Please listen to all of it very closely.
When I was before I was banned, I went to my first tournament over in the United States, and I've told the story many times before, so I'm not going to go into great detail about it. But as a 16-year-old, I went there, traveled with an RV around California and the nearby states for about 2 weeks, and there were about 10 people in that RV, so there was a lot of people, many people, adults. And during this time, there was one particular player that physically abused me, like basically slammed me extremely hard across the face several times over basically nothing. I sat in his seat, I was playing Smash, and he wanted to go to sleep. His alarm didn't wake him up, and took about 8 times before someone said anything, and no one really said anything. This player also ended up stealing money, never paying back people thousands of dollars, and some people are still friends with this person to this day. And I'm not saying this to try to make a pity party of myself. I think in general,
No, that you 100% are. Like, he says, okay, I was abused. Like, back when he first came out about the story, he only said like he was slapped like once, which obviously is bad, but to call that like abuse, like I'd say abuse is like long term, like a pattern, like that would be like abuse. But one slap, that's not abuse. And also to lie about it, like now, saying like he was smacked like a bunch of times. Instead of just, like once or twice. Everybody who was there saying it was not like 8 times. Like obviously it's still bad. Obviously the dude should still be like banned. Like he shouldn't be slapping kids. But to call it abuse is a reach, I don't know. Yeah, you got slapped like once, maybe twice, for being a dick. Like, yeah, he's 16, it's wrong. You shouldn't be physically assaulting people, obviously, that's wrong. But to call it abuse, like, I was abused as a kid, is, like, this does not trivialize, like, other stories of, like, people being preyed on when they were younger, people being victims of like sexual harassment, sexual assault, that kind of stuff. Does that not like completely trivialize it? By saying, oh, I was abused as a kid. I was being a brat and some guy smacked me.
I took the situation and I dealt with it pretty well. And I was pretty bratty, I stood up for myself. I always try to take fights verbally, of course. I never fought anyone physically, but I'm not going to say that I...
Yeah, that's why you won't box Zero.
I didn't like do anything to deserve any kind of lashback whatsoever, but I definitely did not deserve to be physically assaulted several times. But since that day, I was obviously extremely mad at the other people who I looked up to before, who I saw as full-grown adults, for not doing anything. And ever since that day, I basically vowed to myself that when that happens next time, when I'm the fucking adult, I'm not gonna just sit by and just be like, oh, I help someone else look to someone else. I'm gonna step in myself and say something. And honestly, I thought after that happened, I was obviously banned for the whole thing with evidence. And that person in particular quit the scene. I stood up for myself when he tried to come back to me. He wanted to talk it over a dinner meal, and he came and hugged me from behind and said, let's talk things out. And he asked me to pay for his meal. Obviously, I just told him to go fuck himself and basically stood up for myself.
Before we continue, I want to be clear about one detail within Leffen's testimony.
I was playing Smash and he wanted to go to sleep. His alarm didn't wake him up. And took about 8 times before someone said anything, and no one really said anything.
In Leffen's video, he states that he was slapped 8 times, but on April 29, 2012, Leffen told this exact same story on Smashboards, and he stated that he was only slapped once. This means that Leffen modified the story in order to make it sound like more of an assault. When I heard Leffen's new testimony, I reached out to some of the Swedes who I happened to know were on this road trip, which took place during the weeks leading up to Genesis 2. The first Swede I reached out to told me that they knew Leffen was slapped once, and that they remembered Leffen telling them that he was slapped a second time, but that 8 times was definitely a lie. The next Swede I reached out to was Armada. Armada said the exact same thing, which is that a second slap may have happened, but that 8 was clearly a lie. Armada added that Leffen had been telling a botched version of this story 6 to 8 weeks earlier on his stream. The next piece of evidence is a testimony that was written over 8 years ago. Earlier on in this video, I showed you excerpts from evidence.zip, but I omitted the third Swedish player's testimony. The reason I omitted this testimony is because it's the most important one in evidence.zip, and I needed to save it for later. This testimony was written by a smasher named C. C is the person who slapped Leffen, and he just so happened to testify about the Genesis 2 road trip. C's testimony is cleanly divided into 6 sections, each with its own title.
We're skipping this. This is long.
As their hike in several situation. This past March, I contacted C to ask him if he'd seen what Leffen said about him last summer. C took a moment to watch Leffen's video, then explained that this was a standard victim narrative from Leffen. C also clarified that he had slapped Leffen once in response to extreme harassment. Leffen had tried to sabotage their hike in several ways, as well as the atmosphere of the entire trip. This was after C fought for Leffen to be included on the trip in the first place. While C didn't approve of what he did, he also couldn't say he overreacted, all things considered. C commented that Leffen is highly manipulative and sociopathic when it comes to these things. To add validity to what C is saying, you should know that dark triads will go out of their way to sabotage people's goals, which can include trips and vacations. The way C described Leffen socially isolating him throughout the trip is one-to-one with what this article says. C pointed out that several smaller details within Leffen's testimony were also lies, and that Leffen had been spreading these exact same lies for years. For example, C had borrowed $600 for this trip, which Leffen rephrased as C stealing thousands of dollars. C had also offered to share a pizza with Leffen, which Leffen rephrased as C trying to force Leffen to buy a pizza for him. C then clarified that Leffen had jammed a plane seat into his knee twice on the flight home, which caused C knee pain for weeks. Leffen ignored C's initial request not to do this again, which is why C slapped him a second time. Leffen left this part of the story out of his video. From there, our conversation shifted to the fact that Leffen has caused people like me and HBox insane amounts of damage with lies in recent years. C wasn't surprised to hear this. He said that people should have known that Leffen is a pathological liar by now. I then brought up the fact that on top of everything else Leffen's done, hijacking the Me Too movement isn't a joke, and that Leffen turned out to be an actual threat to society, just like evidence.zip prophesized. C agreed, adding that Leffen potentially deserves to be in jail, seeing as how he tries to ruin other people's lives and reputations. I'm inclined to agree with C here for anyone wondering. C then explained that Leffen wants to dehumanize people and get people to view them as though they don't deserve empathy, just as minority groups were viewed in the past. According to C, Leffen will do anything to acquire influence, and wants people to join in on his agenda of treating people without any remorse. I then raised the possibility that Leffen studied totalitarian handbooks such as Mein Kampf, since he had to have learned this from somewhere.
He studied Mein Kampf. Hax Aklo winners finals? Yeah, I think so.
He agreed that it was possible. Then he pointed me toward the teachings of Edward Bernays. Bernays was an Austrian-American pioneer in the field of public relations and propaganda. He described the masses as irrational and subject to herd instinct, and outlined how skilled practitioners could use crowd psychology to control them in desirable ways.
There's this saying that I like, that is, all it takes for evil people to succeed is for good people to do nothing. And I really do think that's true. In my opinion, the world is not filled of majority evil people. I think that's something that people tell themselves in order to kind of put blame away from themselves, that they couldn't have done anything, everyone's bad. And if I'm bad, I'm just part of the majority. I really do think that the majority of people are either decent or good. However, many good and decent people do not do enough, myself included.
Back when you heard Leffen say that, you probably thought he was speaking from the good guy's perspective. He wasn't. He was telling you how easy it is for him to exploit the people of the Smash community. This might be tough to process, but Leffen didn't mean a word he said to any of you last summer. His involvement with Me Too was a facade, just like his hero status is. Leffen got involved with Me Too in order to draw a crowd and mobilize it underneath him, just as he's done several times before. The ninth and final charge against Leffen is one that also took place during last summer's Me Too movement. Up until now, I've shown you how a Me Too movement presented Leffen with a golden opportunity for resource transfer. Leffen gained about 15,000 followers in a few days, built massive loyalty with those followers, and made plenty of money along the way. But those weren't the only benefits the Me Too movement presented Leffen with. The ability to implicate other people as sexual predators presented Leffen with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for resource drain as well. So far, we've seen Leffen drain 2 of his political adversaries in recent years. Both times, Leffen made it clear that his intention was to end the other person's career in order to secure his footing within the community. This is why when Me Too would end up presenting Leffen with the opportunity to take down the only person left in the community with a larger following than his, he obviously wasn't going to pass it up. Leffen wouldn't just use the Me Too movement to grow his brand, he would also seize control of the community through the elimination of Zero, who had the largest following in Smash prior to being banned. Something I want to be clear about is that this section of the video should be viewed separately from the fact that Zero was deemed guilty. It is simply intended to establish that Leffen was personally invested in Zero's downfall, and that Zero's trial was fraudulently administered. This is obvious based on the fact that Leffen wasn't approaching the Me Too movement with pure intentions, but rather with the dark intention of increasing his market share. At that point, you have to assume that everything Leffen did during the Me Too movement was done with this goal in mind. According to what we know, Jisoo approached Leffen on July 2nd, 2020 for advice about coming forward with her allegations against Zero. This is what it says in Leffen's Twitlonger about the Jisoo and Zero situation, which was posted on the morning of July 3rd. As if this story couldn't get any darker, what Jisoo didn't know is that when she approached Leffen for advice, she approached someone who had not only just hijacked the entire Me Too movement, but would also gladly cancel Zero in the process. Zero was the only person left in the Smash community with a larger following than Leffen, and so the situation had practically fallen into Leffen's lap. These are the types of benefits Leffen was bound to receive after duping the entire community into trusting him. The reason Leffen made his Twitlonger in the first place was because people didn't initially believe Jisoo's allegations. On July 2nd at 8:10 p.m. EST, Jisoo alleged that Zero had shown her hentai when she was 15, but people didn't believe her at first because she didn't provide any evidence. This led to Leffen stepping in the next morning at 5:01 a.m. EST. Leffen's Twitlonger was intended to turn the tide back in Jisoo's favor, but it was riddled with so much manipulative language that I knew Leffen had a vested interest in canceling Zero the moment I read it. I also knew that Zero would end up getting canceled as soon as I read Leffen's Twitlonger, simply due to how these situations always play out whenever Leffen's involved. Leffen's tweet longer begins and ends by clarifying that Leffen would like to remain friends with Zero after this is all said and done, and that he simply wants the best for his friend. These statements are blatantly insincere, especially when you consider where they're placed.
Yeah, I want to be friends with this guy, but I'm gonna lie about him in the same twit longer.
Leffen even clarifies in the first statement that he hasn't spent much time with Zero, and so him claiming that Zero is his friend doesn't make any sense. From there, Leffen makes 4 more statements that either clarify or imply that what Zero did isn't that bad, and that nobody is trying to cancel Zero. Of all the times we've seen Leffen project, this is probably the easiest one to see through.
Yeah, like, we're not trying to cancel him, but here's my post where I make a false claim about
Another
him.
issue with Leffen's tweet longer is his comment.
And then I make another claim about him later.
Use of the word nuance.
And then I block him.
He uses this word a total of 5 times, which is not only excessive, but also strange when you consider that Jisoo's allegations weren't nuanced at all. Leffen even apologizes in the final paragraph by saying, "I'm sorry this has been a lot of words without any clear conclusions." All in all, most of Leffen's tweet longer doesn't actually tell you anything, and reads as though it was written by someone who was on drugs. The term for the way Leffen speaks throughout his twit longer is called word salad. Word salad is a narcissist way of spouting meaningless sentences that can muddle what they're really saying. In this case, Leffen's word salad caused every single person who read his twit longer to make a crucial oversight. There's only one part of Leffen's twit longer that actually matters, and it's testimony he gives toward the end. Leffen's testimony talks about how he allegedly witnessed Zero sharing hentai with 1 or 2 Japanese smashers in a hotel room at Apex 2013. According to Leffen, this made it more likely that Jisoo's testimony was truthful. There's a problem with Leffen's testimony that I want to highlight. At the time of Apex 2013, Zero was 17 years old. This means that Zero was legally a minor, and so if any of the Japanese players were 18 or older, they'd have been guilty of the same crime Zero would later commit against Jisoo. Zero would end up confirming that the Japanese players in question were in fact older than him. If Zero was a minor at Apex 2013, then why didn't Leffen bother to open a case against the Japanese players who were in the hotel room? Furthermore, why did Leffen phrase his testimony as though Zero was the guilty party in this situation? According to Leffen, Zero is to be blamed regardless of whether he's the minor or not. This is a major loophole in Leffen's logic that no one caught. It proves that he was never actually invested in serving justice to sexual predators.
Also, the Japanese players involved said that this never happened. So that's a double whammy.
Specifically wanted Zero gone because he was a profitable takedown. The manipulative language and double standard within Leffen's twit longer is eerily reminiscent of when he smear campaigned Hungrybox 2 years prior. When Leffen posted the video about HBox that would receive 400,000 views, he assured people that he wanted to keep out of the drama, which obviously wasn't his intention. Leffen also portrayed HBox as being abusive toward a player named Snowy, when Snowy was nothing more than a stepping stone for Leffen to enact his smear campaign. By half a year later, Leffen would be on the verge of fully pushing HBox out of the community.
Wait, what did that honestly want to keep out of the drama? But this randomly happened on stream, so I'm making a video about it. Yeah, I want to keep out of the drama, so here's my video.
Wanted to keep out of the drama, which obviously wasn't his intention. Leffen also portrayed HBox as being abusive toward a player named Snowy, when Snowy was nothing more than a stepping stone for Leffen to enact his smear campaign. By half a year later, Leffen would be on the verge of fully pushing HBox out of the community. Leffen didn't need half a year to pivot toward his true intentions this time around. Just 17 minutes after Leffen posted his twit longer, he was already tweeting in a way that suggested that Zero was a criminal who ought to be cancelled. This would have been perfectly fine if not for the fact that Leffen had just assured us that he wasn't trying to cancel Zero. There was no emotional consistency among anything Leffen was saying or doing. As the days went on, more information would come out, and Leffen would continue to administer Zero's cancellation. On July 4th, Leffen made a particularly brutal tweet in which he leaked DMs of Zero reaching out to him to talk. Many people raised an issue with this tweet, so I want to shed some insight into why it happened. 8 years ago, when C testified for evidence.zip, he explained that Leffen is a highly sadistic individual who will decline any invitation to speak with his prospects. Leffen will, in fact, misrepresent these invitations on social media as to vilify the other person. We've already seen Leffen do this to multiple people. He did it to C when he claimed that he defended himself from C in his YouTube video. He did it to me when he claimed that I screamed at him for no reason at Royal Flush, and he did it to HBox when he claimed that HBox begged him to be on block. With that information in mind, Zero never had a chance of speaking to Leffen in this situation, but Zero didn't know that. Neither did the people on Twitter who watched Leffen leak these DMs, but many of them were still able to gauge that Leffen was acting maliciously. Several people accused Leffen of never meaning what he said when he called Zero his friend, and being personally invested in Zero's downfall. One person wrote that Leffen was prepped to gain a lot financially from the situation, while another wrote, "There's something off about you. I respect you speaking up and standing with the victims, but in this particular case, it seems that you never really liked Zero at all, and you were hoping that something like this would happen." Everyone who took this stance was sadly correct. Several other people expressed that what Leffen was doing could potentially drive Zero to suicide, especially considering that Zero was known to have struggled with depression. Leffen responded to one of them by saying, "Don't you dare put his mental health on me. Mental health is a serious issue, but being depressed is not an excuse to get away with doing bad things." This tweet is ridiculous when you consider that in the fake apology Leffen gave after evidence.zip,
yeah, he did the same thing
on depression and other similar issues. Just because Leffen included a disclaimer that said he wasn't.
And also, that's not. He's saying, "Hey, don't pressure him." Like, he's not saying, "Okay." He's saying, "Oh, don't put the excuse for to get away with doing bad things." Like, you're saying, like, "Hey, just chill out a bit. You know, it's okay to be angry. But, hey, don't make him kill himself, and your priority's like, oh, well, mental health isn't a shield." Like, no one's using it as a shield. They're just saying, like, hey, maybe dial it back a bit. Like, we know he did something wrong. He knows he did something. Oh, they're about to play.
Put his mental health on me. Mental health is a serious issue, but being depressed is not an excuse to get away with doing bad things. This tweet is ridiculous when you consider that in the fake apology Leffen gave after evidence.zip, he blamed everything he had done on depression and other similar issues. Just because Leffen included a disclaimer that said he wasn't trying to excuse anything doesn't mean that his intention wasn't to do so. On July 9th, Leffen would make another antagonizing tweet in response to Zero announcing that he was in therapy and looking to better himself. Leffen wanted to make absolutely sure of the fact that Zero was gone for good, no matter what toll his actions took on Zero's mental health. Unsurprisingly, it was later revealed that Zero had entered a suicidal state following the events of last summer. All eyes were on Leffen when this news came out, and so he responded by saying that he wished Zero well. Amazingly, this was all it took for Leffen to take the target off of his back. As someone who's dealt with Leffen firsthand, I need you to know that he would probably prefer if Zero was dead. I say this because back when Leffen blackmailed me about mental health issues, I remember thinking to myself that there are plenty of people who would have killed themselves in that scenario. Leffen even doubled down 3 years later when Metagame aired by bringing up my issues again as a way of discrediting evidence.zip. The point is, Leffen has no empathy or remorse, and only made his tweet about Zero to protect himself. One last thing I want to show you is that Leffen would have gladly used Me Too to take out HBox as well. When rumors of HBox allegations began to spread, Leffen quickly implemented chat commands in preparation for them. He wanted to leverage Me Too as hard as possible by not only taking the helm,
and he
but
put the hero command. He put the hero command
by taking out both of the people whose social media
Let's talk about
relatives.
that.
All in all, Leffen's actions during the Me Too movement reveal what a snake he really is, and should leave no doubt as to his intentions.
Alright, we're almost done.
Hey everyone, thanks for making it to the end of the video, or if you skipped here, that's totally fine too, since I'll be recapping a bunch of the information that I've given to you throughout this video, and I'll be explaining to you what all it means. Unfortunately, once you know what all this means, it paints a pretty dark picture for the status quo of the Smash community, and it's really important that everybody weighs in on this, because whether you're a top player, or a TO, community leader, or even a casual player, this is going to have an impact on your future within this community, and that's because there is a real argument for basically usurping the person currently running the show within this community based on heinous acts of deception and malicious intent. Just a long, long history of those two things, and now that a lot of that's been laid out clearly for you, I think that angle should make a lot of sense. So the first thing that I want to start by showing you is a slide of a dystopian society. These are widely regarded dystopian traits, and as you can see, just about everything on this list is currently being imposed on the Smash community. What you're witnessing in front of your very eyes right here in the Smash community is an attempt to basically seize the throne at the expense of every single other member of this community. The people are being dehumanized, they're being watched, they're being taught how to think, and these are all very totalitarian qualities that are reviled, just historically reviled. You're not supposed to allow this to happen to your community, but the reality is there's a real attempt being made here to control people in this manner. So let's talk about why, no matter where you are on the social ladder or what your role is within this community, you should be very concerned with the status quo. And I'll start from my perspective as a top player. So as a top player, your concern should be what I call the hit list. The reason I know about the hit list is because I was the first one who had the misfortune of being added to it, and that was all the way back in 2011 because I was a well-respected theory crafter on Smashboards, and Leffen happened to take an issue with that. What he immediately signaled to me was that my good standing in this community was actually going to be put in jeopardy simply because I had lots of opinions about this game that went against his. He started to make very real attempts to undermine my credibility, and that has since evolved into eternal beef. Here we are 10 years later, and he's still behaving maliciously toward me in an attempt to get me out of the community whenever he has the opportunity to. Now, over time, I watched the hit list expand. I saw other people join the hit list, and they joined the hit list without knowing that they had joined one. People like Hungrybox and Zero probably didn't even realize that they were a part of a repeating trend. And when you look at who is getting added to this hit list, it actually becomes clear as day what's going on. Because like I said, it all started 10 years ago with an attempt to shut down a well-respected theory crafter who had rhetoric that posed a threat. But then it evolves to people who held the largest market share in the community. If you look at the top three people with the largest market share of all time in Smash, it's Zero, Leffen, and Hungrybox. And Leffen has looked to snake the other two out of their careers the moment that he had a window of opportunity to do so. So it's clear as day what's going on. Once you put it all together, what he's doing is he's actually looking to consolidate his power within this community by eliminating the people who pose a threat to his rhetoric or market share. He's actually looking to purge them, which is a completely totalitarian strategy. And what that does is it destabilizes your ability to create a career in this game, because you have to realize that you're always being watched. You're always being watched, and if you ever theoretically start to pose a threat to rhetoric or market share, you may become subject to an attempt to strike you down, to keep you weak. And something else worth noting is that every time these hits take place, there is massive collateral damage onto the community. For example, if Leffen had gotten his way with me back in 2017, thousands of people would be physically unable to play the game right now because the box wouldn't be legal. Similarly, in 2021, when he overran Hax's nightclub, he displayed the intent to make people from the East Coast have to subscribe to him on Twitch rather than play in a free tournament series that had just been set up for them. And then also in 2021, around the same time, when he decided to intervene with the box's button layout, he was willing to teach hundreds of people how to L-cancel the wrong way just so he could grow the Leffen brand. He actually spread false information throughout the entire community just so he could be the sole beneficiary. And then I actually ended up having to apologize for that. I was the one who ended up in a bad situation, despite the fact that I was working the entire time to protect my customers.
Once again, you called Pipsqueak Leffen's bitch, alright? that should be bad worthy.
So none of these things make any sense. Everything that I just described is completely backwards. And it extends to the other hits as well. When he conned Hungrybox, for example, he was willing to spread mass hatred throughout the entire community. He was willing to exploit another innocent player in order to enact his smear campaign. He made crowds become hostile and violent, something that has never happened before in this community. Hungrybox is
Hax is yeah, I know. I have the feed up. I can see, dude. I can see. Well, he didn't get banned for calling Pipsqueak Leffen's bitch. You just had to apologize. I love that they're wearing the pants. I love that they're wearing the pants. Alright. Aklo's super good. I remember back in the day, I used to play against Aklo and he'd win. And whatchamacallit. East Coast Fridays. So who's White Fox?
Like actually before Adidas and Nintendo, there's like no way it hasn't been.
I
Right?
mean, Uniqlo Nintendo for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know about Adidas.
Adidas is like bigger than Uniqlo, like,
Yeah,
by
but,
far.
But that's I don't think Nintendo gives a fuck. I think Nintendo, they just be like, this will work for us. Also, Uniqlo's a Japanese company.
Yeah, sure.
So I guess that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it might be easier that way. Yeah, you're right.
Yo, I'm gonna need y'all to share this.
Wait,
game as we jump into this.
Wait. So Aklo is Aklo white or is
Aklo
Hax?
might be blue.
Yo, is Aklo blue? Hax is blue?
Aklo's blue. Okay, Aklo is blue.
Aklo's
we got Hax as the Leffen color.
That's what I like to hear. Not Cody here saying that he's gonna fucking take my.
Why
color.
did you
Like,
say that?
Jesus Christ.
Hax with the leopard color.
Aklo is the active one, so I guess Vanilla Fox suits Hax pretty well right now.
I like that.
Until he takes back his color.
That's respect, honestly.
Oh God, he's taking back his color.
Oh my God.
He's taking back his color.
Already being claimed right now.
Wait, when Chillin lost Vanilla Fox, did he go blue afterwards?
I thought he went red.
Oh, okay then.
Did he? Oh, I could be wrong.
Oh my God, Hax is taking back his color.
Oh my God.
Respect your elders.
Hey, immediately. Okay, look at this. All right, I'm trying to keep track. Honestly, it's hard for me to see Hax's door. Oh.
Alright. Yeah. Yeah, White Fox is Hax. Because Blue Fox just did the side B edge cancel on top flat. Come on, Hax. Come on, Hax. Come on, Hax. Alright. This matchup is so, like... Yeah, this matchup... you can die in a second. This matchup is literally just punish game. Oh, let's go! Hax! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. King of New York. King of New York. King of New York. King of New York! Come on. Thing is, Aklo moves like a box fox. Like, he's got a lot of jittery movement, really clean tech. But then you see Hax and you're like, oh my god. I missed the edge cancel. That should be a punish. So much lag on that. Let's go. Come on, Hax. No, he gets grabbed. It's a combo there. Oh, nice edge cancel. Nah, not gonna be able to get an extension. Come on. Come on. It's the shine. The tech chase. Ugh. Aklo's just got the tech chases, but he gets shot there. Oh, the up smash not gonna kill. Come on. Come on, Hax. Come on. Nice SDI. Alright, gets out. He's still alive. He's still alive. Oh my god. Okay, he's dead there. That was an insane. How did he live the up smash? Back air. Why'd he ledge dash? Just back air. No, it doesn't get a grab there. It's the back air. This should be a kill. There you go. Oh, he had him at the edge. No. Oh, gets out. No. Okay, come on, Hax. Please go up 2-0. This is gonna be a duel. Aklo's Fox is so good. I love Aklo. But it's Hax shmoney time, baby. No, it doesn't get that angle. It doesn't hit him out of the angle. Nice back air. Come on, Hax, finish the stock. Let's go off. That's a good up smash. We're getting some good melee. We're getting good melee here. The world ain't ready for when Hax does the Zuppy shine. They're just playing on Battlefield. No FD. I like FD. I like just having a touch of depth. It just simplifies the matchup. NYC Battlefield or bust. True. Oh, nice nair out of shield, but he gets the Amsa attack. Hax doesn't really like full hop that much. He's really like a fast ground movement, a lot of scrapping with these short hop aerials. Like he's full hopping a bit here. Oh, I keep thinking Blue Fox is a Hax. Oh my god. Okay. Nice down tilt. Nice! Oh, you almost had it. Just grab ledge. No, you can't hit a shield like that. It's gonna get shined. Up tilt. Weak nair. Ah, that's a nice conversion. Come on, Hax. Nice. Nice! Nice! And he shields the laser. Alright, last stock. Oh, he could have been shined there. Nice. Come on, Hax, go up 2. Go up 2-1. Nice! Oh! Oh! Nice! Ah, you got the platform. Smash? Is that a kill? That's a kill! He's up 2-1. He's up 2-1. Come on, Hax. Come on, Hax. Come on, Hax. King of New York. This is his nightclub. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget what they took away from us. Yo, what's up, Chazador? Sorry. Chazardos. Sorry. What's up, dude? Come on, Hax. Come on. Just need one good opening. There you go. Nice. Hax just holds his ground. Yeah, you need to back air there. Everybody's good. They're just gonna SDI that. Nice. GameCube controller SDI. No! That's unlucky. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Up smash. There you go. Nice recovery. Nice recovery. Come on, gimp him. Gimp him. Gimp him. Oh! Come on. Come on. One more. One more. One more. Come on. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Hax, buddy. I want to hear what the crowd's saying. The Cobs.
I'm so bad at this, bro. I'm literally so bad.
He's cooking. He's cooking.
You're ready wearing red against fans right now. I don't
What
know,
is he
you're at
cooking?
home right now and you just have an app.
Bro,
Up tilt.
He's losing your mind right now.
Go fuck yourself.
What is he cooking?
Is that?
No.
No, he just need hold on.
They're bad funny, bro.
Okay. Yo!
Adidas in the
We
chat.
got Adidas in the
Yeah,
chat.
all right, I take it back. They're
Hey,
bad funny.
yo.
They're bad funny.
Hax, not like this. Hax.
Definitely not done with this tournament. He does not care. He's more of a Nike fan. He's trying to put the J's on. Yeah.
He gets out of it. He gets out of it.
Oh no. What's the ledge dash? I don't even see a ledge
Come
dash.
on. No.
Ooh, the dash dance from Aklo is looking sexy right now.
What?
Looking like he knows where he wants to go.
How's the ledge dash? It's good.
No.
Okay, Hax.
Knocked down. Couldn't get any off of it.
He had the set.
And this would be a huge comeback for Aklo right now.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know if he meant to do that up there.
Gets an angle.
No!
And he held on. He held on. He did what Hax couldn't.
Oh.
He did what Hax could.
No.
This is crazy. Oh my gosh.
Man, I mean,
People blocking.
if Hax was on a minute ago, he would be grand. Now he
Come on,
has to
Hax.
play another game of Battlefield. Fox Diddles. What a tragedy. I'm sure he's so sad right now.
He's just typing, bro. Oh my god. Oh, this is the DI on the grab there.
Some people don't notice, but like when Hax plays friendlies, he goes to Battlefield and like goes infinite stocks and just plays there with you forever.
And it's just
No, that's
it's
true.
just
I'm not lying.
There's no reset games or nothing. It's just straight stocks, bro. Just
Hax as an entity just wants to like be on Battlefield
Get that
with Fox
SDI.
for eternity. That's all he
that
wants.
way you don't ever get the impression that winning matters.
Yeah, exactly. He says it's good for your like mentality and it's good for like adapting and shit. Because you're not thinking about like the set, you're thinking about like playing good.
Yeah. That's
Also, you're on Fox with Battlefield.
But yeah, just to confirm for everybody, Hax is the White Fox. White Fox is Hax.
Yes. Drift back.
Therefore, Aklo Blue.
Drift back nair off the ledge dash.
Gets out of it.
It's gotta be big.
Oh, yeah, dash attack off the ledge. We're gonna get a reset.
Hax had the set.
Oh,
Oh, he gets it.
Wave dash to ledge.
This could
Now
go
he's
wrong.
being pressured.
Let's go.
And I believe that's death.
That's probably death.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Hax is white indeed. Hax is a white man.
Oh, he's not? His name is Aziz Al Yami.
Yeah, he's not white. What are you talking
Aziz
about?
Al Yami, bro.
Aziz Al Yami.
Fast
He's a
cancel.
white man. Aziz Al Yami. The white guy. Yes, the white guy named Aziz. Come on, Hax. Let's go, Hax.
See Brando right now. Like fast turned Brando, and Brando was just like shaking his
Let me
head.
turn him off. No, I'll keep him on. This is last game. Nice shine. Nice.
Damn,
Nice,
that's
nice.
is happening.
This nice.
Now that the placement of those up airs is literally unprecedented. I've never seen that before. Forward to catch two. That's actually what I've been doing with the
Nice.
Okay. Oh, he couldn't get the tech chase off this. Oh, he.
Come on. Come on, Hax. Come on.
Hax is one stock away from returning to nightclub and returning to Grands in nightclub.
Uh-oh. Returning to nightclub. Ooh, gets up tilted into the upper.
No!
Oh, Aklo said though, hey, I don't lose these. I don't come here to lose.
Oh, yo, look at the spacing.
Oh, he's tried chain grabbing that. That means he's confident. I feel like a lot of foxes nowadays
Come on.
just like up smash and attack days. Oh, that was a slow reaction. I'll say that for sure. What? Oh.
Hax is a wizard. Hax the wizard.
Wow, Joe Shine down.
Hax is looking comfortable right now.
Dash attack.
He's tag chasing. Okay. Tag chase again.
Oh, missed the grab. He should have put a little dash attack.
Man,
Come
he
on.
was so late on that.
Come on,
Just
Hax.
grab. That's how you know he wants the set to be over. He's just like,
Yeah,
oh, just one
yeah.
more, just one more. Don't miss a ledge dash. I would cry.
That would be terrible.
Oh! Oh!
I'm peeking.
That's a 20.
But that was such the smallest dance.
Yeah.
So fucking small. What? How was he doing that?
He wanted that grab so bad. He also wanted
No!
that 50% so bad.
He's alive.
Is this game? No.
There you go.
Still
For
missing.
SR.
Oh my god! This thing goes so wrong!
Oh my god.
Oh, he read the double jump! He read the
Let's
double
go.
jump!
Let's go.
Hax
Yes.
is back!
Crazy.
Hax is back!
Yo, winners, finals.
Oh my god.
Adidas is on the map!
Adidas.
Oh my god.
Not right now.
Nike in shambles! What are they gonna do?
They're not worth. They're worth losing billions of dollars as we speak.
The only thing redder than Nike stock right now is the red Adidas pants.
That's honestly, I might have to buy a pair. Another pair, a third pair. I have
Hax
two
money,
pairs.
baby.
I need a third pair. Of
Hax money, baby.
Guess so.
Is that, yo, Beer Man powering up on stream?
Powering up on stream. Beerman went all the way. He has the red Adidas pants and he has a red Adidas cap. This guy went crazy.
It was most likely his idea.
Let's
Yeah,
go,
it was probably his
Hax.
Yeah, this guy.
This seems like a Beerman type of thing.
For sure. No way this guy's leaving. Are you leaving? Oh, okay. You scared the shit out of me. I thought Yokai was leaving now. I was about to be like,
Nah.
word? Yo, come sit here, bro. I'm about to pass it to you before I switch back. I gotta start finding. Here, I'll go in the middle for you.
My goat.
Oh yeah, I told Hax that if he doesn't win, I'm gonna
For y'all
delete
that
League
don't
off his
know,
computer.
This is my boy Nels. You should know him.
Oh my god. Bro, so what's up next? It's losers semis, then losers finals, then grand finals. I don't know if I want to stay up for grads. Oh, look at him with the pants. Look at the pants. Look at the pants. If he had lost... No, I want him to win, though. I want him to win. Like, watching him is cool and all, but at the end of the day, he's got to win. But you do want to stay up for maybe. Or maybe I want to do something else for the next hour. Man, Hax is just a different player, man. Seeing everybody support, like, come out with the red Adidas to support Hax. It's really cool. Do a birthday shout out. Shout out Lumity's friend. You're not catching me today. You're not catching me. You're not getting me on that. Ligma's deadly. He's got one more to go. He's got to beat Aklo again. He was cooking versus Aklo. Honestly, shout out to Aklo. He played incredible, but the King of New York is back. That's just how it is. That's just how it goes. What the? What just happened? Oh, they're not playing yet. Are they? Are they playing, or is this hand warmers? Because it looks like they're playing. Yeah, they're definitely playing. I would have forward aired. Just get the guaranteed damage. And he hasn't this is his first tourney back. And he hasn't been playing a lot recently. And he's in winner's side of grands. Get ready, Hax money is back, baby. I can't wait to see him. I want to see him and West play a lot this year. Put it in theater mode. Oh. I see. I want to see Zero versus Leffen, because apparently Zero's been, like, training for boxing. So he would probably beat him harder. Let me move my viewer count. If Hax wins, this will be the greatest moment in Melee history. Now E-Poodle's the Marth. And this tournament's gonna do work wonders for Hax getting into other events. Yeah, that was the... What the hell was this set? Who was Zion? That's, was that Multi-Shine God back in the day? On Anthers? Yeah, Zion's a Fox player. And there's Genix.
This game's winner is...
Yo, Marcos, Nova Boy, SSB, thanks for the membership. We're about to see some great melee. Hopefully, we get Aklo v Hax round 2. Hope you stick around. What's up, dude? Adidas stock's gonna skyrocket, but of course. If we get the Aklo link against Hax, I'll be so upset. The Marth versus Fox. No, I want to see the Ditto again. It was too much. I want more. We didn't get enough. Yeah, they cooked some random Falco, but this is Aklo. This is like a whole nother beast. Okay, that's just... Yeah, Aklo's 18th in the world. Meanwhile, I don't know who this guy, the Marth player, is. No, Hax is easily still top. It's just like crazy that in his first tournament back since 2020, first in-person tournament since 2020, he's able to get top 2. He's going Link. He goes a Link for FD. Yeah, this is the only stage where I think needing a counter pick is necessary. I think this is the only stage for Fox where Fox... in this matchup where Fox loses. So it's better to go like Sheik or Falcon or something if you want to go with the secondary. Or you could just fight it out with Fox. Oh. How polarizing is FD in Ultimate? Because it's like ultra polarizing in Melee for like most matchups. Because it's so big and there's no platforms. So like Fox, Falcon, and Marth. It's not even like some matchups are harder, it's just like some matchups just become like degenerate because you can just run away. It's like, why approach when you could just run away? And like some characters just have death punishes. So it's like some characters have death punishes, some characters can just run away. There's no platforms. Yeah. Projectiles are stronger on the stage, like Falco lasers are good. But it's like Falco lasers are good until you play against Marth, who kills you when you get grabbed. Nice. Link's Nair is so good. For no reason at all. Yeah, FD shouldn't be a starter stage, like, under any circumstance. It should always be a counter pick. Bro, what the what did he just do? He, like, hee-heed himself across the stage. Like, as an escape, using the bomb. His Link is actually insane. Down there, yeah. Oh, I see. Online and Ultimate, people can set FD as preferred. Yeah, that probably sucks. See, online and Melee, you just pick random stages, and then ranked you have the regular banning system. But what is chat doing? Yeah, FD is, like, crazy polarizing in Melee. Because, like, what Puff wants in, like, a matchup against Fox is, like, side plats. But there are no side plats. And it's big, and you can just run away with lasers. So we can just turn the game and make it really degenerate. Because, like, why would Fox want to, like, approach Puff and risk getting rested when he could just camp back and laser? And then Puff has a death grab. Like, a single grab takes the stock. And a lack of platforms also makes it harder to come down from the air. So characters like Marth can juggle. Bro, ultimate platform, you can't even shield drop through the platforms. I never liked that. I want to be able to just shield, like, drop through a platform out of shield. This just feels so limiting. You also can't wave land. I mean, platform combos in Melee are like, you can... If you're like Fox versus Fox, you can up throw onto a platform and get a tech chase. Well, yeah, that's true. Compared to FD, yeah. Like there's a much like more intricate flowchart to comboing on, like in Melee, comboing on Battlefield has a much more like intricate flowchart than on FD, because if you up throw, they land on a platform. Like Falco Shine, they land on a platform. So yeah. This production's actually been pretty good. Nice tag. We kind of look like Hax there a bit. Nice ledge dash up smash. Nice edge cancel. He's got the tech. Aklo's just so clean. Aklo's kind of like Hax Jr. He's got the jittery movement. He's got the clean tech. He borrows a lot of like the stuff he does from Hax. Yeah, yeah, it looks like he's playing on box. All right, boys. Here we go. Grand finals. The thing I don't like in Melee is the recoveries feel like... Well, that's what makes... It adds like another dimension to the game. Because there are a lot of different ways you can recover and edgeguard, like mix-ups. So it adds another way you can kill people. Because some characters just don't have like kill confirms, and it's really hard to kill without them. But if you can edgeguard, then you can just hit them off stage and try to get an edgeguard. And that's something you can do at like a lot of percents, like Marth. Marth usually has to finish people off with edgeguards. He can't just like confirm into a kill move. Yeah, the further away you are from center, the worse it usually is. Well, the thing is, like, when it comes to blocking the ledge, like, you have to set them up in a position to where you can do that first. Because a lot of situations, they can just... If they can double jump back to stage, chances are you can't just grab ledge. And even then, like, they can mix up going to ledge, they can go on stage. They can mix up the timing, because you have to time your invincibility too. Otherwise they could hit you off the ledge. So there's still like a ton of depth to it. That's why I like Melee. Because like you can get 0 to death, like true 0 to death, but there's interaction with each hit. It's not just, oh, I'm pressing buttons and now I'm in a loop or something. Like each time I hit, you can hit you can DI, maybe try to DI down, get a tech, and then you can get out, but then I could cover your tech on reaction, or I could DI up and in. You know, there are different ways you can escape combos. Each hit is a two-player interaction, and there are defensive options you could pick, like slide offs, ASDI down. Alright, boys. What is viewership at right now? How many viewers do they have? Over 2,000. Yeah, Falco's recovery is good when he's above the stage. It's actually better than Fox's when he's above the stage. Because his side B's faster, and his up B being shorter is actually better when you're above the stage. Because, like, with Fox, because it goes so, because it's longer, it's kind of just more end lag for some angles when you're above. But when you're below the stage, Falco's recovery is just really bad. Because then you're forced to up B, and his up B doesn't have a hitbox. Nouns, Hax, and Aklo. Are they playing, or...? And who's who? Is Hax still White Fox? Yeah, I think Hax is White Fox. I don't know who I'd play if I played ult. Yeah, Aklo's Blue Fox. Yeah, I don't know who I'd play. Because I don't know, like, the game's mechanics. Like, they're just weird to me. I'd have to get used to them first and then pick a character that utilizes them the best. Because, like, in Melee, that's Fox. Or at least utilizes mechanics that I find interesting. Like, I like being able to, like, dash dance full hop as Fox. I like the punish game. The edge guarding. The raw power, the 20XX. His frame data, scrapping. But then obviously has his weaknesses, like he gets comboed extremely hard. He's light, so he can die early. Off the sides, at least. Let's go, Hax. Okay. That could have been really bad there. Luckily, this matchup's so brain dead. Or it's super drunk. You think a matchup like this, where it's like the best character in the game versus himself, would be like really intricate and like sophisticated? No, it's literally just like who punishes harder. He's getting a good combo there. Just pick up Steve. I would play Steve. If they put Phoenix right in Smash, I'd play Phoenix. Yeah, you gotta get off that platform, Hax. Nice. No. Bro, why does Aklo have to be so clean? Why does Aklo have to be such a god? Yeah, it's game one. Bro, seeing everybody wear the all of them wear the red Adidas to support Hax is really cool. They go Battlefield. This is the only stage that exists. Up till the back ends. Yeah, hitting your tech chases is the most important part of playing like any spacey matchup. Because if you nair Fox at like 40, he just gets knocked down. But if you could get the tech chase and just kill them off of it, then getting nared at 40 is just a death sentence. And Akla's mastered it. Or just any move, like back throw, back air. Getting a shine. Like there. That's a tech trap. Basically what happens is when you press the tech button... Oh, hold up. Hold up. Hold up! Let's go. Basically what happens in Melee is if you press the tech button, you get locked out for I think 40 frames, so you can't tech for another 40 frames. So if you tech in place and then get hit with a move, you actually can't tech that move after. Like if they shine your tech in place, you can't tech the next move, so you can get like an up smash or a down tilt. Yeah, he's just getting these tech chases. These reactions. This is why punish game is like the most important thing in this entire game. Because look, especially in this matchup, it's the only thing that really matters. Oh. Oh, let's go Hax. Let's go Hax. Think to a perfect stall, gets clipped. On Hax, close him out. Oh, he's late on there. Oh, gets clipped. Like, you see how drunk this matchup can be? Like, they've just been reversaling each other back and forth, and now they're at, like, 50% each. Neither of them have eaten a full punish. Oh, there's one right here, maybe. Okay. No. Hax, come on. Come on, Hax. Oh, he's late on the grab. Oh, nice shield drop back air. Let's go. Let's go, Hax. So what is it, 1-1? Yeah, getting a 0 to death in this game, like, it takes a lot of, like, mix-ups that you have to actually win. Well, the thing is, edgeguarding, like, yeah, he's blowing edgeguards, but the edgeguards against Fox are hard to hit because he can go for so many different options. And if you stuff his option, you're probably going to kill him, but he has, like, a million. So it's like, you have to be able to cover most of them and then try to get... If you can't cover the option he picks, just try to get an advantageous position at the very least. Like something like that, where he's able to CC the Firefox. 'Cause even if they get to ledge, you still have center stage. So if they get hit, they get sent off stage. On Hax. Let's go. Yeah, Fox has one of the best recoveries in the game. Because, like, there, he could have gone up, he could have gone straight, but he went down the ledge. Yeah, probably Puff has a better recovery. Because the thing about Peach's recovery is, you can, if you force Peach to grab ledge, she literally can't get back on stage. She doesn't have good ledge options. She literally has to either stand up or roll, basically. You can just ultimate ledge trapper. But Fox has his ledge dash, Puff has her ledge shenanigans. Nice. Nice! You had that. Okay, come on. Let's go! Let's go! He did the stanky leg. Yeah, he went down there, but Aklo was ready to cover that by just holding ledge. Bro, how does he not get a knockdown on any of those shines? Those shines are fake! Grab. Nice. Back throw. Nair! Oh, he had the next Nair! How did that not kill him? Nair. Come on. Yeah, just go to ledge. Just go to ledge. No, fuck! No! He's still alive! He's living. He's living. He's still living. Still living. He's going down with the down air! Why did I know he was gonna do that? Ah! Come on. Is he gonna pull it from the jaws and the feet? Come on. Pull it from the... And he got the upper! He pulled it! He got it! He actually won that game! Oh my god, one more. One more, Hax. One more. Let's go, dude. One more. One more. One more, Hax. How did he win that? Oh, he's living. Clip him. Oh, he clips him there. Oh, no, no. No, this is game 4. Oh, you mean it's gonna go to game 5? Yeah, probably. Aklo's cooking. This is good melee. Yeah, this match is over. If Hax pulls this out, he's the greatest player to ever touch a controller. Or box. But he also touched a okay, yeah. It's going FD. Oh. Not like this, Hax. Not like this, Hax. I can miss a ledge dash because I'm bad. You're not allowed to miss those. You're on box. And your Hax money. Why'd you go for that up smash? So nice. This is a kill. Yep, get the tech chase. Back air. Bro, Hax has got to pull something out of you know where. Why'd you go FD? Why did you go FD? Why didn't you just up smash? Oh, clean it up. Got the reset. All right. Come on, Hax. You gotta do something here. Gotta pull out all the stops here. Alright, Hax, let's win this. Let's win this, boys. Who's on the setup? Oh, that's Aklo. It didn't look like Aklo from behind. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just dumb. Starting on Fountain. Nice. Get this. Nice. 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 Let's go. Those dares were so good. Come on. You just dropped the punish. Let's go, Hax. 69. Let's see a 69 combo. Oh, okay, never mind. It's just rolling. Why is it called Deadass Finals? I mean, it really is Deadass Finals at this point. Because whoever wins, wins the tournament. Yo, come on, Hax, close it. Just poke him with a shot. Not like that. Not like that. I was saying Hax, not Aklo. Nice angle. Oh, burns him. Come on, Hax. Yeah, that's... I think Aklo's got this one, boys. What are they discussing? Probably doing just a button check. Alright, let's go. I tried to get a gimp there. Nice! 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 Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Nice! He's cooking. He's cooking and cleaning. He's cooking and cleaning. Alright, he gets... Nah! That's all you need. That's literally all you need in this matchup. It's just a well-timed shine. Alright, Aklo killed himself there. Come on. Come on, Hax. Hax with the stock lead has just not been good in these situations. Tried to shine. Shield drop shines, like, pretty strong. Hax, you better not throw this. Okay. Aklo threw it. Alright. Even set, best of 3 right now. Best of 3. It's a best of 3. Let me put the music back on. Why'd you dash attack? That probably wasn't even gonna knock down anyways. No, that's not good. He didn't have his jump. He's able to get out. Ooh. Hax gets lucky there. You gotta... Nice. 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 Let's go. Come on. One more. One more, Hax. Nice. The punishes are real. The punishes are real. Stream is kind of lagging. Hax! Hax! Why? Hax, dude. How many viewers are we at? Damn, 2,500. Hax, come on, man. Like, at the end of that game, he went into the corner for no reason twice and just got back aired. Ooh, nice. Getting out of there. It feels like Aklo's just in complete control. Like, Aklo's the one always, like, playing offense, and Hax is just trying to scrap. Like, play defense and scrap. That's kind of his whole game. Because, look, he's not, like, committing to anything. And then Aklo's got these punishes on deck. Well... oh, boys. It was a nice run. I think the King's reign ends here. Or maybe not. If he could take these next two fast. He loves that dash attack even when it's bad. Nice slide off. Come on. That's the kill. Yep. Damn. That was very underwhelming, anticlimactic. I was right, getting second place, and he beat Aklo in winners final. So we just saw it. Like, he can hang with these guys even after like being out of practice and almost 3 years since his last in-person event. Damn, what a stream. What a stream indeed. We started this at like what? How many hours have we been going now? For over 4 hours. Yeah, I need to go to bed. I'll see you guys. Hopefully Mario Kart Saturday. And I'll actually be there.